work 60 hours a week and I got 2 kids. You gotta do this for both of us, and you cannot be in control of our future any longer. I've been waiting years for you to become famous. I could have done this myself, but I need you. I could have been a reality star, a talk show host, a comedian, a celebrity.
And you need me.
I'm stuck in middle management. You're my golden ticket.
Look, it's obviously not beneath me to use Henry for personal gain, but let me just meet her when I meet her.
No. This woman casts the most interesting films in television in New York, and her daughter loves Henry. I love Henry. She loves her daughter. Henry loves you. Therefore, she will love you.
Look, I love you, man, but I can't get my career mixed up in another one of your schemes.
You will meet her. You will seduce her. You will charm her. You will win her over. You will make us famous.
How?
There are 3 steps to being famous. It's just like getting the big scoop.
Look at Henry. Look at him. There you go.
Dude, you got your headshot? I'll sneak it into a bag.
What? Who the hell carries headshots, man? What the hell you think this is, 1987? It's all digital. Look, you just play with the kids and let me do my thing.
Digital, huh?
Selfie time!
Oh, sure. You want to smile?
Ready? Get in.
Cheese.
Hey, you know Craig's an actor, right? Handsome guy.
Me too, I'm an actor.
Yeah, they're both handsome.
Hey, let's get one more with Barbara's camera.
Oh.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. Okay. Make this one count.
Oh, okay, that's enough. I think the kids want to play now.
Oh, okay. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't I take you guys to the big slide, and then you guys can talk. Yeah? Henry, what did I teach you about today?
The big school.
Okay. See that family having the pizza party? Come here. I want you to go get a big slice.
Yeah.
She's so human.
I loved working with her. She's just like a gem.
Yeah, I love her, but I don't know about that film.
It's so self-indulgent.
It's meaningless and dark, and of course critics love it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, another neurotic, antisocial male filmmaker that they can see themselves in, who's basically misogynistic and derivative in every sense of the word. But hey, let's bankroll his next 6 films, even if they never make a single dollar. Sorry.
Damn! Tell me how you really feel.
That was really unprofessional.
Oh, that's right. I started it, right?
Yeah, it is your fault.
Just go ahead. It's easy. I'm watching you. I'm watching you.
So, what are you working on now?
Oh, well, you know, we're not really supposed to talk about that kind of stuff.
Of course. I was just making conversation.
You know, I am working on another pilot with Scorsese.
Another one.
Yeah, I mean, he is the greatest.
Damn. I would give anything to read for stuff like that.
Actually, there would be a role you'd be really great for. I'd love to bring you in. Oh, my God. Shh.
Hey, Z, you okay? Why know me? You okay? You okay?
You okay? Hi, sweetie. Oh, my baby. Oh, my God. What the hell is wrong with you? Is this how you pay attention to your kid?
It's just a little boo-boo. She's okay.
Where the hell is your kid?
Look, Dad, I got the biggest slice that I had.
Are you teaching your son how to lie and scheme to get you free pizza?
But it was the biggest one.
What is wrong with you people?
All right, Barbara. Talk next week. I can come in any day for a reading. It's just not Mondays or Tuesdays. Wednesday afternoon?
Thanks. Yummy.
Oh my, this is moving quickly. And now, once again, my shirt is off in a stranger's apartment. And now my pants. And now my underwear.
Do we need bread? I was in the middle of making my fucking grocery list, and I get thrown down on the bed. I should get to keep my iPhone. Where is my iPhone?
Did he just whiff at it? He literally just whiffed at my vagina like he's judging wine. I believe this pussy is from the Jersey region, Camden. This is still a young pussy, a little matured, but bold in body, floral.
Well, this isn't the worst. At least he's not trying to.
Get away from my asshole. I just took a shit.
I don't care.
I don't care if you don't care.
No. And he's already at my asshole. He should put this on his Tinder profile. Will he your ass within the first 3 minutes of hooking up? I'm sure he could get a small but dedicated army of followers. Wow, he is committed to this. Oh, this isn't a warm-up. This is his finale.
Come hither. Come hither. Keep calling me.
Yogurt! Fuck! Fuck! We need yogurt.
Okay, I guess it's my turn.
Time for some reciprocation.
Wait, why is he turning around? OMFG, I have to eat his asshole? When did this become a thing? Am I supposed to reciprocate? This is outside the social contract. He is so hairy. He's like a less sexy Teen Wolf. Oh, fuck it, when in Rome.
Finally some reciprocation.
While New York City boasts one of the most easily recognizable accents in the country, some linguists are saying that those who speak in the classic New York tongue are part of a vanishing breed. With the economic and cultural shift of wealthier people inhabiting Manhattan, and now Brooklyn, the working class accents so familiar to a generation past are all but extinct. Accents so beloved, like Rosie Perez, Mel Brooks, and Andrew Dice Clay, will soon be nothing but a memory.
Never!
Oh, what are you doing, man?
I will not allow my son to be part of a vanishing breed.
It's too late, man.
Never. Look, I told you, I'm gonna raise the last born and bred New York kid with an authentic accent.
All right, but can't you do that after this play date?
This is crucial.
Where are we going, Daddy?
To the motherland, Henry.
Come on, man. You promised we could hang out with my new lady friend today.
Look, I promise next week on Dad Day, we can have a play date with your new nanny friend.
What are you doing, man? Are you taking us to the Staten Island Mall?
I know you resent your former home for fucking you up and destroying your dreams and your self-confidence. But this is it, man. Staten Island remains the last bastion of pure working-class New York culture. I mean, it's like a preservation with only a 30-minute ferry ride or a $16 bridge on or off. It's like you're stuck in a space-time continuum.
You know, you talk about Staten Island like it's Jurassic Park.
Are we going to see dinosaurs?
No, Henry, we're going to see real New Yorkers who speak real New York speech.
Look, if Staten Island is so fantastic, why don't you move there?
Fuck that. I'm not gonna live in Staten Island.
You're the worst kind of yuppie, you know that?
Hi, Papi. Oh my gosh, you're so adorable. What can I get you, sweetheart?
Go ahead, Henry. 2 coffees.
2 coffees.
Oh, he sounds like he's from Manhattan.
Hey, come on, try it again. 2 coffees.
2 coffees.
Boom! Up high.
Here you go, Papi, all right? 2 coffees, right?
I'll take the coffee.
Anyways, Craig, what's up with you? What are you doing?
I've just been really busy, projects and stuff.
Please, my ass, all right? Please, since when did you have a real job?
I always work. I work harder than any of my friends.
Your friends? Your friends are at the door.
Okay, come on then. Like, look there. Nobody's at the door, see?
Exactly.
Thank you.
Linda, you freaking...
All right, look, is Tony in the back? I wanted him to show Henry how he makes the bagels.
I don't fucking know. Why don't you go check?
Tony, do you remember my friend James from college?
Hey, boys, how you doing?
I was wondering maybe this is his son, Henry. I told him you'd show him how you make bagels out here.
This is where we roll out all the bagels. For a batch I get over there, I get about 120 bagels. 120 bagels. You ever eat 120 bagels? Nah. The next part, Henry, is the most important part.
Ooh, we gotta watch this.
Look over here. Come here. You see what this is?
Yes.
It's a big vat, because these are boiled bagels, right? They're barreled bagels. Barreled in New York City tap water.
Tastes like home.
The best bagels in Staten Island. You hungry, kid?
Yes.
I'm gonna make you kids a sandwich.
Sandwich.
You know what we're gonna put on it? A little gabagool.
Gabagool.
A little mozzarella.
Mozzarella.
A little prosciutto.
Bajut.
And we're gonna top the whole thing with vinegar and ale.
Yeah.
You know what else for you? We'll maybe even put a little mustard.
You're a mustard face.
That's right, I am. Let's go make you a sandwich.
I thought you was on a diet.
It's my cheat day.
What does that mean?
One day a week I can have whatever I want.
I need to get one of those with my relationships.
What are you doing? Why are you eating like that?
My new diet. I'm going paleo.
You even know what that means?
Caveman diet.
Oh, shit.
What's he doing here?
I don't know. How did he even get here?
Oh, look at these fucking mooks. What are you guys doing here?
What's up, man?
What did I just seeing you two yuppies out here? They let you over the bridge?
I'm from here.
You grew up in Staten Island? Glad I bumped into you guys. I got something. I got sticks.
We don't take pills.
I ain't talking about drugs, bro. Talk about sticks for the TV, the internet, the movies. I figured out how to jailbreak them.
Cool. How is it?
It's great. I get everything. You know, I gotta take it with it a little bit more, but I can only commandeer the TV for so long as my wife gets mad.
Commandeer? Commandeer?
Yeah, commandeer. Like I was saying, I can only take it upstairs for so long. It's my wife, she flips out if I'm not watching her fucking shows with her. So I need more time. But I almost got it. I just need more time. I gotta wait till she's dead.
How's the quality?
Quality's pretty good. I mean, you know, baseball's a little blurry, but you can see everything. It just stops sometimes. I'm still tinkering with it, though. I wasn't gonna do it because I already got in trouble with the torrents and shit. But everybody's jailbreaking these fucking things, man. I saw a Chinaman in Costco. I went up to him and was talking to him about this. Because, you know, the motherfuckers know how to crack these things. They're wizards with this shit. And he said everybody's doing it, so now I'm doing it. So, you come to my house, I'll show you how to do it, then we could do this together.
I don't even have one.
All right, so buy one. You like movies? You don't like movies? You don't like movies?
Yeah, of course I like movies. Everyone likes movies.
All right. I get all the movies.
Cool.
So what do you think?
About what?
About buying my stick. Bro, I'm trying to hook you up here, man. This is big. This is bigger than the fucking cable hot boxes, bigger than the fucking fake Louis Vuitton shit. This is huge, bro. I'm trying to get you in on the ground floor because you say you're from Staten Island.
It sounds like the future. I love it.
Your fucking man's pretty smart. You should listen to him.
I'm good.
You're good? You think you're good?
I don't even have a TV.
What kind of fucking yuppie doesn't have a TV? Bro, put it in your iPad for all I care.
How much?
200, the local rate for you, since you say you're from here.
I don't have $200. Look, I swear. Look, I barely have $90.
$90? I'll take it. Deal. Good doing business with you. Hey, good to see you, man. Thanks for coming to my spot and wasting all my fucking time the other day. I appreciate that. Have a good time on the island, guys.
Can we just go back to Brooklyn now? James, remind me again why we had to meet in Park Slope.
Just chill, man. Henry had to reschedule his guitar lesson.
That's right. I forgot you're raising such an artist.
Look, he's almost 5, and I've already failed him enough. He's not bilingual, bisexual, or biracial. I figured, you know, least I can do is teach him an instrument.
I get it. You know what you need to do?
What?
Leave your wife.
What? She holds the whole thing together.
No, not for you, moron. For Henry. And you love that boy. You want him to be an artist. You want him to be successful, right?
Of course.
How many artists you know had a happy childhood, right? Leave your family. Ruin their lives. He'll be miserable now, and he'll thank you later.
You had a miserable childhood. You have no love in your life, and you're not a successful artist.
True. Between the strollers and the dogs, you need an HOV lane on this sidewalk.
So I thought it was on with this one. What happened?
Nothing. She was perfect. We were great.
Yeah, you said she had an OCD compulsion to clean your apartment every time you weren't looking, and you just happen to have an OCD tick not to clean. You were faded.
I know. Best sex of my life, too.
So what'd you do?
Nothing. She was a public defender.
You realize those are the good guys, right?
Oh, out of the way, guy. Welcome to New York.
Welcome to New York.
No, the sex was too good. We'd be up all night, all morning. She'd be late to court. People started going to jail. I'm a humanitarian. Yo, Hen, let's go for this.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
Excuse me.
Where's your dad? Go, James, come on. Oh, man.
Oh, man, he's stuck there.
He's stuck there.
What's the rush? What are we racing for?
We're not racing. We're walking like New Yorkers.
We should be driving like real New Yorkers.
Dude, taking the train is part of the adventure.
Coney Island's coming next.
We ain't sitting there. We ain't sitting there. There's nobody sitting there for a reason. Okay? Henry, in New York, when something seems too good to be true, that means that it is. There's nobody sitting in that seat for a reason. They don't want to tell us. They want to seem like it's all fine and dandy, but I know. I'm not some web designer from Ohio. I'm from New York.
Yo, Henry, you're gonna love Coney Island, man. I remember when I was a kid, my dad used to take me.
Your dad never took you to Coney.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he'd lock us in the car, grab Nathan's, and then drive us to Nellie Bly to go on the rides, but...
Exactly. My parents used to take us to Nellie Bly, and then they'd tell us it was Coney. It took me till I was 15 to figure it out.
Seriously, though, you're gonna love it there, man. It's amazing. After I graduated college, I used to work there.
You're talking to a real-life Coney. This is why you're going to college.
Have a great time here at the Coney Island Sideshow.
We're at Coney Island. Boom, boom, boom. Ma, ma, ma. Ma, 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 ma.
Look, Henry, that ain't a game. It's a toy store, just like Toys R Us. Except, that ain't the $40 Elmo you want. It's his Korean cousin made for 30 cents. What does the sign say, $2 to play? More like $2 to win a 30-cent toy that you're gonna throw out later. All right? No way. You see that water gun game down there? $2 to play, 12 guns, that's $24. $24? For a dollar toy? Flea-ridden stuffed animal that your mother's gonna throw out tonight when you pass out from eating too much cotton candy? No way. Not us. We're from here. We ain't marks. We ain't falling for any of that, okay? No games for us.
Can we just go to the boardwalk?
What did I do?
You wanted to come here.
I'm having fun. Yeah, this place was real when I used to work here, man. We had Shoot the Freak, midgets eating fire. There were tattooed girls with blue hair selling ice cream on the boardwalk. Shit was raw. Now it's like Disneyland for the projects.
You're just being nostalgic. When you worked here, all you did was complain.
I always complain. That's how I show appreciation.
Yeah, but you can stop ruining things for my son. You're the one who wanted to come here.
Look, I just wanted him to appreciate it for everything it was. You know what I mean? Everything I love and hate about New York rolled into one overpriced, oversweetened, guaranteed to get you sick after a ride on the Cyclone funnel cake.
You know, you get lost in your own metaphors.
I do.
shit. Henry. You got your cell?
Yeah.
All right, let's split up. You couldn't have got far. Henry!
As soon as you get to Earth, deliver any information found in the spacecraft to the commander's office.
Henry! Woody, have you seen this kid, man?
One that's gonna make it pop. He gets the prize today. Who's gonna take it away? I'm looking for another winner, guys.
Jameson? Do you have a shot of Jameson? How much is that?
for a blink moment in time. People are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Brooklyn Wildlife is a massive music incubator, a cool-ass culture-centric brand, and more often than not, as the name implies, a hell of a good time. The brainchild of visionary curator and artist Chris Carr, Brooklyn Wildlife is a platform for the crazily creative and generates awareness on everything indie from fashion and art to nightlife and music. Now, several members of the eclectic Brooklyn Wildlife crew are about to grace our stage on this awesomely indie episode of B-Side. Now, are you ready to fly? I'm your host, Aaron Watkins, and I need you to keep it locked on B-Side. Let's do this, Brooklyn.
Only one man, but I'm trying to make a change. It seems like the world ain't changing, and it always stays the same. Well, I can't complain. I can't explain a symphony that I ain't arranged, so I'm the type of person to compose the music, get naked, and then dance in the rain. My homie Brenner passed away, so in his name. Nah, my homegirl Jacqueline that hanged herself, in her name. My homeboy Dante that jumped off the roof of the building, in his name. My man Surfeld that got killed by the cops in Atlanta, in his name. We gonna pop champagne all night, all day, until it's spraying all over the damn place. I wanna give every single one of my fans a hug and a handshake. I'm still building the foundation to the fan base. Still spilling the feeling, showing emotion, no handbrake. Able and willing, storming the building all over the landscape. Living expenses, cables and bills are high like the damn stakes. And I'm trying to flip this dough like pancakes so we can build our own land and lakes. My light theory is particle and wave, and quite clearly, my articles are crazed. But one day, maybe these rhymes will pay. Yeah, right. I struggle to find the time of day just to write. I try to tell a friend, put a 9 away. Yeah, right. I try to tell him that crime don't pay. I'm right. But they remind me that my rhymes don't pay, like tonight, so how the hell I sound saying that crime don't pay? I tell them about my friends that lay in a grave, soul in the sky and heaven above, no longer in this time nor space. So for them, we gotta grind like breaks. And while alive, no time to waste. I'm a peaceful person, no 9 in my waist. Summertime, I get naked and buy wine by the case. It's porno for pyros. My cousin went schizo, and only God knows why we roam this cosmos. But we meet each other for a reason. It's porno for pyros. My cousin went schizo and won't take his meds. I still love him. And what the hell is wrong with hip-hop where you gotta say no homo? Love everybody. It's peace. Stonehenge Parn Hashnikovsky, welcome to B-Sides.
Well, I have to say it is indeed an honor and a pleasure to have you, a longtime friend, here at B-Side. I've been a fan of your music for a very long time. You are prolific indeed. For the uninitiated, you are Chris Carr. Can you tell people sort of how you came to walk this musical path that you are
that is part of your journey?
Wow, man. I think it was just the best outlet for the thoughts and for the feelings that I had. Like growing up, I didn't find a profession that I would have fit into. Like I went to school for history, spent a lot of time in school, and I thought I wanted to teach. I wanted to be communicating with people, but there was something in music and in art of self-expression and not having an editor, not having someone tell you what you can and can't say, you know, having the ability to get paid to travel and to meet people that are vastly different because you have the commonality of playing instruments or drum machines or listening to old school, whatever, like whether you like classical music or whether you like jazz or, you know, bossa nova. It's a way to, I think, just like food, to be introduced to cultures in a real way and through people that care about it. And so I think when I got to New York, it's like, well, what do you do here? You got to make art and music, take advantage, or at least make a lot of money. We're not doing that, so we better make some really good music and art, you know? So, but really, I don't think I had another choice. I think I would have got fired at any other job. I think I would have quit any other type of job. I would have gotten myself in trouble because, like, I don't wake up at 6 or 7 in the morning naturally. I stay up till 4 or 5 in the morning. Like, my thoughts come to me at times where I need to be able to do it then. And I think art and music provides that forum.
When you say art and music, for the people who haven't had a chance to see your art, what are the platforms and the mediums that you play with?
I'm a vocalist. I rap. Today we'll be rocking out with acoustic and a live band. I also take photographs. I've kind of been forced into graphic design to like make flyers and do stuff for promotions. I throw events, and I view like events and curatorial elements as an art as well. And just really, I like making things. I like understanding what's the process, like how are things made, and what can we do? Like, how do we add to the world? Like, somebody out of their mind, they like built this studio. Like, that's dope to me. And so I want to be involved in any facet. If there's someone out there that makes satellites, you know, if there are people that are into like things I'm not even aware of, like put me on, you know? And I think art and me being a creative inspires me to keep learning about other things to then put it in my art so then I can rap about it, then I can incorporate the history of that into like photographs or images and stuff.
How do you think technology has sort of changed the rap game?
For me, for the better. I remember when we were out there, we went to NBA All-Star Weekend selling CDs out the car, and we out in Lenox Mall trying to hand out CDs, and you know, we playing it out the car, we got headphones, you're trying to convince people to listen to what you make, and now I can literally, China, Denmark, Brazil, Nigeria, South Africa, listen to the music, see the videos. They're going to see this. Like, I mean, the technology's amazing. I say you have to use it. I remember when we didn't have the technology, so I want to use it. I want to take advantage of it. But we have to make it real life. Like with the people that we're going to play with tonight, we all play music together. We all jam out together. We all kick it together when we're not doing shows. But we do a lot of shows. So let's use the technology to link the people who aren't at the shows, but make sure you come to the shows if you can.
Yeah. Well, speaking of coming to the shows, let's get into the next
Yes. All right, I'd like to bring up Alex Crow. Yeah.
The first song we do is called Running. The second song we do is going to be called Building Blocks. The name of our act is Parnhash & Co. My stage name is Stonehenge Parnhash-Nikovsky. His stage name is Alex Co. And we are Parnhash & Co. Shout out to all the people in the world who are dealing with this political situation. We're going to spread love. In a time of divisiveness, we're going to use this music and art to bring people together, you know? My man Paper said it best, like, be, you know, focus on the people, not the puppets.
Couldn't see them in the sunset, orange and black label their coats. Can't stop or else I'm eating, so I'm running for my throat. Wasn't long before I felt it with their breath right at my back. I was on the offensive, yeah, I was on the attack. I told my breath to breathe a bit deeper, told my heart to settle down, 'cause this hill is getting steeper. Stride, I keep my life unbound. Oh, I keep on running, keep on running, keep on running. I keep on running, keep on running, keep on running.
somehow I'm surviving. My friends are dumped to diving. Is that something surprising? Well, look at the horizon. 1,000 tons are rising. When it comes to rhyming, it's always perfect timing. I might dive in. This is for the Mayans. This is for the Africans dying for your diamonds. And all the jewel school fool get taught. This is my thought brought to the forefront. Been doing this, flow is voluminous. Old school poppy and Vesuvius. One day they'll get used to it. One day y'all will get in tune with it.
The sweat pumps out my sockets, muscle twisting out my skin. My soul is made of sprockets, melt the twisted chain within. Battery acid fills my veins and I keep pushing it through. And I'll keep running for me if you keep running for you. Oh, I keep on running, keep on running, keep on running. And I keep on running, keep on running, keep on running. And I keep on running, keep on running, keep on running. And I keep on running, keep on running, keep on running.
Okay, so don't box with a god, your hand's too short. My friends get high rooftop of the Gansevoort. They brought much more than a gram to snort. I party with wild animals like lamb and horse, or clam and stork. I don't read XXL and can't stand the source. That's a fake media game I can't endorse. Condé Nast even owns Pitchfork. We're independent.
And I keep on running, I keep on running, and I keep on running, I keep on running, and I keep on running, keep on running, keep on running.
This next song is called Building Blocks.
My body's getting rusty in this building black cage. Now you don't even trust me. It's a separation race. Now staring out your window, thinking why I'm so afraid. My body's getting rusty in this building block cage. In this building block cage.
It's pleasure and pain. After we met, I was never the same. Life is pleasure and pain. After we met,
In this building block cage.
life is pleasure and pain. After we met, I was never the same. I would dance in the rain in leather and chains, yelling her name. Now, I'm truly clueless. My life's like moving mooses. Earth that I live on's hard is too polluted. Excuses are useless. News exclusive. Now, choose what the truth is. No, they cannot handle it. It's too abusive and inconclusive. He flew with gooses. Never been a panic antenna energy with druids. A truest nudist, here to make a movement, ruthless music, and fame, holidays in a new tunic. Duct tape, fate, rock, blue is plumage. Hung himself with his own dick, choose nooses. Nah, just build with the Buddhists. Catch the enlightenment, plan last long range, just like Confucius.
Ripping out my clothing. You see, we're almost the same. Almost the same. Keeping steady motion. Your mouth shaping out my name. Was almost just a dream, dear. Almost fantasy phase. Fantasy phase, fantasy phase. I broke the bars that kept me here in this building block cage.
In this building block cage.
In this building block cage.
In this building block cage. In this building block cage. In this building block cage. Temptation sensation, dictation, temptation, fixation, obsession,
building blockade,
temptation, no fixation, obsession, compulsion, and a sick patient that sits waiting, tick, candle wax, sick statement. Switch places, strip naked, lick faces, 6 mixed races, Miss Gracious, was this painting? 2 men waiting, patient, off the reservation, no dinner dates, so preservation, I stimulate better creations, now imagine my nerve, try to innovate and make my own damn demonstration. God body copy agnostic, poor man trying to make a big bang deposit, but I find myself on my shrink couch blacked out from a big cup of gin and tonic. My friends are sniffing narcotics. I am skitzing while drifting through projects. Don't try to object. This is my mind. My mind is divine. Divine is so complex. Until then, I'm building no option. The Congress is killing the children with rockets. I'm building with profits, no profits in pockets, dollars in wallets. This is the age of robotics. It's more than the ropes and the bondage, more than the smoke and the chronic. This is 2 men hoping every word that we ever wrote or spoke to the note was true and honest. Try to make a wage in the age of atomic till I fade away one day unresponsive. This one goes out to my Pocahontas. Middle finger up to the popes and the pontiffs.
don't stay asleep, push away the screen, come stay with me, making building block beats. Don't stay asleep, push away the screen, come stay with me, making building block beats.
Making building block beats, making building block beats, making building block beats, making building block beats,
making building block beats,
making building block beats, making building block beats, making building beats. Life is pleasure and pain. After we met, I was never the same. I would dance in the rain, in leather and chains, yelling her name, got her yelling my name. Thank you, Lauren Renahan.
Absolutely. All right. You rap, we talk, you rap, we talk, they sing, we talk.
Can we do
they
like
rap,
a seminar where I just stand or I have to sit down?
Whatever you like. You can do some yoga if you like, you know what I mean? Doesn't matter to me. So check it out. You know, you talked about a lot of different things in that song right there. You know, what is your process for creating songs? How do you sort of come about that?
The struggle and the devil. That's what motivates everything. Stay alive. Don't be mean to other people. And make life out of something, man. And that's it's simple. There's no super existential thing. I have no other choice. If I didn't make this music, what would I be doing with my life? How would I spend these 24 hours every day?
Fair enough. So as an artist, you know, as somebody who's known you for a long time, you know, I always see you collaborating with a myriad of artists. Why is it so important for you to sort of mix it up with people from other genres and always stay creating?
I think it's just my interest. When I was growing up, I liked rock music, I liked classical music, I liked hip hop. And in each realm, there was always this partition. It was like you go to rap shows and there's a certain type of people there. And usually not a lot of women. And so it's this weirdly like homoerotic thing where they still hate gay people. I don't know, it's just weird. So then, you know, I go to some venues where then they're totally accepting of whatever your gender fluidity is, and they may not be playing hip hop. Then I go to another space and dope electronic music, but my homies that play bands, like, they can't perform at the spot. And so I always looked at it like, why can't we have that smorgasbord, but where it's good quality, not like, you know, Denny's or whatever, but like actually getting everyone in the room that's dope at what they do, not the rappers that play with like bad rock musicians or like really good rock musicians that have bad rappers, or like, you know, you see some horrible fusion sometimes, and where it's fake, it's not authentic. And so I think for me, it had to be authentic. When I got into tattooing, I started getting tattooed. And when I wanted to throw tattoo parties, I then knew tattooists.
How many tattoos do you have there?
20-something. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd have to take my clothes off. Y'all don't want to see all that. But yeah, and so I think in anything, it's like that personal interest drives everything. Like, I am a fan of music, of live shows. I'm front row. Like, if there are people here who play, I may not be at the show all night. I may not come out to a whole lot of your shows because, like, I throw a lot of shows. When I go, I'll be in the front row. Even if it's only for 2 minutes, even if it's 5 minutes, I'm gonna be in the front row, and I'm gonna be listening, I'm gonna be watching, I'm gonna be learning from the artists that are performing and get inspired. I mean, we work with Acro. I don't know if y'all saw the people out there.
You couldn't
they were
miss
balancing.
it. Yeah, there you go.
I work with fire
Thank
artists.
you.
Like that's Hollywood, man. So like, it's that world. It's like the world is out there. Like, why wouldn't I eat Vietnamese food? Like, why wouldn't I?
Delicious, that
Yeah,
pho.
you know, like why wouldn't I, if given the opportunity, work with all these talented people? It would almost be like disrespectful to not, you know, to acknowledge that talent.
Well, in acknowledging that talent, you do a little more than that. You go one step further. You also create a platform for that talent to come together and to showcase and to build and to perform. Not only that, but you're constantly curating through this platform. So can you tell us a little bit about Brooklyn Wildlife?
By the way, your sweatshirt's amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. So Brooklyn
Jet
Wildlife,
Magazine. Check it.
we are the anomaly. Like, we're basically a bunch of people that are individualistic and moved by our own passions that see collective and common cause. Like, it's not a collective per se. No one pays me dues. We don't have a charter. We don't have a list of bylines. If you were to ask the 20, 30 people that I work with why they work with me or what it is that they want to get out of music, some of them want to get signed and want to get famous. Some of them want to make money. Some of them want to be, like, socially known. Others really are music fanatics, and they're into anything-oriented music. Some of them are just ill painters. Some of them are whatever it is that they do, but it's the idea of how do we get all of us in the same room? How do we push, like, en masse? And with the indie, for me, with the indie world, there's always been these indie rock, indie hip-hop, artist collectives and galleries that don't let you do rap shows. But, you know, I always end up in those places where the same house would let people do art shows, performance art, punk music, and indie hip-hop, and I want to keep furthering that. There's like a legacy of people, you know, decades before me that have been pushing the idea of DIY. But I saw a real crazy interview with Chris Rock where he was being interviewed, the person interviewing was like, so what do you think of the DIY movement? He was like, what's that? And she's like, you know, like do-it-yourself movement. He was like, how do you have a movement if you're doing everything yourself? And it was so quick, like, word. I get the principle of be ready to do it yourself. But when you got 5 people working together, you can build. When you got 10 people, 20 people. We did a music festival with over 150 live performers of all types of genres with no sponsorship. And literally people are like, you can't throw a music festival without sponsorships. You can't throw a music festival without getting written up in these blogs. I don't care about these blogs. There's not a single media entity that can stop what we do. And they don't cover us now, so I'm not afraid of them. And I'll tell any artist, don't be afraid of these people that run companies and tell you you can't do what you want to do. You know, and that's the motivation. I'm also that kid, like, nah, this is how I want to do it. And luckily I keep meeting people that want to do crazy-ish, you know?
So where do you want to see Brooklyn Wildlife go?
Universe will dictate that. I don't know, man. I'm going to put my heart into it. I already don't sleep. That's not changing. Hopefully I'll keep getting better at the things I'm doing. Hopefully we can figure out how to funnel some monetary lubrication into the machine so it can move a little smoother. But if we don't have any money, we'll still make it.
We gonna be all right. Yeah. All right, so what's the name of the next song we're getting into, brother?
So speaking of some of the people I work with, I want to make sure, like, when I got the opportunity to do this, I wanted to let people know there's a variety of ways to express the love. And so I brought in a couple artists who are gonna rock for y'all. Cremdella's up next. The song is called Extra. He has a new project that's out, Bury Me in Gold. It's dedicated to his pops. There's so much real sentiment and honesty in it. So listen to the music, and then we have some more special surprises. My man from No Surrender's coming up. We got Paco, G-Train Bandit, Brent Butler, and QC. So, I mean, it's going to be nice real quick. So, Cremdella, let's get you up here and rock.
All right, give it up. Zeus?
Yeah.
Bump the master this master plan. Raps slapping like back in hand. Jack the flow and get Jackie Chan. Black Zeus, see the Blackie man or the Blackie stand. They got you pissing in your khaki pants. Get green, go ham, homie Sam I am. Fam a lamb, no hook like Candyman. I asked her damn, she cook nice candy yams. Drive, pull over traffic jams and dudes that. Got some old news for brothers that's new black. Still getting shot by brothers in blue hats. Still getting shot by brothers that move crack. Get a grip, brother, this is in the new chat. Something ain't right, the hell is the rules at? I'm already home, that's where I was schooled at. And when I changed schools, I wanted the school cat. Debate with the teachers, I'm giving them new facts. White kids nervous, whisper he too black. Lighting in my eyes, I'm giving a fuse match. If your vision ain't clear, that's where they shoot at. Open die slow as a rat in a glue trap. I took black struggling traps and infused that. This is not a gimmick, don't ever confuse that. This is really me, don't ever assume jack, no. Got a whole lot of mouth and a whole lot to shout, so you know I'm bored extra. Got a whole lot of ass whoopers I can hand out, so you know I'm bored extra. I don't give a what about saying they run rap, man, you know them boys extra. Black guys in the front, black guys in the back, you know I'm bored extra. Extra, extra, don't read about it, don't talk about it, just be about it. Extra, extra, don't read about it, don't talk about it, just be about it. Extra, extra, don't read about it, don't talk about it, just be about it. Extra, extra, don't read about it, don't talk. I've been in it for a minute, I've been trying to get it right, cause I seen a lot of wrong old ladies with the pipe. Young brother made the deal, sold the soul for a price. Tuck 22, yelling he don't wanna fight, and he down to let it go off if he got to. Yeah, it ain't all good, but really what's good when a hero with a super villain costume, and it's all blue, never knowing what they gon' do. Somebody tell me what my life is worth. Brothers dying every day, so my life is dirt. Brothers praying that this right here might could work. Not used to the pain and you might get hurt. They put a blood stain on your white t-shirt. No sense in their brain, so they quite berserk. Got a bullet, came back, night twice as worse. You ain't ready to die, then you might rehearse. You want ride? Better get your trifle first. Ain't on, and I really ain't surprised you ain't. Homeboy told me he ain't like the flow. I said, cool, homeboy, I don't like your face. You ugly. And that's how I used to wonder why them people didn't like me. Wow. That's when I realized they don't like themselves. And I'm a mirror to you people held high in the sky. Hey, got a whole lot to say, and I gotta get it out so you know I bought extra. If I ever did you wrong, you still held me down on the real, God bless you. When God made us, he was flicking that wrist. Hey, when God made us, he was cooking that stuff. Hey, extra, extra, don't read about it, don't talk about it, just be about it. Extra, extra, don't read about it, don't talk about it, just be about it. Extra, extra, don't read about it, don't talk about it, just be about it. Extra, extra, don't read about it, don't talk. No, no. Extra, extra, don't read about it, don't talk about it, you gotta be about it. Extra, extra, don't read about it, don't talk about it, you gotta be about it. Extra, extra, don't read about it, don't talk about it, gotta be about it. Extra, extra, don't read about it, don't talk.
Yeah.
No, no.
Grandella, Minecraft.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Me and go.
PGP, get loose, get loose.
Doves wine like serpentine fire that consumes the bluest sky. One dove sitting in the rivers of Solomon and watching the mothership as it passes by. One heart can crack the sky and let the sun smile in the hour of now. One hand holds wind, fire, and sand together in the mother's womb. And one night alone with you could cure my weary blues. Recidivism of habitual demons, Babylonians in drag, draped in star-spangled flags, and who can laugh but the hungry mass that hardly understands the price that passion sometimes has. Helicopters with telescopic tape recorders and buses short on the cut. Make $6 an hour off the books. Baby boy born in servitude to silver spoons and sewing together leather shoes and lose his fingers when the machine moves. Well, take me to the Blue Lagoon. Innocent lust. Where only the trees are watching us, soaking up the honey of dust. Carve together the rhythm of one song, one dream. Escape the state of the great scheme. Watch the wind gather at my knees. One leaf left to fall in the autumn breeze and turn like keys to passageways that creep forever east. I'm talking about one love,
So I had to grace this. I know it's been a while, thank you for the patience. Been going hard in the late shift. So nurse, you can bring some more patience. Came from the Harlem on the east, went down to BK, back to LIC. Been well known since the LIB. Now we moving all black like the MIB. Will Smith. Keep the center in front of the wolf. I know why I'm here, I don't care about how it look. Don't worry about me, I ain't walking around with degrees, but I'm out doing youth behind books like. So talk money, then you talk right. If not, get curved like a sharp right. Got a dog bark and a sharp bite. Vigilante in the rap game, Dark Knight. So bring it back like that. Who would ever think this would be crap like that? Like that. So bring it back like that. Like that. Didn't even notice it was crap like that. Like that. Hey. So bring it back like that. Who would ever think this would be crap like that? Like that. So bring it back like that. Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back. Back up.
I run up on the dude yelling Black Lives Matter. He's like, but aren't you white? Like that matters. You and that whack chatter can scatter and suck the pipe. You lack the courage to encourage what is right, man. You the type of white dude that rather run the rifle and title that's quoting every message in the Bible. And I know that you love trolling on the internet, Call of Duty dropping N-bombs with your headset. But you don't get it, you're the worst of our species. Don't be a faggot when you gotta be so PC, saying it's been too long. Time to move on as if the real injustice is you can't say whatever you want. Frat boy with the bottle and the lump sum, still pretending that you worked hard for your trust fund. I'm coming for your king, screaming checkmate, until the day they put a bullet in my chest plate.
So bring it back like that. Who would never think this would be crap like that? Like what? Hey, so bring it back like that. Never doing even notice crap like that, did you? So bring it back like that. Who would ever think this would be crap like that? Like what? So bring it back like that. Bring it back, bring. Stop.
Get your money, get your bags. I wanna hitch a ride into a distant land. Fly to Prague and end up in Japan. Anywhere but here, anything but Trump. No Instagram, can't capture how I feel about you with an iPhone camera. Here and now, you're raining down like a meteor shower. Now, living love, that's the only thing we'll take into the afterlife. But I worry not about the world beyond, cause I'm worry free and that's paradise. We sacrifice, compensating for a life of sin. But I'd like to think in the big picture, all life begins with a light within.
Bring it back like that, hey. Like that, hey. Now bring it back like that. Come on, hey. Now bring it back like that, hey. Who would ever think it would be crap like that? Like what? Hey. So bring it back, bring it back, bring it back, bring it back, bring it back. Let's go.
Bring it back, bring it back, bring it back, bring it back, bring it back,
bring it back, bring it back, bring it back, bring it, bring it, bring it, bring it back like that, hey. Bring it back like that.
bring it back,
Bring it back like that. Bring it back like that.
Thank you. Thank you. Good night.
Yes, sir.
So, tell us a little bit of what you think about the current state of the music industry right now. You know, you've been doing music for a while, and you've definitely seen the industry change. You've worked with a lot of different artists, but what are your thoughts in particular on the music industry, and what do you think of the Brooklyn music scene?
That's a tough question. I don't really concern myself with the industry. I think the mode of production is outdated. I think the concept of even capitalism, socialism, communism as economic forms outdated. Those are products of industrial age, and we're postmodern. We're in the wireless age. Why are we dealing with supply and demand in that way when we know they're fabricated markets? There's no demand for diamonds till a marketing company created one.
But now there is a demand for diamonds.
And there are people that can be concerned with that. I'm not. I want to make art, I want to make music, and we should be able to exchange it for money. We should be able to have the things that, you know, people get as grown adults when they provide a service for another person that's beneficial. And so I'm not an electrician, you know, I'm not a fireman, I'm not a doctor, like, so I understand that there are different levels of what you do to contribute to society. But I know doctors, firemen, firewomen, nurses go to music events to get their stress out, to find community, to meet new people, to have new life experiences, get put on to things that they never experienced prior. And I think there's a social need for that. I think what we do as artists is of utter importance, and the industry is concerned with selling stuff. Someone got rich off of selling pet rocks. So you can hustle anything.
Digital rocks too, and Pokemon. And,
you know, and people are getting money.
And like grow plants and
so
stuff. When
anyone out there who sold some pet rocks and has a boat ton of money, come invest in some art. and don't tell me what to do with the money. Just give me the money. We're gonna make awesome stuff, and people will smile. People will enjoy life because of the contribution we as artists are making. And I think that's more important than worrying about an industry. But if you're gonna talk about the industry, burning. Crash, burn, flames, pee on it, take a dump, then shovel that into a bag and throw that into a volcano. That's the industry. It's a wrap. Why are people trying to sell music? Intellectual property as a concept is important in capitalism where you have proprietary ownership of things. But this is our minds. These are ideas. And sure, I like the fact that now someone said I can make you pay to say something that I said. So you want to sample my song, you got to pay me. That's some new stuff. That's 150 years old.
But isn't the goal of the artist to put their things and their art in front of as many people as possible?
Put it in the universe. Like if you're a philosopher, like Plato's, like you can't have multiple orientations. You're either the philosopher or you're something else. And anything else has a purpose other than searching for wisdom. And so with me as making art, the only thing I have to do is make what's honest and authentic. Anything else then deviates from the purpose. And I do consider money. My landlord does not get paid in art. My landlord doesn't want to hear nothing about art. But on the other hand, I've been offered money to do a lot of things that I would never do. And and that's like everyone in the world. You always have choices on how you want to live, you know.
You said you've been offered money to do all kinds of things.
You don't want to.
I'm a slash journalist now too. So would you leave it open like that? You my man's and all, but you know, would you? Yes.
I got offered
some
no,
things. I mean, yes. So, you know, what current projects do you have going on? And before you actually speak on that, because we talk about working with artists and creating platforms, but, you know, you also have a number of annual events that have grown throughout the years. Can you tell us just briefly about your 12 Days of Art?
So every January, we do 12 Days of Art, and it started with a concept. I wanted to rent an art space and for 30 days straight, do different installations of art. And either people make music, people repaint the space, and it came from Sin, who had that concept of a conscious cycle. And he videotaped just this art space that constantly was changing. No one's art was permanent. And I love this idea of art being ephemeral, like it not being a product, not being an object to be commodified or to be purchased or held on to, but an experience to have. And we couldn't find a venue that would do it. And so I was able to work with and I'd already promoted, like, we're gonna do 30 Days of Art, we're gonna do it.
He was like, I'm doing it.
And it didn't work, and so I knew enough venues where I could do 12 days. We could do every like Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday in the month. And that was like maybe 5 years ago. And we did them at people's houses, we did them in venues, we did them in studio spaces, like whoever would let us do it. And it's grown. So like this past year, we had probably 14 different events in the month of January, and they all were in like good quality spaces, good sound. My annual fishnet and ice cream birthday party is off the hook every year.
That is true.
It is. I ain't lying. But it's also changed, man, because like when we came up with that, we were doing one show every 2 weeks or like a big show once a month. I do 12 events every month now. Like we do shows 3 to 4 days out of the week. So Melissa and I started an art space. So we do events there. I still use other venues. I can't do stuff in my house because my neighbors are lame, but...
Well, why do you do so many events and types of events? Like, where does the drive come from?
Mutant X gene? I don't know. And
like, he does not
hold
sleep.
on.
I promise you.
And
I've known this man
Apocalypse is from
20
North
years.
Africa.
He don't
Because the
sleep.
first mutant, and the first mutant was African.
That is true.
Sorry, I had to just make sure we got that across.
Okay. Can you also let the people know about the summer music video? I mean, the summer
Festival.
Summer Festival.
Yes, Brooklyn Wildlife Summer Festival. 2016, we had over 150 live bands, or live performers, a mix of bands, MCs, DJs, dancers, burlesque performers, performance artists, and just amazing people, man. Like, we did 12 events in 8 days or something like that, or like 10 events in 8 days. The last 3 were in the city, so we did baby castles, we did pianos, we did cake shop. It was banana cakes. We did stuff like at my man Tom Charles's crib for the final show in Brooklyn. The homies here at Carrie Blue rocked out. You know, a bunch of the people who were performing here, like we do a lot of shows together, people in the audience, we rock together. My man Nate, what's up, Zach? And it really is just a place where if you want to meet other artists, come do it. No sponsorship. There's not a single company that has their name up on anything. There's not a single person that tells me, book this band because they work with me. Book this because it will do this. We'll pay you. Last night, some dude offered me $100 to perform. I was like, perform, bro. Buy drinks for people. I don't care about the money when it comes to art. And so this festival is that one place. If I go, I won't name the other festivals, but when I go to Afropunk, I can see the influence of corporations on it. Now, Afropunk inspired me to do what I'm doing now, but that's evolution. It leaves, there's a void, and we got to do something because Nissan is all over it. I go to certain other festivals I won't name. Brooklyn Hip Hop Festival. There are 3 female performers. It's all day, and there's people rapping, and there are 3 women? I want to go to shows where I actually get that balance of energy. I don't want to hear dudes rap all night. I don't want to see 80,000 dudes in the same place. I like dudes, y'all are cool, like, you know, everything, but the feminine energy needs to be involved in the creative process. When I listen to hip hop, when I listen to certain genres of music, or when I go to certain shows, you can tell no women help throw this. Why? They don't want to? BS. Okay. They're not skilled? BS. There's a whole bunch of dudes holding people out. And so with what I want to do, man, it's a place where everyone can come. It don't matter if you want to dress in drag. It doesn't matter if you do nude performance art. It doesn't matter if you're a dude who rapped for 30 years straight and all you care about is hip hop. You will meet someone who has that same drive, but they might make drone music, or they might make, you know, stuff with synthesizers and weird knobs and pedals, you know, but it's the same thread.
And you'll rap your face off.
Yeah, and if you come see me, man, I'll be in my underwear. I'll still rap your face off. I rapped last night naked, and I was killing it. I was having fun. It was good, and we rocked out. Shout out to people who came to Bazaar Bar last night. That was amazing.
All right, what's the name of the next song you're getting into?
I think we're gonna do a little medley of sorts that will involve Gravitational, Long Nights, and Matrix.
All right, let's get it.
Gravity gave way when I saw you today. Oh, now gravity gave way. Gravity gave way, 'cause you're gravitational, insatiable, irresistible, bodies physical, entities intertwined as you orbit my mind. Can't seem to pull away. You're hurling through outer space. Forces are falling fast. Spirits of equal mass, weightless within their pull. Oh, your gravitational. Your gravitational. Your gravitational.
From the earth to the interstellar.
Your gravitational.
From the earth to the interstellar.
I will love you forever, forever now.
From the earth to the interstellar. I will love you forever, forever. It's Adam and Eve, naked in the garden, red hot chili peppers, blood,
Sugar, sex, magic, no serpents or specters.
no burning bushes. With the shepherds in my mind, we're molded and made to be together forever. Who gives a about these crimes in our nebula?
Here's my holy replica.
World wonder number 9, hanging guard in a Nebuchadnezzar. It's like we're tethered together, bound by straps of leather. It's like these things could never be better. She's in my orbit like Johannes Kepler, knowing that we both stay whoa like Edgar. But in this room where we rock till the cops come knocking, we hugging whenever, wherever. We wrap our bodies around each other. It's an endless feedback loop. Mobius strip, MC Escher. There's a thin line between pain and pleasure, so
grab the ropes and pass the smoke.
I like to bite, scratch, and I choke. We connect like cables, wires wrapped up close. 2016, the venom got in him, and he found himself wrapped up like fine linen. All these fine women swimming in the estrogen, rushing adrenaline, touching when intimate.
Try to picture it.
Nah, try to picture it. Nah, get your camera, picture it, yo.
Gravity gave way when I saw you today. Oh, now gravity gave way. Gravity gave way. 'Cause your gravitational, insatiable, irresistible, that is physical. Entities intertwine as you open my mind. Can't seem to pull away. Oh, hurling through outer space. Voices are falling fast. Spirits of equal mass. Weightless within their pole. Oh, your gravitational.
From the earth,
Gravitational.
from the earth to the interstellar.
Your gravitational.
From the earth to the interstellar.
Your gravitational.
From the earth to the interstellar. I will love y'all forever, forever. But how long's forever? How long's forever? My closest friendship splintered, severed. I went through the coldest winter ever. I thought we'd be together forever.
Now come on and bring your friend. We're gonna explore the life, we're gonna do it again. The water's in check, 'cause tonight we're gonna sweat. Involve the evolution dance, opposite of death. Keep your hand on your heart, we're going deep in the dark. Playing peekaboo and pick a full leaf. Ride hard, bring the honey and the maple, chocolate peppers, liquor, rainbow, making love in the habitat, breaking those cables.
Long nights, short days, long strokes, we don't play. Let's have a convo. Love song so strong like a convo. So, some say the X make the sex spectacular. I don't know, I don't take pills, I relax with lavender. I grab necks and I might hold jugulars. I'm Georgia Okie on your 12-month calendar. Yeah, it's love at first bite like Dracula. Ligature and signature, read inside my literature. My black roses, pretty petals, but adorned with thorns. A woman scorned, but I'll grab the bull by horn. I practice free love like the hippies in the 60s. In a field of flowers, ivies and lilies. Inside my irises and violets. Burning purple pollen hybrids trying to describe and inscribe her. I can see her when I close my eyelids. She is my Isis. Life is so priceless. From the smell of jasmine, memories start flashing. She's a snapdragon and got my heart slashing. On arms of my fashion, we are wine sipping. With fine women, Sage got my mind spinning. Weeping willows, pillow talking, sleeping silhouettes. She's 6 feet in stilettos, see lights fill on neck. I'm married to Mary Jane, carry the flame, bury the pain, and I'm never the same. I sit with a gorgeous orchid and sorceress. My lips move towards her torso and hips. I'm so fortunate. Flash, flood, scorched earth, torches. I take her photo 'cause I cannot paint a portrait. No, 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 we're not your average couple bags in the eyes. I personify trouble. My mind is boggled, marigold and potion face in a honeysuckle. Suck her pussy till she trembles. What? Suck her pussy till she trembles. And we come by the triple. Long nights, short days, long strokes. We don't play. Let's have a convo. A love song so strong.
You got to mean something to me. Keep me keen now. How many flowers and words will we have in between? That salty seas. Come bring those petals back to me. I'll pick you clean, so none of these fellows take your destiny. Stay with me, please. Stay with me, please.
With me, please.
Stay with me,
Now,
please.
is it love at first sight or first bite? While I walk through this life of earthly delight, is she the queen of my dreams off the screen, or a fading beam of light, a mirage that I've seen?
somewhere while I wander through the last past life, unraveling the seams much more than she seems. Try to catch the kite like a master gasoline, but relationships getting cracked, fracturing. That's the past packaging, and a cage bird sings. Stony the lonely, free of the static cling, too crazy for the ring. And holy matrimony, yeah, that theory finds a string. But maybe my ladies like the fact that I am crazy, and it doesn't mean a thing. Hard up in the ring, but my heart is like a metal machine. We want a lot of love, but we cry like rivers and streams. Live out your dreams. We can sit in swings or trip all spring or something in between. When I fall in love, it's off the rafters hanging from the beams. Off balance like I'm sipping on lean. Her heart's a constellation. She makes the stars scream. Makes her heart scream. And crime travel marking. Leaving dark rings in the bark of my hide. Pulling heartstrings. This is raw hot out of eyes deep inside. Already said goodbye to a woman that I'll love until the day I die. I hope she's happier the same as I. I hope she's happier the same as I. Long nights, short days, long strokes. We don't play. Let's have a convo. Love song so strong like it's a song. Now you got to mean something to me. Keep me keen now. How many flowers and words will we have in between this OT scenes? Come bring those petals back to me. I'll pick you clean, so no, these fellows take your destiny. Stay with me, please. Stay with me, please. Stay with me, please. Stay with me, please. Stay with me, please.
All right, we got another break.
Yes. All right. Come on, we can do it. Come on. You know, I gotta say, in this last hour, I really hope that the people that will see this in perpetuity and the people that are here realize what a magnificent and beautiful individual that you are. I told this gentleman when I met him 19 years ago, I said, Chris has the most beautiful mind of any person that I've ever met. And to see you matriculate and continue with the art has been a pleasure. And your answers to these questions have been absolutely amazing, unlike any person that I've ever talked to. So, you are a uniquely singular individual. And can you please let the people know how they can continue to follow your work?
Come see me in person. That's how. See me on the street. Give me a high five. Give me a hug. If I don't see you in person, then the internet's great. We're on Facebook, Brooklyn Wildlife. Everything's spelled properly. It's like Facebook/Brooklyn Wildlife. On Twitter, BK Wildlife. On Instagram, BK Wildlife. Our website's bkwildlife.com. I mean, we're easy, man. I picked a title and name like, what is it? Brooklyn. You can remember that. Wildlife. Why would you wildlife? Party animals. I remember. See this? Now, the first ad was, don't call us coons. All right?
Yeah.
So I go hard. Like, y'all think, I've toned it down, man. I used to go ham on the internet. Me and Ty had people threatening us. I literally had to hit up lawyers like, some dude showed me the picture of the gun and is talking about coming to my crib. We used to go ham on the internet. And so I've toned it down. But Brooklyn Wildlife, you can see us. But, raccoons, they're cute, but don't.
It's the nightlife. It's the nightlife.
Like, I'm cute like a bear cub, but all right, anyway. So, Brooklyn Wildlife. Did I say it enough times? Brooklyn Wildlife? And my name is Stonehenge Parnhash-Nikovsky. I'm the only one on the internet. I was inspired by my man Ty. He had this name, Isaac Smashimoff, and he was terrorizing people on the internet. But what I realized is you can flip the internet where you build your own name. I could use a name that is already out there, like Brooklyn and Wildlife, and that works. But for my rap name, I want you to find me. I'm the only one. Parnhash Smash, like you seen in the Avengers when Loki stands there and he thinks he wins, and then the Hulk is like, no, bang, 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 bang. That's how the music industry. I'm looking at it like, that's Loki. I'm Hulk. Smash.
All right.
Parnhash Smash. Yes.
All right. Can I get a big round of applause for the amazing Chris Carr? We got time for one more song. All right. Yo, the BK Wildlife Crew was a lot of things, none of which was boring. I mean, turned down for what? I hope you thoroughly enjoyed this walk on the wild side and get inspired to channel your indie artists. I know I'm reinvigorated. And if you want more B-Side, please check us out on our YouTube channel. Get out the way, Chris. Follow us on Facebook, #BSideBK. And if you have an idea for a band that could rock the show, please hit us up at bside@bricartsmedia.org. I'm your host, Aaron Watkins, reminding you that great rappers will still rap your face off. It's just up to you, the listener, to find them. And we'll see you on the next B-Side.
They hold you down just for fun. They hold you down, so you grab their gun or chained in a cage. Shadows flicker. You hold the people down. You're bound to hear ticker, 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 tick, ticker, ticker, tick, ticker, ticker, tick, ticker, ticker, tick.
Only one way, gotta break the matrix. Only one way, gotta face the agent. Only one way, gotta break the matrix. Only one way. Hey! So, I write and scribe a chapter. My homegirl hung herself right from the rafters. It's a sick passion, I'm crafting her after. Living as a black man.
Black Lives Matter!
Ain't no acting, no trapping. No hooks, no captains, of course no tracking, no financial backing, flashing, future, now goes the caption, we release the Kraken, only one way,
Gotta break the matrix.
only one way,
Gotta face the agent.
I face Satan all the pain and anguish, they don't give us freedom, we say, we'll take it. No more waiting, blatant, say that I'm dreaming, I've been sleeping on a spaceship, feeling like a cave-in, on a caveman, Edgar Allan Poe, lay it in a gutter with the raven. We don't do it for the radio statement, placement, do it for the sake of the sacred. Baby, one day, we'll be chilling with the ancient. Let's ever sacrifice the dance in my basement. Light the candles when the bass hits, shape shift. Sip the poison to your snake bit, face it. There were times I didn't think I would even make it. Trying to make a living off a loving land of hatred. From the age of Reagan, raging, tricking out, economics very low. Wages, triple crown beds, and the promise of a paycheck. Simple pint of flesh, conquest for the God body, God be chilling with the Masons. I'm a Robbie God, even laying with the pagans. My friend drowned in a tidal basin. I wasn't there, so I couldn't save him. Only one way, gotta break the matrix. Only one way, gotta face the agent. Only one way, gotta break the matrix. Only one way.
They hold you down,
down,
just for fun.
They hold you down.
So you grab the gun, chained in a cage. Shadows flicker. You hold the people down.
You out here, ticker, 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 ticker. Only one way, gotta break the matrix. I got 2 more seconds. Can I say something? Yo, for anyone who's watching this, it's about love and community with art and music. You see all these different people here. Check them out. All of these people do something special and amazing. And so it's not about me. It's not just about Brooklyn. It's about worldwide. It's about international. These boundaries.
for a blink moment in time. People are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
All right, y'all, we starting, y'all. And thank you for coming to Hella Late with Holly Harper. I am Holly Harper, adding a little bit of color and curves to late night TV. I have a great episode in store for you today called The Mom Squad, because there are 43 million moms in this country. That's a lot of wine, okay? And I just happen to be one of them. I have a teenage daughter and I have a cutie pie son. And my husband and I are always trying to tell the kids how different the world was when we were growing up, okay? And it became really clear to me one day when we were in Family Dollar, okay? We were in Family Dollar because we're wealthy, okay? That's what wealthy people do. They furnish their homes with Family Dollar. Those placemats are cute though, seriously. But we were in Family Dollar and my daughter is about 7 and she came up to me and she handed me something and she's like, Mama, what is this? And I looked at it and I was like, that's an ashtray. And then it hit me, she doesn't know what it is because children have no connection to smoking anymore, okay? Because you can't really smoke on Earth, all right? Like you gotta step outside Earth to have a cigarette. But like I am from the generation that we made ashtrays for our parents, okay? Who out there made an ashtray for the parent? Somebody did. Thank you, I can't be the only one. And remember, it was like a ceramic thing. It was ceramic. It was always like some clay thing. It was an arts and crafts project. You sunk your hand into it. That was the pit, all right? And then you wrote on it like, I love you, Mama. Don't die, okay? And then you glazed it. You had to glaze it. And I remember I brought my ashtray home. I brought my ashtray home to my mom. I handed it to her, and she was like, oh, that's so pretty, baby. That is so pretty. Now, why don't you go on to the store and buy me a pack of cigarettes? And like off my little behind went in the world to buy her a pack of cigarettes, and nobody thought anything of it because their kids make their drinks, okay? Those little fingers make great stirrers, all right? That is the world I grew up in. I grew up in love and neglect, all right? Love and neglect. So listen, we are gonna have a great episode with the Mom Squad because everybody has a mama out there that just loves your dirty bathwater. She loves everything about you. So it is time to celebrate her. So you guys ready for the show? Thank you. I know I am. Now listen, I have a friend named Heather, and she has lots of questions. So we're gonna visit Heather on the street. Hello, I am Heather Michelle Harper. Heather on the street for Hella Late with Holly Harper. Now Heather has questions, and the good people of Brooklyn have answers. So y'all gonna come with me right now for Heather on the street. What was your mom, or what is your mom's favorite curse word?
Can I say it here? Oh yeah. Yeah. Was it her favorite? It's a diverse, versatile word. So.
Like what context would she say it?
You get out of bed. It's time you did. Love you. All the good options. Yeah.
Were you spanked growing up?
Yes, extension cords and stuff like that.
Ooh, moms. Are you a mom?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a favorite curse word? Do you curse?
Once in a while.
Okay, what is your favorite curse word?
S-H-I-T.
This is As the World at Atlantic Terminal Turns. All right. Black love. Okay.
Yes.
I'm a mom filmmaker, so like my films are my baby.
Because you look rested. I was like, she's not a mom. She's rested. She still has that happiness inside. I could feel it. You're a mom. Do you spank? Do you spank?
I whip.
You whip? All right now. Okay, so that question was like, so you whip, but it was a hand, a belt, a brush, a switch, or a sandal?
A belt and a switch.
A belt and a switch. All right now. So we're asking people if they're comfortable answering. Was it spanked by a hand, a brush, a belt, a switch, or a sandal?
Is there therapy after this interview? Like, I feel like you're digging up some traumatic experiences. Are we gonna hold space afterward to talk?
Heather had questions and Brooklyn had answers. Some of them. The answers are the answers, ma'am. Anyway, thank you guys. Bye.
Some people say women aren't funny. That just means they didn't have a funny mom. But my mom is. Please enjoy Holly Harper.
It's my boo's birthday and I'm trying to show him love. Not the kind he's thinking of, cause my back hurts so fast. So I'm really searching for the thing that floats his boat and gives me status as the goat. My wife game is half-assed. Last year I forgot his birthday. He was so mad we were in therapy. This year it almost slipped away. It's tomorrow. I got it. Shrink shows you care when chicken just won't do. Last year he almost divorced you when you forgot. Shrink shows you care. He will think your love is real. He knows you deveined and peeled. Get naked and serve shrimp. Shrimp, it's a magic that stirs up emotion. Steak of the ocean. You could break wind, but them hand him a po' boy. He would feel the whole joy, rub on you like corduroy. Baby girl, don't fret, go win the Love Olympics. Butt naked shrimp dish. That's not in my voice. Shrimp shows you care. That's not me either. Shh, don't tell.
When I first started doing stand-up, I became aware of a woman who toughed out the comedy scene when no one was really putting Black female comedians on. She has stamina and beauty to match, and it is my honor to present this queen, Rhonda Handsome.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you for that applause. It makes me feel all dark and lovely. Oh, it is so exciting being back in Brooklyn. Oh, I'm from Bed-Stuy, do or die. Mostly die. But I got gentrified out. Oh, yeah. I knew the neighborhood was changing when I saw all of these blondes and redheads jogging in their little shorts and walking their little dogs, and that was just the men. Gosh, egos. Whoa. Oh. Talking about egos, can you believe the candidate, the losing candidate, refusing to concede, demanding endless recounts? And that was just Kanye. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm a woman on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Oh yeah, I'll admit it, I went crazy in a movie theater. It was at Black Panther. It was opening night, and the place was packed, and I was holding a seat for my son who was going to meet me after work, and the movie is about to begin, and every minute someone's coming up to me going, "Is this seat saved? Is this seat safe?" And finally I just snapped. Is this seat saved? This seat is washed in the blood of the Lamb. This seat is held holy by all of United Artists and Paramount. Is this gum-encrusted red velour seat saved? Why, yes, this seat is saved. Let me hear you say, hallelujah. No one sat next to me. Not even my son. That's my time. My name is Rhonda Handsome. Thank you.
Please give it up once again for our comedian, Rhonda Handsome. Yes. Now, as with Heather, I love to ask questions, and there's nothing I love more than moms and the women who love and support them. Please enjoy 20 to 1. Hey guys, 20 to 1 is a Q&A thing I do with some very cool people. So basically we're gonna chop it up and then I'm gonna ask them a series of 20 questions and they get their answers in a minute or two. I don't really like to rush these things. So here we go. Everybody, we have Evita Robinson with us. Yes!
Thank you.
Oh, yes, Evita, who I call the leader of the Black travel movement. Hi, Evita.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well.
Oh my God. People, if you don't know, Evita Robinson in September 2011, if I'm correct, she created No Madness Travel Tribe, okay? It's an online social community primarily for Black travelers, and she like started a whole movement. Like,
yeah, we taking over the world, boo.
I need to join you too. I need to get away from these kids. I'll be joining sometime.
Listen, I'm down.
Yes, but yes, Miss Evita has been everywhere. Japan, Jamaica, Panama, the UK, France, the Netherlands, Germany, Cambodia, India, Thailand, Hong Kong, Dominican Republic. I could go on and on.
Yeah, I think I'm tapping like just under 40 now.
Whoa. Oh my goodness. So 20 to 1. It's a series of Q&A questions. They're fun. I'm not gonna be like, okay, what was the darkest moment? That's not for me because I can't help nobody. I can make you laugh. All right, so here we go. Okay, if you could live 300 years, what age would you freeze your body at?
I'm gonna say 37, which is nuts because I'm turning 37. So I'm gonna go a little bit in the future because right now I'm in some of the best shape I've ever been in my life. And I know that as I keep going, that between 37 and 38 is gonna be fire.
Have you ever gotten jacked up by an animal?
Oh shit. Now I'm taking it back to when I lived in the Bronx for 10 years before I moved out to Jersey. Flying cockroaches ain't no fucking joke. Cause this is the thing, all they have to do is be themselves authentically and you gonna knock yourself out.
Would you rather eat fish food or dog food?
Fish food.
Holla. All right. Have you ever had a crush on a teacher?
Yes.
Oh, all right now. All right. Have you ever been to a shitty wedding?
Yes, I can't say whose. I can't say whose, yes.
Yeah. What is the most amount of money you ever found?
I think probably $50. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. How old were you when your first kiss?
Oh, Akil Warfield. Arlington Middle School, outside by the track. He said my tongue tastes like black cherry.
Bro, that sounds like
I'll never forget
sounds like
this
an
shit.
80s rock song. What cartoon character would you date?
Gosh. Oh my gosh. Damn, I feel like I need some options. What cartoon character would I date? Serious relationship or just for entertainment?
Entertainment, either or.
Howard the Duck. Howard the Duck. His ass was massive. Howard the Duck. Do you remember Howard the Duck?
I do remember Howard the Duck. But before we go, I really just want to let everybody know what's up next for you, or what do you have doing, what's going on right now, and what's up next?
Yeah, so we have so much. Yeah, obviously with everything that's going on in the world, we had to pivot, but we have our Audacity Festival, which is a festival for travelers of color and our allies. We're going on our 5th digital iteration in a year. Child, we've been shelling these things out every 3 or 4 months. And so our next one is on May 1st, but we are actually bringing and going back to the in-person festival for 2022. So there's more info coming on that. And we're just really out here in the BIPOC data world, like anything that you need about like Black travelers, advocacy and advocates for Black and Brown, particularly women in the travel industry. I'm your girl. And if anybody wants any information, they can check out our website, nomadnesstraveltribe.com.
Absolutely, absolutely. Everybody, Evita Robinson. Listen, everybody, this has been a joy with Miss Evita Robinson. Look her up. We're going to have all her socials up on here. But thank you so much. Thank you, Evita. Living a natural life with a healthy dose of activism has its benefits. I'm not very natural, but I get the activism. Some of it. Please meet a perfect mom.
Alex, welcome to Perfect Mom Studios. Thank you so much for coming. It's lovely to have you.
Thank you. She, her, hers. Hello,
Malaika.
Malikwa.
Malaika.
Malashis.
Just Malaika.
And it's very nice. It's very low key. It's very apropos of the quiet lion energy that you put forth into our shared earth.
Yeah. So tell me, why do you think that you were chosen as the perfect mom for NBS This Morning's Perfect Mom competition?
As a woman, a mother, a womb warrior, the most sacred position a spirit can ensconce, I gift you with a tool that will free you from the capitalistic, commercial, land-raping tradition and give you this family cloth.
I don't follow.
Okay, one does not need toilet paper, roll after roll, tree after tree, generation after generation of earth murder to wipe one's butt. This family cloth that you use and you wash is all you need to free you from toilet paper's greedy infinite grasp so you can move forward consciously. My sister, it's only gently used. Okay, you're not ready to receive that.
Thank you. So tell me, again, why do you think that you are a candidate for the Perfect Mom competition?
What is a competition but a shaming tool of capitalism? Our foremothers through history did not have time for mom petitions. I think I could say without fear or contradiction that they bonded through the struggle of climbing the hill of misogyny. Just like the walls of our womb ripped open by forceps, our place in society has been forced, hidden, and discredited.
Are your kids excited?
Competition, the inherently destructive tool of exclusion based on the nefarious idea that one can only succeed if others fail, is just as violent as the idea within society that we must follow a set of rules crafted by white men that are no longer alive, that are never, ever relevant or in our best interest. There go bullshit.
But I was just...
Rules and laws only existing to beat us into submission. We must resist every form of oppression, just as we resist GMOs, as we resist eating animals that are our friends, slaughtering them for cheap, unearned snacks. We must stare this all in the face and say, no, enough, you must stop.
But
All that? I'm sorry, I get excited. Ooh. No, wait.
So, you eat pork rinds?
No, those are not mine.
But they fell out of your bag.
Okay, you know what? I don't like this. I want this whole thing shut down. I want all of this shut down right now.
What?
Bitch, I will sue you!
I have to go to the bathroom. Excuse me.
Thank you for coming to Hella Late with Holly Harper. Good night.
It's
Watch BronxNet on BRIC TV. Tune in to the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on BRIC TV, the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. right here on BRIC TV.
Miss Parker, we need to talk about this letter.
Mr. Dunn, you may own this building, but you cannot just walk into a lady's apartment unannounced.
Oh, sorry, love. Miss Parker, can we talk?
No, I had a talk with an attorney, and it was a very enlightening conversation. It turns out, as a tenant, I have certain rights, and you can't force me out of my apartment until I have my day in court.
I hope you don't think I'm trying to force you out of your apartment. I'd be more than happy to have you stay. You know, as long as you can pay the amount that I have to rent the place out for.
Well, then, you should be prepared to explain that to a housing court judge. Now, in the meantime, I have to continue to unpack.
Miss Parker, I didn't come here to argue with you. Can I buy you out? Pay you to move.
You wrote it down because you were too embarrassed to say it out loud.
No,
Try again. Now we're getting somewhere.
Do you mind if we take a break? You're tough. You're tougher than my wife's divorce attorney. You know, I couldn't help but notice the smell of ganja in the apartment.
You just wait 1 second, Mr. Dunn. Buyout or no buyout, this is still my apartment. And what I do with my time is my business.
My guy won't come all the way out to Brooklyn. So I've just been hoping to, you know, meet like a local guy.
You ain't said nothing but a word. I mean, yes, I will introduce you to my weed guy.
So what's the dealio with you, Ms. Love Parker?
I used to be married. Yeah. Listen, the only thing harder than being an actor is being married to an actor. My mama always used to say, figure out what you don't like about someone, and if you still want to be with them, despite that, marry him.
I wish I would have talked to your mama before I got married.
Yeah, she said a lot of things.
One thing I definitely did not like about her was her fucking Donnie.
Indeed.
Of course, she wasn't fucking him before we got married. I mean, we were like doomed from the start. You know, everything was hers. The fancy apartment, the fancy friends, the air kisses.
Boo fucking who? You're a good-looking white guy in a city made for good-looking white guys. You will do just fine.
You are right there. You are right there. You're...
Oh, God.
I'm hungry. Is there anything good around here?
Okay, come on. Let me show you what made these Wall Street motherfuckers want to come over here. Mother would pack us up and we'd visit her sister in Queens and do all the sights. Oh, my mother hated Times Square. You know, all run down like it was. I loved it. Hookers, the hustlers, the junkies. Just imagine this little Virginia choir girl up in all that. And one day I told myself, I will be a big-time Broadway star, and I will live right there in Times Square.
You really wanted to live in Times Square? Back then?
I was 10 years old. But yeah, when I finally moved there, the rent and the work, it's a lot less glitz and glamour and a lot more grunting and groaning.
The city isn't easy.
But then, you know, I got my first job on stage. Oh, wow, 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 wow.
That's great.
That was me. That was me. And those were the steps. I remember. I mean, you never forget things like that, right?
I guess not.
Time to wake up, sleepyhead.
Wow. I can't believe last night. You know, I finally get Brooklyn.
To be fair, fucking a senior citizen isn't a part of the standard Brooklyn welcome wagon.
Yeah, I know. I get it. My ex-wife always thought I had a thing for my former nanny.
Hey, I have a bunch of things to do, so I really got to get ready to go.
Oh, yeah, sure. Maybe you don't have to move out?
Yeah, Yes, I do. I've seen the rents you're asking for.
Well, you know, I'm sure we could come up with some kind of arrangement.
An arrangement? Like I get to stay in exchange for...
Oh, no, I don't know. I'm just spitballing, you know, I'm just trying to figure out a win-win. What's so funny?
You really think you're different, don't you? And maybe you were. But right now, you're just another white guy who thinks his money entitles him to whatever he wants.
Well, that's not what I meant.
I think it is what you meant. You just didn't think I'd know it.
I mean, I just thought that, you know,
Let me tell you something, Mr. Colby Dunn, newly minted owner of a lovely brownstone in a formerly black neighborhood made safe. What you need to do is ease your smarmy ass out of my goddamn apartment.
Okay. You know, but technically, it's still my apartment.
Not yet. Not until you pay me. So beat it, you whining piece of shit.
Do you think I could still get your dealer's number?
You can get it from my lawyer.
Had a bad day today, parking ticket, bank account overdrawn, said all my money's gone. I got bills to pay, one me I say, things never go right. I'm tired of feeling uptight when you're struggling.
Ooh, that's good shit. It ain't good? It ain't good. It's better in Brooklyn.
I believe. There's a remedy, yeah. And if the sun...
Hi, can I help you?
I'm Cameron Pierre. Alexandra Pierre is my mother. You know the woman you bought the house from?
Oh, yes, of course. Hi. Hi.
Me and Lil Man, we were in the neighborhood, and I wanted to show him the house I grew up in.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like nostalgia.
Nostalgia.
You think it would come in?
Come in to the house. You know, it's messy. I've been...
You really used to live here? Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, sure. Cool. Come on in. Yeah. So it's probably a little different than when you were here last. When was that?
Well, it's been a minute.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I have a lot of plans for it, but just really starting out.
Yeah, I bet.
I remember your mom. She is a tough lady. She brokered that deal all on her own. That woman is tough as nails.
Yeah, she passed away 4 months ago.
And very sweet. She's very sweet, very kind woman.
Look, you don't gotta sugarcoat it, man. My mom's was no joke. She raised 2 boys in this neighborhood all by herself. She never touched a thing in here before either. But this looks like you getting ready for a magazine. You restored and cleaned everything up, right?
I'm pretty much starting it all over.
How about the backyard?
The backyard? No. You know, my wife was the gardener. I never had a green thumb, more like a black thumb. Meaning we actually just started talking about what to do with the backyard right about the time I walked in on her fucking her high school boyfriend.
Damn, it's cold.
Yo, mind your manners. It's Love. She live here when you moved in?
Miss Love?
Yeah. Love. Love Parker, woman who lived downstairs?
Miss Love Parker. Yeah, she did. She lived downstairs. She moved. How about that tour? How you wanna? We could start with the upstairs.
Cool. Why don't we start in the backyard though?
Oh, there's really nothing to see in the backyard. It's probably exactly the same as you left it.
Excuse me? Can I use your bathroom?
Yeah, sure, little man. It's right up the stairs, and you're gonna want to make a right. So do you still live in the hood, neighborhood?
Truth is, I was away for a little while.
School?
Upstate.
Work?
Nope.
Oh, traveling, I know that. Between college, open road, wind in my hair.
I just did 8 years in Greenhaven Correctional.
Prison? Oh. How was that?
Just like any other place. You got some good people, some bad people.
I bet. Son really is taking a long time in the bathroom. Hey, little man, you okay? You didn't fall in, did you?
Are we good?
Yeah, we good.
See you later.
See you later.
Oh yeah, that's not my son. But I knew you more likely to let me in if I had a kid with me.
Look, man, I don't have a lot here, but you can take anything you want. I just here with my here. I'm in my wallet. I have 40, I have 20, I have 30, I have
Look,
31.
Man, I'm not a criminal. I don't want your money, all right?
You're not a criminal. Eight years in prison says otherwise.
8 years because I was a knucklehead who ran with the wrong people.
See.
Look, I just gotta get one thing, all right? I just gotta get something. That's an inhaler. Look, I'm not gonna hurt you, bro. All right, just relax.
What am I supposed to think? You hired a kid to be your son, and then you just walk in here with your dragon t-shirt?
Me and my brothers, we used to hang out all the time on the front out here. moms wouldn't let us go to the park, so we did all sorts of stuff out here. Just the two of us.
It's cool.
Yeah. You know, if you look right down the block over there, you could actually see the school my mom taught at.
Oh, she taught there. That's awesome, right? Well, hey, where are you going? Hey, what the heck are you doing?
Look, I just gotta get one thing, and you never have to see me again. It's right here. Then I'm gone.
Is it loot?
What?
Loot. From a job.
Yeah.
Oh. A comic?
Yeah, a comic. My brother was into Avengers, but X-Men was my shit.
What about Quicksilver?
Just helped me get by when my dad passed. Means a lot to me.
What are you gonna do with it? Sell it on eBay?
Shit, man. eBay? Please.
Smoke?
Nah, man, that shit makes you soft in the head. Plus, I'm on probation.
Right.
Hey, you ever hook up with Miss Love?
What? What are you talking about?
Miss Love, she still got it. Always did.
Spread love, it's the Brooklyn way.
What?
Biggie Smalls?
I know.
You want to hang out?
Nah, man, I'm good. I'm actually gonna get up out of here. But hey, take care of this house, man. And don't forget the people that came here before you.
Come to talk to you today about my mama, but I can't really say nothing about my mama to say something about your mama. So let me just start with your mama. Your mama is the greatest family member you'll ever experience. Oh, your father's cool, your brother and sisters might be all right, but your mama is a shit. Let me tell you something. Your mama believed in you before you believed in your damn self. And for many of us, mama is the first God any of us ever knew. Oh, you got these people call themselves your ride or die friend. Get in some trouble. See if you can find them motherfuckers. Your mama is gonna stick with you through thick or thin. You could kill them. I'm not talking about no accident. I'm talking about it on purpose. Yeah, cut them up in a million pieces. Make a lampshade out their backbone. Your mama will be the one in court with your crazy ass. She holding the Bible. That's my baby. My baby didn't do that. You don't know my baby. That was not my baby. My mother is my first hero, and she's my greatest hero. My mama came to the show when you mother was like, come. Wouldn't be but 6 people in the room, and my mother would be here. She'd sit over there and laugh for a while, then she'd get up, move over there, sit down, laugh. Get up, move over there, sit down, laugh. Get up, move over there, sit down, laugh. Made this shit feel like a crowd.
Anybody born and raised as an only child? Rough. My mother was 16 when she had me. She was in the 12th grade, I was in the 1st. She'd be up in her 12th grade class, I come out my baby class, now we ain't in the school fighting. We go home, we on punishment, we on bunk beds. I'm on the top, she on the bottom. She looked down at me like, you good? I'm like, nah, we on punishment. Every time I found a boo, she want a boo for her. I'm like, wait a minute. I said, you know, when you getting old, I'm gonna put you in a nursing home. She like, you right behind me, heifer. I'm like, this is fair.
You remember? You have company, your mother call you to the kitchen. Robert, come in the kitchen. Come out the kitchen 2 minutes later. My mother said, we about to eat and you gotta leave. Bye. You gotta go now. We gonna eat in front of you. You gotta leave with dignity. Oh, I'll get ready to leave anyway.
Over the old school recipe of your mom. She had a remedy for everything, right? You come to her with an ailment, she starts boiling and mixing booshin thing in the pot. Talking about, I'll cure that. I get a stuffy nose. She said, come now. Sniff the tea from the boiling booshin thing, son. It helped, I felt better. I get a sore throat. She said, come now. Sip the tea from the boiling booshin thing, son. It helped, I felt better. Some years went by, I'm raising a family of my own. I start suffering from stress and anxiety. I called my mom. She said, come now, time to smoke the bushing ting, son.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd. When you dream, when you dream. Dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream. Just dream. Just dream.
What's up, guys? I'm Ray DeJean, host and one of the producers of Laughaholics Live. This happens to be a special that we're taping right at BRIC Studios, downtown BK. To open up the show tonight, we have the son of the headliner, Mr. Talent Harris, is going to open the show. Then we go to position number 2, Edgar Rivera, representing all my Boricuas in New York City and the BX. Then we move on to a very unique comic. He is a stand-up ventriloquist. His name is Nigel. Stay tuned for that. It's going to be incredible. And closing the show, my friend, my good friend in comedy for over 25 years, Mr. It's Just Comedy Talent. Stay tuned, keep it locked. Let's get our laugh on, Laughaholics Live. Let's go.
Another one.
Ladies and gentlemen, y'all ready to have a good time? Make some noise up in here. I need y'all to two-step in your seat. Let's two-step. Let's two-step. I do the two. Come on. I see y'all. Okay, the white guy's a little off beat. Okay, I see. Hold it up, Greg. What's up, y'all? Welcome to Laughaholics Live. I'm Ray DeJean. Make some noise for yourself tonight. And give it up for my DJ all the way up there in the balcony, DJ Greg. I know one thing, he's too old to be putting his name on his t-shirt. That's AKA G Money. You are G, 60 years old. So how's everybody feeling now? Everybody good? Yeah, this girl, when I was on my way here, told me I had a little pee-pee. I was like, nah, you got little eyes. Get out of my face. But you know what? You know what I noticed? A lot of times when we're socializing and we're having a good time, right? You don't know that a lot of celebrities kind of sneak in the building and you don't know that they're here. So now, you know that you're a celebrity. When I come to you and I acknowledge you, I'm gonna point to you. I need you to stand up and wave to my audience. Can I get that? Can I get that? Can I get that? Because we do have some celebrities that snuck up in here. DJ, give me my music. Let me come down here. Let me come down here, yep. Oh, they are in the building, I'm telling you right now. Now, this particular young lady, they just approved for her show to have a reboot. And they said that the ratings were off the chain. Hold that up, Greg. Please give it up for Roseanne Barr. Stand up. Stand up, Roseanne. Yeah. That's right. She think I ain't see her come up in here, up in here. Oh, we got another one. I love the sitcoms from back in the days. There's some shows that we never stop watching. They're on TV right now. Hold that up. Please give it up for Richie Cunningham from Happy Days. Come on, stand up. Stand up, Richie. Now, you know we had a movie come out called The Black Panther, and it kind of addresses our black history. But you know damn well that there's a couple of young ladies that have made it possible for us to ride in front of the bus. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Rosa Parks. Now, we're going to keep it on some black history, because there's not only sisters in our black history, but we got some brothers in our black history. And this brother right here is in every history book you've ever seen. Please put your hands together for Booker T. Washington. Come on. Now, you know we got some gangsters in the hood. We got some people that kind of led us a long way in the hood. They kind of remade this movie several times. Please put your hands together for the original Shaft. Stand up, man. Let's clap it up for all our celebrities in the building tonight. Clap it up. All right, hold on. Hold the music up, Greg. I'm tired as hell, yo. Shit, I'm 55 years old, guys. Give me a round of applause, 55. I think I almost snapped my knees jumping off this goddamn stage. It's good to be older, though. How many people are here 40 and up? 40 and up, make some noise. 40 and up. Yeah. You better start embracing your old age. Embrace your old age, I swear to God. There's a lot of benefits and discounts that come along with it, sir. You gotta try it one day. I went to Foot Locker the other day, tried to buy some Run DMC Adidas, the shell top ones. Remember those? Put them on the counter, they said $79.99, young man. $79.99. I said, hold on a second. Let me see. Pulled out my AARP card. I pulled out my Accessoride card. Don't judge me on this one. I pulled out my EBT card. I said, how much for the goddamn sneakers? They said, sir, we owe you $24.99. Get your ass out the goddamn store. I tell you what, black people are something else, because you know, even when the weather breaks, because today it was like 65, but she still decided to wear the squirrel. They'll just stand up, let everybody see this hamster mixed with squirrel, mixed with possum. This is a yaki squirrel. That's what this is. She said, I'm 67. I can use a pussy right now. That's some civil rights coochie right there. That's the we shall overcome coochie. We shall over. Y'all ready to have a good time tonight? Somebody say hell yeah. Coming to the stage, this gentleman happens to be the son of the headliner for the show tonight, and his name is Young Talent. Y'all give it up for Young Talent, the son among their talent entering the show tonight. Please put your hands together for Young Talent.
Excuse me, Dougie Fresh. Yes. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Make some noise for yourselves for being in the building tonight. Make some noise for yourselves. All right now. Yeah. So I decided I'm gonna stop cheating on my girlfriend. So yeah, you can make some noise for that. Yeah, make some noise. Not for moral reasons or anything like that, you know. It's just too much work, you know, and I'm lazy. It's a lot of work, you know. In order for me to cheat successfully, I'm gonna have to write a letter to my homeboy, tell him to email my cousin, and then have my cousin call the side chick on the payphone, you know? Can you imagine? So, hey, Alicia? Oh, I'm doing good. How are you? Yeah, I just wanted to see what your Wednesday was looking like. Okay. Oh, okay, all right. I see some pretty faces in the crowd tonight, you know? I see some less pretty faces in the crowd tonight, you know? But you gotta love yourself, you know, even if you ugly, you know what I'm saying? You know how you know you ugly? Somebody ever asked you if you just woke up but you've been up the whole day? You might be ugly. I don't really know how ugly I am, you know? I just know I got that face, what you ladies call it, resting bitch face? Well, I got the male equivalent, you know, it look like I wanna fight, and I ain't doing nothing but breathing, you know? I could be horny. I got one of those faces. It's like every time I go to hang out with new people, my close friends, they usually get pulled to the side and stuff, you know? Like, yo, what's going on with your mans? You wanna fight? And like, nah, dog, he just ugly, dog. My man just ugly. It's crazy because I be like completely oblivious to the whole thing, you know? It's like I had this job one time and my boss, he actually like pulled me to the side. He's like, hey, how you doing, Talent? So your coworkers are saying that you're looking a little standoffish. Is everything all right with you? You all right? I end up going back to work looking all creepy, smiling like a weirdo and shit. Looking like a fourth grader on picture day. Why everybody got that fourth grade picture in their living room, and why fourth graders don't know how to smile? You just... Nah, I'm grateful. I'm grateful for my girl piece, though, you know. I'm grateful for the way I got raised, you know. I'm grateful that my parents beat my ass growing up, you know. Make some noise if you believe in a good ass whipping, child rearing, you know. Yeah, when I ask that question, I like to see who cheering too hard for that, you know? That'd be the people with kids in their basement, you know? I see y'all. You know, I had an interesting dynamic growing up. I lived with my mother most of my life, you know. But she wasn't really the scariest disciplinary, you know. You could get one over on moms, you know. You could get shit didn't hurt. Tricked you. But she knew exactly what to do to get me to act right, you know. She'd say, "I'm calling your father," you know. But sometimes she'll just call him. She won't even without any type of warning. She'll just be like, "The phone." I'm like, oh my God, who is it? The phone. Hello? I'm gonna fuck you up. Wait though, you're not even letting me explain nothing. It's wild though, it's wild because I only see my father every couple months, you know, because I live in Long Island. He live in Westchester. So I might get in trouble October. I might not get my ass whooped all the way till February. That's messed up. It messed with the kids psychologically, you know? Because it's like I've been wearing suits to school for months. Posture been like this. Excuse me, can I go to the bathroom? Oh, I'm sorry. May I go to the bathroom? Every time the doorbell ring, my heart drop. Oh, is this the UPS? Yeah, I can sign for it. And in the psychological warfare, it don't stop right there either, you know? You always get that, right before you get your ass whooped, you get that real hard, easy question. It's a hard, easy question, you know? So why the teacher saying you've been acting up in school? What's the easy answer? Because I've been acting up in school? Well, you know, but you can't say that because you're going to get your head knocked off, you know? You got to say something where you act like you trying to do better. I wasn't applying myself. I'm going to do better. You know, my dad crazy, man. He the type of dude to beat my ass, then he going to take me to the movies afterwards. Now I got to share popcorn with him. After he just tore my ass up, you know? Hey, man, you want some popcorn? You know, I'm mad, like, I don't want no popcorn, man. Hey, nigga, you gonna eat this popcorn, nigga. All right, y'all, that's my time, y'all. Y'all been a beautiful crowd, man. I appreciate it.
Get your damn hands up. Go get your damn hands up. That's the anthem. Get your damn hands up. Go get your damn hands up.
He's gonna go downstairs right now. Hold up, his father gonna whip his ass. Give it up for talent. Young talent, y'all. Oh, man. Anybody, any Puerto Ricans in here? Puerto Ricans? Any Haitians? I'm Haitian and Puerto Rican. That makes me Dominican. That's right. I got the sac passe maricón penis. Maricón is sac passe. Oh. You know about don't you? You from Haiti? Your parents. You said that real quick because you know immigration's up in this bitch. You will be out of here tomorrow. Oh, you Haitian. No problem. Get in the van. How you doing, sir? Everything good? Y'all give it up for Russell Simmons in the front. Clap it up for Russell Simmons. He's part of the Me Too movement. Ooh-wee. That's not you, sir. I'm sorry, man. I don't want you to choke me out at the end of the night. So we're going to have a good time. We're going to move the show along. This is for all my Boricuas in the building. Boricuas, make some noise. Boricuas, make some noise. Coming to the stage, he represents the BX to the fullest, funny as hell. Please put your hands together for Mr. Edgar Rivera.
Yo, what's up, everybody? My name is Edgar Rivera, comedian Edgar Rivera, Puerto Rican from the Bronx. I'm over here at BRIC TV in Brooklyn, taping Laughaholics, yo, and I'm very excited because you know what? I'm a Laughaholic, yo. So my comedy is about my family, my comedy is about me, my comedy is about life experiences, and that's what I do, and that's how I make people laugh, yo. So stay tuned because you will laugh.
Bueno, esto es un placer esta noche de estar aquí con ustedes. Nada más sin y'all. You're looking at me like, we need subtitles? Someone looked at me. I didn't even know he was in Spanish. Any Latinos? That shit was so sad, right? I thought I was gonna come to Brooklyn and go, Puerto Rico, and we'll start a parade out here, but it just, woo! I'm from the Bronx. Anybody from the Bronx? Yeah, 8 hours to get here to Brooklyn. Ain't that some shit? Ray said, hey, you gotta be here at 5. It took me 1 hour and 45 minutes to get here from the Bronx. 10 miles, 1 hour and 45 minutes. That is some shit. That shit gets me mad. I don't know about you, but you ever be in traffic wondering what the traffic is? Is that a Latino thing? I think it's just me, yo. I be in traffic, I wonder what's happening over there. And then the longer you wait, the more you exaggerate. There must be a 10-car accident. 5 more minutes, 3 people must have died, coño. Another 5 minutes, President Trump is in town, shit. You know what gets me bad about New York traffic? That you in traffic for a half hour, and then when you get there, there's nothing. Don't that get you mad? You ever see people looking for traffic? They'll be like, where the hell did the traffic go? That's the traffic. People looking for traffic, yo. People like, it was just traffic. What happened to that shit, yo? You know what it is? You know what it is? It's rubberneckers. Where my rubberneckers at? Look at this guy. He's proud. I rubberneck all the time. Are you a rubbernecker? No, look, that's bullshit. That is bullshit. Everyone is a rubbernecker, so if you're in traffic for a half hour, when you get there, it's an ambulance and all this shit, what do? You go, oh, don't tell me. I don't want to know. I'm a rubbernecker. I look at that shit, I record it, I put it on Facebook, Instagram. I rubberneck, I be like, mira, that's the traffic right there, hashtag dead. It's hilarious, right? Dead, está muerto. That's what it is. I'm a rubberneck so everybody could suffer just like I did. I don't know about you, if I'm in traffic for more than a half hour, when I get there, I want to see a dead body wrapped in a blanket. I think that's good enough for me, right? I mean, like, oh shit, that's the traffic. Because I hate it. You know what I do? I use Waze. Anybody use this? Waze, look, some people look confused. They don't even know what Waze is. Or they don't understand my English because I'm a Latino. Waze is a navigation app. I don't know how people drive without Waze. Ever since Waze came into my life, I use it even if I know where I'm going. I don't even need to be driving. I could be walking. That should be like, you walking too fast. Edgar, slow down. Right? Because I love Waze, man. Waze is the shit. Waze will tell you anything. Anything. Nail on the road ahead. You can't do that to me, man. I'm messed up. Yo, I got my whole head out the window. Where the hell is the nail? Yo, that shit said there was a nail. You heard it, right? Because I got a love-hate relationship with Waze. Because Waze will help you and mess you up at the same time. Right? You ever hear this one? Pothole on road ahead. That's a good one. Facts. That's some Brooklyn shit. Facts. Pothole on road ahead. But these highways out here got like 3 to 4 lanes. And now I'm wondering if I'm in the pothole lane, yo. You can't do that to me. I got adult ADD. I got shit. Now I'm not looking at nothing but where's the pothole? As a Latino, I appreciate this one. Police ahead. You get off the gas real quick and step right. Oh, shit. You throw that shit out the window. You start putting stuff away that you don't even have. You clean. The cops. Hidden police. It tells you the cops are up there. The cops are up there hiding because they want to catch me. But Waze is telling me that they're hiding. That shit, what? And my Waze is Latino. I changed the white voice the minute I got that shit. My shit is real Latino. My Waze will be like, in 2.3 miles, there's a cop under the tree. Be careful. I'll be like, gracias, Waze. You mess around, yo, you mess around. You're gonna be in this app one day and it's gonna tell you in 2 miles you're gonna hit a deer. You're like, holy shit, we are in Flatbush. Telling you, man. I love it. I love it. I don't know how. I don't know people that don't use it. If you don't use it, download it. WAZE is the best. It tells you, look, okay, you put an address on this app, right? And they'll tell you what time you're going to get there. They'll put an address and it tells you you're going to get there at 10:24. And I don't know about you, but as a Latino adult, that's a challenge. That is a challenge. That's a video game for adults. Kids got PlayStations, Xbox, I got Waze. I put that shit on my dashboard, I'm gonna beat you, bitch. I turn the car on, yo, it's like a game, it's a video game. I hear music and everything, Grand Theft Ways, I swear. I take off like a maniac. I eat lights, I speed the whole way. I drive recklessly and I still get there at 10:24. Isn't that amazing, right? Like, how does it know? That shit is amazing. It blows my mind, yo. Any single people here? Way should have told me this shit. I wore this jacket, yo. Look, single people. This is what I was thinking about the other day. Look, I was thinking about this. Think about it. I think they should make ways for relationships. Somebody say yes. Ways for relationships. Can you imagine this app, how cool it would be when you meet someone? You'd be like, let me waste them. In 2.3 dates, she's gonna go crazy. Reroute. Wow, you imagine? You imagine how cool that would be? Send me another way, Wade. Shit'll be priceless, man. I was thinking about shit like that. Where's my oldest couples? Come on, 20 years plus. Right there? He don't even look happy at all. He's like, why you raising your hand, shit? Can you imagine having ways in your relationship? Like if you're having trouble in your relationship, you got a navigation app that controls your relationship and tells you shit before it happens. You imagine in 3 days, she's gonna get her period. Oh. It's gonna be an argument. Okay, let me go another way. I love it. I love that app, man. I try to get my father to use it. My father's old school. My father came up to me the other day. He said, I gotta go to take your mother to the hospital. And it's at 10 o'clock. What time should I leave? Because Latino parents are real exaggerating. If I got a flight today, my father said, leave last night. You never know, there's gonna be traffic. And I'll be like, Papi, there's ways. No, I know where I'm going. Because they are stubborn Latino, old school Latino parents. Been here 32 years in this country, and they still don't speak English. Ain't that something? Some Latino shit. And en esta casa se habla español. Nosotros somos puertorriqueños. And I'll be like, Papi, it's just me and you. I'm not even talking to you in English. What's going on? Because it blows my mind, right? Because it's funny, because never in my life have I heard my parents speak in English. Till last year, my sister married someone that does not speak Spanish. My household is gentrifying. I'm not gonna tell you where he's from, but he's black. Listen, my father be like, llegó el morenito. But Papi, I think he knows what that means, yo. But now, look, true story. Now, for the first time, they're forced to speak English, and I find this priceless. It's amazing. Every Sunday when I'm home, I go to my parents' house to hear my father talk to my brother-in-law. This shit is better than TV. A couple of weeks ago, my father, on a Sunday, got up, and he was complaining about a snowstorm we got last year. We were going through a snowstorm, but he's complaining about the one last year. In the living room, he got up with his big gut, and he said, King. He gets nervous and that's all that comes out of his mouth. Can you believe? And then I said, my father knows a Jew. Can you believe how much snow we got last year? Mira, that was unbelievable. And he walked away. He said, unbelievable, and walked away. And in my mind, I saw him dropping a microphone, like, pah. And I know what unbelievable is. That's my father. I said, Papi, I know that shit was unbelievable. But I have to correct him because my brother looked very confused. And I said, Papi, Maca, I think you meant to say unbelievable. It's not unbelievable, it's unbelievable. He said, mira, pendejo. It was unbelievable. Because I saw it in my house, in the living room, in the television. Unbelievable, mama. And I looked at my brother and I said, welcome to the family, son. Unbelievable. Y'all have a good night. My name is Edgar Rivera.
Come on, keep it going, man. Edgar Rivera. Edgar Rivera. He looked like he worked on Jerry Springer's show. Look at my man over there. How you doing, buddy? Get the black guy. How you doing, man, over there? How you doing, man? You all right, bro? You good? You Jamaican, right? I knew it. Come out here and stand in front of the audience for me like this. Look at him. Look. My man Edgar Rivera did his thing. Can I clap it up for him one more time? Funny as hell. So is anybody from Brooklyn in the building? Brooklyn, make some noise. Brooklyn, Brooklyn, Brooklyn. This is BK. Now I'm talking about real Brooklynites. Real Brooklynites. Now, hold on. You know where we are, right? We are downtown Brooklyn, the home of Albee Square Mall. Y'all remember that? If you remember Fulton Street like I remember Fulton Street, you remember Corvettes, you remember Mays, McCrory's, other store, I don't know why they call it another name, but it's exactly like McCrory's, Woolworths, the two crackhead niggas, Abraham and Strauss, that was A&S. It's changing now. Goodwin's? Goodwin's was downtown Brooklyn? Oh, you old as shit. I thought I was old. Damn! Brooklyn has transformed. If you grew up, I grew up in Parkslope. Everybody thinks that Parkslope is just paradise. Not when I was coming up on Fifth Avenue and St. No, Booker T. Washington. Tell him, remember? Because you are Black History. You can tell us anything. Brooklyn was different, but Brooklyn now is just on the rise, man. We are the most talked about city in the country. So clap it up for yourselves if you grew up in Brooklyn. We're gonna keep this show going. The next guy that I'm bringing to the stage, right? This gentleman came to me a few years ago with a puppet and a little speaker underneath his shirt. And I saw some potential in this guy, and we helped him to transform into a stand-up comedian as a ventriloquist. Since this point, he just got on Steve Harvey's talk show recently. Steve Harvey liked him so much, he made him a special guest on the new season of The Apollo. He's here tonight to bless the stage. Please put your hands together for Nigel, the stand-up ventriloquist.
Yeah. All right, everybody, how y'all feeling? Woo! It feels good, you know, DJ. This is a beautiful thing, man. Everybody together, black, white, no matter where you at, we're here talking about our problems. I got a new friend of mine. He hasn't been on TV yet, so hopefully he don't embarrass me. Your hand's still cold. Come on, it's an old friend of mine. Goodness gracious, what's all that racket? Take it easy, okay? Come on, make it easy, man. Pick your, wait, come on, God is good? Who? God is good? I can't hear a thing you're saying. All right. Good? What you say? Forget about it. Can I ask you a question? What's the question? Is she here? Who? You know, your wife? Mm-hmm. No, she's not here. God is good. All right, take it. Goodness gracious, pick your head up. Pick your head up. That's what she said. Come on, easy. You sure she not here? I'm pretty sure. Thank God it's a good day. What's wrong? She's crazy. Who, your wife? Huh? What happened last night? She tried to kill me with a knife. A knife? To stab you? No, she started cooking. Okay, take it easy over there. That's not cool, man. You gotta love your wife. I'm telling you, she's crazy. What she made for you last night? Corn. Corn? Where'd the corn come from? Supermarket? No, where? You know, down here. The toes, okay. I think she's here. No, she's not here. She looks beautiful. She's a very young lady. Be careful, she might not like you. She's young, she's beautiful. I can't talk to her. Why not? She might be a gold digger. No, easy, okay? That's her husband next to her. He's angry. Give him some advice. Advice for his marriage. Run. No, come on, easy. What the hell is going on here? What's wrong? You shaking. What's going on here? We're doing a comedy show. You serious? Yeah. Now I got cancer. No. Easy. I'm just here telling jokes. Now I got a stroke. You can't get a stroke, all right? Why are you shaking so much? You cold? You know darn right. Why are you shaking so much? Your hand, what about it? It's in the wrong hole. Come on, easy. Okay. Easy. Sorry about that. Easy. I'm sorry. Hey, man, back to your wife. Your wife is a lovely lady, yeah? She has what? She's changing. Yeah, I heard she gained some weight. She got a weight problem. What do you mean? She's getting too fat? No, she can't wait to eat. Come on, easy. You don't tell your wife she's fat, right? No, of course not. That's good. What do you tell her? I tell her it's a lot easier to see you now. Oh, yeah? And that's terrible. I heard she got on the scale recently. She got on the scale? What did the scale say? Get off. Come on, eat. You're making me look bad. There's some beautiful folks here. I gotta go home. Why? Go to the bathroom? I can't hold it no more. You know you're getting old when the things you used to do takes you all night long to do, oh yeah? I gotta get me a date soon. Come on, your wife doesn't like that. I heard she keeps accusing you of cheating. That's not the issue. What's the issue? I'm just tired of hearing it, okay. It's getting old, okay. You know what? Let me ask you a personal question. How your kids doing? Not so good. What? My granddaughter, she got married to a dark man, a black. Come on, that's good, man. She had a child with him. A child with him. The child is mixed. So he's half black, half not guilty. Okay. Okay. It's not easy. We gotta talk about this stuff, but please keep it clean, you know. Let me ask you a question. Since you've been retired, retarded? No, retired, huh? What are you trying to say? What have you been doing since you've been retired? Asking, huh? Put your hearing aid back in. Yeah, it feels good. All right, easy. What have you been doing since you've been retired? Well, you know, I've been trying to run for president. Say it again. You heard me. I've been trying to run for president. Run for president. Well, that's a big issue. You can't become president. You're not even a real person. You say these things as offensive. You're a dummy. Well, somebody should have told Donald Trump that. Okay. You know what? I think enough's enough. Say good night. Huh? Any last words? I'm gonna die soon. No. You gotta go back to your wife. Remember, love your wife. Remember, death do his part. Then kill me. Come on. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much.
Come on, y'all, give it up for Nigel. Give it up for Nigel. Why do us old people like that shit? Any of y'all older people like this? Y'all like the Cardi B stuff? Anybody? Come on, keep it real. Don't be lying. Old 50-year-olds running around here talking about I got red bottoms. You got burgundy bottoms. Stop bullshit. It's funny because the older people like the new music, but they won't admit it in front of these young folks. How old are you, sir? 26, right? See, he barely got pubic hairs. He's just... How about you, sir? How old are you? 28. What do you do for a living? You work in a hospital? You must be West Indian. You West Indian? I knew it. See, Haitian. Right to the hospital. As soon as you got here, you went straight to the hospital, right? Does your family work in the hospital? The whole family works in the hospital. It's all good, though. At least you got a job, bro. At least you got a job. Man. A couple of old dudes in here ain't got a job. Yeah. All right, man, let's give it up for Nigel one more time. So I don't know if y'all ever seen his original character, but it's called Cindy Hot Chocolate, but I told him I wanted him to do a different character today. So he has about 4 different characters that he's doing. So he's gonna go a long way. He's very talented, right? As a ventriloquist, extremely talented. So keep him in your prayers, y'all. He's definitely gonna be successful. Now, my last comedian coming to the stage, his son performed first on the show. His name is Young Talent, and of course, like father, like son, he's developing him as a comedian. But Talent has been doing his thing as one of the New York kings of comedy for years in New York. He's had New York in command consistently. He's been in movies. He's been one of the original hosts of Def Comedy Jam, and he's here tonight to bless the stage to close out the first show. Please put your hands together for Talent.
Booyah, what's the deal? It's your boy Talent, you know, don't take it personal. It's just comedy. That's what the Laughaholics is all about. Season 4, I'm glad to be a part of it. Glad to be back messing with my man Ray and them, putting it down in here for season 4. A lot of funny cats in the building tonight. Yours truly extended into that company. Shout out to my man Edgar Rivera, who's in here. Jamie Roberts is in here. My girl Nikki Carr coming through, B Flats. My son, who just started comedy not too long ago, will be hitting the stage as well for season 4. So we're looking forward to just blasting all the way off, hitting the airwaves, making people look for us even more. As it goes on each season, these numbers grow. We're just trying to make these numbers grow and do what it do, all right? Don't take it personal. It's just comedy. It's Laughaholics comedy.
All the way from Mount Vernon, y'all. Give it up for Talent. Come on.
Keep it going, keep it going. Raise your jaw, keep it going. Hooligans, look good, red light, put the headlight, look at that, and I pop up in school since days of under. Never lose, never choose to. Do something to us, talk, go through us. Girls wanna do us, screw us, who us, yeah, Papa, bad boy. Give it up for Ray DeJean, show him some love. Laughaholics in the building. I perform for the ladies. Where my ladies at? Make some noise. Yeah, that's where the money at right there, baby. The ladies. I smell benefits, 401k. I smell it. Dental, full package. The fellas in here still waiting on that probation period. Once I get 90 days, then the dental kick in. Not these women. These women, you can tell professional women. They come out, whole different ball game. They dress different, right? Got the good job, probably somewhere in Midtown, Lower Manhattan. Benefits, your boss like you. It's hard being a woman on the job, right? You see the hashtag Me Too. Oh, that's real. Boss be like, you look good today. Hashtag Me Too. You be like, I take the week off. You gotta be careful out here, man. Things is going crazy. I like that the weather don't know what it want to do. Right? You don't know, we here in New York City, so you know this weather crazy. We just had 3 blizzards back to back. And then we cooked out the next day. 72 degrees. You seen it. My Puerto Rican friends couldn't wait. Get the grill, Papa, get the grill. Puerto Ricans are the only people that cook out without a yard. You ever notice that? Right on the sidewalk. Go around, go around. You in the street with a stroller. Look at my kids. Go around, Papa. I love it. The kids will drive you crazy. You see my son up there early, up there lying, talking about, you know, getting his ass whooped. Well, that part was true, but I'm saying, you gotta whoop a kid's ass, you know that. Kids ain't the same no more. We grew up different, right? Where my old school folks at? We grew up different. We grew up in a time where Christmas didn't stress you out. It was a nice day. Remember Christmas? Your mother couldn't wait. Wait till Christmas. Not now. 2018. Shit. You see this Christmas stress you out. You're at work like, God damn. I gotta get. He went to Xbox 7000. I got kids that's too smart for their own good. Careful what you wish for. Put them through private school. Now they too smart. I thought it'd be like, that's inappropriate, Dad. I'm like, get your ass in the room. My son had a nervous breakdown. I need a laptop. I said, get your ass. I need a laptop, Dad. I got assignments. I'm like, who's teaching this dude this? His mother's like, the school you sent him to. Laptop. He's stressing too. A laptop. Come on, old school people. Laptop. We ain't had nothing. The last thing you had as a kid growing up that looked like a laptop was an Etch-a-Sketch. Remember the Etch-a-Sketch? Remember the square with the two knobs? I'm gonna draw you something. Don't move. I'm gonna draw you something. Ah, you move. I gotta shake it. I'm gonna draw you something. Don't move. Everybody ain't laughing at that joke because some of y'all couldn't afford the Etch-a-Sketch. Some of y'all had the bootleg version. Remember the clipboard with the plastic sheet, with the pen and the string? You gotta press hard, and when you mess up, start over. Everybody ain't laughing at that. What's the Etch-a-Sketch? These kids are out of control. He was dead serious. I need a laptop. 10 years old. I said, dude, you crazy. Get your ass in the room. Then my computer crashed. Guess who fixed it? This ninja. I was like, move out the way. Close this. First of all, you shouldn't be in that. Download that. Delete that. Right there. There you go. Clean your cookies. I'm like, thank you. Get in the room. Thank you, though. Appreciate it. Little damn genius. Your kids come out, I believe your kids come out according to the women you have them by. Right? You get some good genes, you're going to have some good kids. Right? That's why I try to tell the young boys, first of all, your dudes, we're a little less smarter than women. So you gotta date up in age. Right? You never get a girl your age. Get somebody older. Fellas, pay attention. Get the older woman. Older woman, teach you shit. Look, when you say the older woman, look at all the faces and who's the older woman? You, bitch, it's you. Bitch, you 40 now, it's you. Who's the older one? Let me help you out. Let me help some of y'all out. If you got a hamper at your house, bitch, it's you. If you own a hamper, look at the young girls. What's a hamper? No, for real, what's a hamper? What is? It's where you keep the dirty clothes. A young chick, you don't know what it is. Get you an older woman, they care about you. These young girls, the old dudes getting these young girls, you're messing up. You don't know what you're doing. Young girl hurts your feelings. Yeah, young girl, they have sex like a dude. Yeah. Oh yeah, they have an orgasm, they bust a nut out of there. They got stuff to do. Hurt your feelings. As soon as they come, call me an Uber. You're like, Uber? I was gonna cook her something to eat. Call me an Uber, I ain't got time to eat. She disrespectful, she won't even wait at your house. Tell them I'm walking down Main Street. I ain't got time for this. You wanna make love to an older woman. Why? Because they care about you, big dog. They don't just make love to you, older women care about you. They got a whole system played out. Cook you a full meal, Cook you a full meal, right? Make love to you, knock you out. Oh, they'll fuck you to sleep. And they stare at you while you sleep. You ever wake up to your sleep? That old lady been there 2 hours like that. Scared the hell out of you. Ah, what the hell? You scared, but when you wake up, she got medical information. You're like, ah, what the hell? She's like, I think you got sleep apnea. You died twice last night. I brought you back to life myself. You died at 1:47 and 2:16. I don't know what's wrong with you. So I made a doctor's appointment for you Tuesday. Like, she cares about me. Older women, man. Women are a little bit smarter than us, fellas. So all you gotta do is pay attention. Think about it. That's why men get caught cheating, because women are smarter than us. Women are like private investigators. Oh yeah, they'll find you with, you think you done covered all your bases. Oh no, she nice. Women come home, they can come home and look at the floor. Get in here! You come in, what the hell is wrong with you? Hold on. I don't even be walking over here. Who you had up in this house? They go to the bread box, open the loaf of bread, see the first 4 pieces leaning to the left. Get in here! You're like, the hell is wrong with you? The first 4 pieces of bread is leaning to the left. You're like, so? She's like, Ninja, we both right-handed. Who you had up in this house? This chick is Columbo. Because we think that there's a big disparity in the numbers of cheating. It's not. I look at CNN, they had a survey, who cheat more, men or women? You know what they said, men, 70%. Straight bullshit. We both cheat the same. Men just get caught more. Because our team is weak. You know that, right? Our team is weak. Women's team is tight. Like they had a huddle before it happened. You can't catch them. Our team is weak. You want to catch a man cheating? Easy. Call his best friend. Yeah, because this ninja ain't ready. He gonna give up too much information. He ain't ready. You call him. Hello? You seen T? Nah. I ain't seen T all week. All week? Really? That's funny. He said y'all was going bowling. I'm like, bowling? I never go bowling. Thank you, idiot. Click. You busted, my man. Try to catch a girl with the same technique. Never work. Their team is tight. Oh, yeah, like these chicks had a huddle before it happened. Her best friend ready for this call. This bitch like a surgeon on call. They ain't even been speaking for 6 months. Don't matter. She waiting on this call. Hello? You seen Teresa? Oh, yeah, hold on. We playing cards. She right here. Click. Hang up on your ass. Call Teresa. He looking for you, bitch. Teresa call you back before you could click over. What? I'm playing cards. You feel bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. Call me when you get a minute. Because their team is tight. Women are a little smarter than us. You gotta pay attention, fellas. Women know I'm not lying, and they smart. They know how to work their money. They're economically savvy. That's why when women go on dates, sometimes, you spending money, you think that means, yeah, I'm hitting. No. First of all, when you go on a date with a woman, women never count their money. It's all about what's there, what you got. If you go on a date, listen to me. If you go out, if you got $50 and she got $50, together you got $50. She ain't counting her shit. They savvy with the money. They know what they doing. It goes to anything, man. Women are always better than us and stuff. Little stuff, man. Making love, making money. Even something simple like masturbation. We all masturbate. 2018. Look how uncomfortable people. Automatically, you start thinking about your toys at the house. Oh, God, dude, what does he know? But it's different for men and women, all right? Fellas, ours is rough. We mean business. We stress relieving for real. That's why our stuff is rough. That's why they call it jerk off. Women don't jerk off. Women masturbate. It's a whole production. It's elegant. It's a scene. Right? Yeah, potpourri, bubble bath. Ceiling fans at a certain speed. Look at the weird jerk off music. Women act like they, stumble on masturbation. Men, we know we're gonna jerk off. You know you're gonna jerk. Ours is premeditated. You know way ahead of time, sir, you're gonna jerk off. You at work 2 o'clock. I'm jerking off at 8 o'clock. job is stressing me out. We don't need no sexy music. Ooh, we don't need that. You don't care. You will beat your joint to the Wu-Tang Clan. You don't care what's playing. Cash rule everything around me. You make it happen. But we different. Think about it. When you're on a date, see, women, you got it hard. I will say this, it's a double standard. Women got it harder than us. Why? Because the numbers are skewed. For a man, it's easy. It's 20 women to every one man. Yeah, that's some lopsided numbers. That's crazy. 20 to 1. Women, that's why you think you keep meeting the dirtbag in the club. There's 6 girls in the group, and he go down the line, all 6. You're like, what's wrong with him? He playing the numbers. You're like, how you doing? You come buy you a drink? No! Okay, how about you? How you doing? You want? Because it's 20 to 1. I feel bad for women. Where you going to meet a good dude? You don't know where you're going to meet him. Can't meet him in the club. The club is messed up. Church, you can't do it in the church. Club used to be the #1 spot. Remember that? Remember back in Jim Jones? Remember that? Bowling, them days. Popping bottles, VIP. Oh, no, it's gone. You go to the club now, it's the same 3 dudes in every club. Ladies laughing because you know it's true. Dude #1, that's the cute guy. You usually see him too early. You and your girlfriends walk in the club, getting in for free, 2-for-1 drinks. You see him like, girl, look, he cute. One of your girlfriends like, girl, he here for the 2-for-1s too. Let's keep it moving. Let's see what's in VIP. You look at VIP, that's guy #2. VIP messed up. Remember the old VIP? Bowling, popping bottles, sparkles in the air. Keep bringing the bottles. Ain't that? You see VIP lately? 1 bottle, 17 straws. Then there's guy #3. Every club got him. The pervert pedophile. Yeah, you don't know he's a pervert pedophile till it's too late. You done committed. You done messed around, 3 iced teas, 2 apple martinis later. Your girlfriend's in the bathroom, drunk as hell. All right, they come out the bathroom. He go in the bathroom. They like, girl, we about to get out of here. We twisted. You ready? You be like, no, I'm gonna ride home with him. What? You're like, girl, we came together. We should leave together. Like, I'm okay. He going my way. He know my family. I'm good. You sure? You sure, bitch? You don't know him. I'm going to call y'all. Call us, bitch. Call us every light. You better call us every light. You don't know him. I'm going to call you every light. That's the promise you make. They leave. He come out the bathroom. You don't know he's a pervert pedophile until you say something that don't add up. You come out the bathroom. You still leaving with me? Mm-hmm. You ready to go? Yeah, I'm ready. Wait right here. Let me go pull my van around. You like van? You came to the club in a van? Like a minivan? You're like, nah, I got a real van. He pull around front with the Scooby-Doo shit. The Scooby-Doo with the 1 moon window, with the metal door. Close that metal door. Your phone don't get no reception. All you can think is, call us, girl. Call us every light. You done messed up. You don't know what it is. And then when you meet a guy, ladies, how do you keep it together? You got to be attracted to each other. That's the hard part. You got to be attracted to each other. And that's hard to do. You got to be sexually attracted. Compatibility is everything. You got to like some of the same stuff, because otherwise it ain't going to last. You know what I mean? And again, double standard. Women got to stay sexy physically. Men can let themselves go. Oh, yeah, long as you're a provider, you good money. Long as you provide, people talk about you right there in the club. Look at him. He look horrible. Somebody be like, but that's his house. Oh, shit, that's his house. I do need somewhere to stay. I didn't know that was his house. Not women. Women got to stay sexy physically. I tell women every show, half the battle, stop smoking. Too many women smoking. Go outside. Right? It's puffing. It's cute now. It ain't going to be cute 10 years from now. Find your ass on CNN talking through that throat shit. You see the commercials. They everywhere. I didn't always sound like this. No, I had a nice voice. Michelle, tell him I sounded nice. Some people say, oh, no, don't say, oh, forget out of it. You crazy? Oh, you don't feel sorry for every commercial. Not the lady that kept smoking. They trying to help her. You see the one? They cutting fingers off her. You see that commercial? She like, so then they cut these 2 fingers off. I said, oh shit, I need a cigarette. You don't want to kill yourself, lady. You don't want to die. Enjoyed y'all, man. God bless. Love all.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for talent. Y'all give it up for talent. Let's hear it for talent one more time, man. One of the New York Kings of comedy. Before we end the show, I'd like to bring everybody out. Let's put our hands together for our first comedian and let off the show. Young talent, y'all give it up for young talent. My second comedian representing my Boricuas all the way from the BX. Give it up for Edgar Rivera. And of course, the very talented ventriloquist. Y'all give it up for Nigel, the stand-up ventriloquist. And last but not least, closing our show tonight, the New York King of Comedy. Give it up for talent, y'all. Thanks for tuning in to Laughaholics Live. We hope you continue to support the show right here at BRIC TV. Thank you, guys. You've been a wonderful audience. Give yourselves a round of applause.
What's up, guys? I'm Ray DeJean, host and producer of Laughaholics Live, brought to you by BRIC TV. You know there's been a government shutdown. There's all these things going on with the State of the Union in the country. It's time to laugh, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get some stress off your chest. We want to make you a Laughaholic tonight.
Welcome out to Laughaholics Live, ladies and gentlemen. What's up? That's the shit right there, nigga. Hey! I like the hairstyle, yeah. You got the wings on the side. I see what you're doing there. You look like a goddamn runway. I see that shit. My old ass trying to do that shit. I was all right. At least I was on beat, yeah. Come on, that was funny as hell. I just thought about that shit. That shit was funny. Mike Tyson, come on. This is ludicrous. Queen Latifah. How you doing? Is this your bodyguard over here? How you doing, sister? How's everything? You just came from work? I see you got the smocks underneath the jacket. Scrubs, whatever. All right. Fucking see you talk. These are scrubs. Couple of ladies got their hair done. Look, there you go. Nice. Looking nice. Look very nice. Right? Do you sleep sitting up? Over here, look. This is one of my. She comes to almost every show, and her hair is always done. Always. Yeah. What'd you say? You're going every Thursday, and that's her hair. That's her hair. There's a few of y'all in here that are hating. I know, I see. I see the little unbelievable crews. I see the trains a little off the track. I see a couple. I see y'all doing this, eating crab legs. I know what's happening. Don't hate on her, because that's her shit. That's all I'm saying. There's a lot going on right here. Hey. I remember one time I was trying to get romantic with this young lady. She took me on a world tour through her hair. I'm trying to run my fingers through her hair. First, I hit Malaysia. And then I moved on a little bit. I hit the Dominican Republic. And then I moved on a little bit, and I reached Peru. Then in the back was regular Africa, because it was like a can of Del Monte peas in the back. I was like, okay. I got scrubs. All right. Okay, you ain't got to explain it. We had a comedy show. She's explaining why she has on scrubs, ladies and gentlemen. I work on Wednesday. Okay. That's good. I'm glad you have a job. By the way, she told me you had a job a little while ago. So what do you do for a living, by the way? Direct patient in a psych facility. Direct patient care. Okay. So what does that mean? What does that mean? You directly push them around? They lively? Okay, so there's the mentally challenged individuals. You know we got to be politically correct nowadays. You can't say the R word anymore. Can't say that. No, you can't say that. I didn't say that. By the way, on camera, I didn't say that. He said that right there. Put it on him right there. Can't say that. Well, whatever. You're dealing with some people that need some assistance and support. Clap it up for this young lady right here. Yeah. Yeah. Did they ever snatch your wig off? I'm just wondering. Shut up, Scrubs. Shut up, Scrubby. Okay, I'm just playing. Okay, she said her hair is usually braided. They'll snatch them off too. You mean like this, like right here? Okay. Okay. Nah, because I mean, I could see them looking at it thinking that it's a fitted hat. I'm just wondering. I'm saying though. She get ready to fight me. Look, I want to slap box you, Ray Dijon. This is some bullshit. So let's get ready to have some fun, ladies and gentlemen. 2019, if another fucking person says Happy New Year to me, I'm gonna punch you in your goddamn face. Listen, how many days do you wait until you stop saying Happy New Year? Remember last year, this dude told me that shit in like fucking June. I'm like, yo, how you gonna tell me? Yo, but dude, I ain't see you since then. Come on, man. Forget about it. How are you? That's it. I don't need to hear no Happy New Year bullshit. Keep that shit moving. Colin Powell, you okay? How did my man do? He did okay? How do you know? He said he breaking in like you a comedy critic. So you know how to do stand-up, sir? I'm getting ready to fuck you up. You know that, right? That was quick. That was quick. You was quicker than me on that one. You got to it before I did. I was getting ready to destroy your ass. He just fucked my whole flow up. You see that, Mace? We're going to keep the show going. Let's give it up for Malcolm one more time. Malcolm Sills, young man, do this thing. Laughaholics Live, episode number 2, season 6, coming to the stage right now. This gentleman did the show in the beginning when we first started doing it a couple of years ago, and now he's back to do another set. Please put your hands together all the way from Pennsylvania. Let's hear it for the old school comic, Mr. Sean Harvey, y'all. Give it up. Sean Harvey.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy, Sean Harvey. We in Brooklyn. We at Laughaholics.
One more time, y'all. Give it up for Sean Harvey. Sean Harvey, baby.
Here, Brooklyn, stand up. Sean Harvey, it's your boy, Laughaholics Live. Let's go.
Like my mother say, thank God for Jesus. Hey, y'all give it up for me. Next month, I celebrated my 54th birthday. Next month. Come on, yeah. So let's take a journey back to the days the way we used to shock and amaze. The people in the back, the people in the front. Let's do it like this. I ain't gonna keep you long. We gonna go like this. Sheree, let's go. Come on. Yeah, let's throw your hands in the air and wave. I'm like I just don't care. And if you're at the spot and you're looking fly, everybody say, oh yeah, oh yeah. And all ladies in the house, pretty ladies in the house, sexy ladies in the house, all ladies in the house, say ow. Come on, ow. Cut that shit off. Right. Right. That felt good. These young folks can kiss our ass. I'm old school forever. They not gonna forget about us. Remember back in the days when you had no heat in your apartment, you put the oven on 550 degrees. You boil water on the stove. Your kitchen 700 degrees. Bedroom in the back -4. Back in the days when you got a tray bag of weed, you got 17 joints out the bag. Let's talk about this. You bought that bag on Friday, it lasts till Monday in our day. Not like these young cats. They smoke weed and flavored cigars. That shit is gay to me. You see these young cats, they go right to the bodega. Yo, Poppy, let me get a strawberry, vanilla, raspberry, morning scented, honeydew flavor, lemon style, sour cream style, potpourri style, Dutch. Are you out of your mind? Come on, back in our day, we took a sheet of big bamboo, a sheet of easy water, put the weed, the seeds, and the stem in the joint. Lit the weed up. Weed used to pop in 1979. The seeds popped in 79. Soon as you lit it off, it bites your lip or pop. Like, where your lips, son? What? What? Back in the days when domestic violence was legal. Shit was legal in 79. My father punched my mother in the face, my mother stabbed him with a fork, and we sat down and kept eating dinner. Ha! We rocked the black eye back in our day. We ain't had no therapy. Sitting here taking Ritalin. We ain't do therapy in 79. You young folks need to recognize what's going on. You ain't gonna believe this, man. You young. You gotta see you. Back in the days before the lip gloss, ladies, when you put a dab of Vaseline on your lips, and you had the brown lip liner to go around the Vaseline, and you look like a clown in 79. Ladies, back in the days when you wore the jelly shoes, and when you took them off, had the imprint on your foot for 4 days. Your big ass jumping double dutch with the big tip. Don't you forget that. Young folks kill me. They walk around with pit bulls, light blue eyes, named Gucci. You walk around with a Yorkie, a dog in a bag. It's ridiculous to me. 1979, I had a real dog. I had a German Shepherd. Right. My German Shepherd name was King. Remember King, right? He was brown with the beige chest, long ears, long nuts. Ate Alpo in the can back then, $7.99. A real dog. He'll let you in the house, won't let you out, that motherfucker. Auntie be like, King ain't gonna bother you. Now just go on outside. King like this, I'ma tear your ass up when you get over here. Ah. Thank God for Jesus. What? Back in the day when women had hair on their vagina. And clap for these two, they still got hair on the vagina. They got the Pam Grier pussies. That's how we did it back in the day. We unbraid the cornrow, pussy, put afro sheen on it. Back in 79. Come on now. Back in our day, we didn't have no cell phones, didn't even have beepers. What? Came outside with quarters, nickels, and dimes and used the payphone. Y'all don't even remember this. And when you ran out of nickels like, bitch, call me back at 718-647. 4573. What is wrong with you people? Oh, shit. Come on now. I saw this young girl earlier today. God bless her. She was walking around. Her daughter had on Uptowns. The baby was 11 years old, 11 months old. You wearing Uptowns at 11 months old? That was disrespectful. I was born in the early 60s. When I started walking, my mother put on the original hard bottoms. The Buster Browns. The all white with the wood. As soon as I started walking, I walked just like this. I walk like this now because my nuts is too long now, because when you're in your mid-50s, your nuts get big nuts. Ha! Ha! What? Yo, Brooklyn, I love y'all. I love BK. But I'm from the Bronx, New York. The BX will be next. Home of Section 8. Home of the dope fiends. Home of all three of my baby mothers. went to James Monroe High School in the Bronx, worst high school on earth. My father was in my class. I'm 17, he 37. We in the hallway, he like, yo, where the bitches at? Where the bitches at? Fuck out your butt, son, where the fuck the bitches at? Son? Yo, let's smoke some cigarettes. Son. Let's get left back. I was like, yo, Dad, come on, man, let's go. Ha! Ha! Thank God for Jesus. I'm a grown-ass man. My name is Sean, and I'm a Pisces. And all my child support is paid, zero balance. Come on, fellas, stop it, come on. Come on, clap for me. I'm finished. I paid child support for 11 years, pimp. It was busting my ass. Yeah, 11 years straight. Yeah, 11. No, it was a lot of money it was taking out. 11 years. They were taking out so much money out of my check, pimp. I was getting $350 a week for 11 years. I was driving a 1988 Toyota Cressida in 2016. With no air conditioning. I was living in half of a studio with no air conditioning. My baby mother was winning. I was driving that Cressida down the block. She pulled up in a 2016 BMW. My 20-year-old daughter in the back seat. I'm texting my daughter like, what the fuck? Yo, pimp, $350 a week. But my swag was up. I still had a girlfriend. Living in the Bronx. Still had a girlfriend. $350 a week. She believed in my dreams. And when you finish your child support, they give you a certificate. It says, use free. I ain't playing. It was struggling with me. But check this out, right? That $350, I was making it work, right, pimp? Then I got my check one day. Check said $1,200. Right, so wait. I looked at the check. Hold on, I looked at the check. Whoa. I thought it was a setup at the job. I took that check back to Human Resources voluntarily. Because I wasn't messing up my lifestyle. I had the Cressida, no air conditioner. I was living in a half of a studio, had the nerve enough to have a girlfriend. I was being humble and minding my business. You know what I'm saying? And then a Human Resources manager gonna tell me, Sean, wait a minute. Your child support is over. This is what you really make. I said, I've been working here 11 years, and I make $1,200 a week. You know what I did? My lady that struggled with me through child support, you know what I did? I cut her off, got a better bitch. Stepped up, got me a woman with a weave, thick ass, thick titty, size 9 shoe. Went to Major Rail, bought me a Ultima. I put $3 down. I pay $1,700 a month. I got the leather seats now. I'm popping bottles. BX. Be next. Got a bad bitch. It's a grown man on this stage now. I'm talking. Let's talk about it. And you fellas out here, let me tell you something. I want to talk to the fellas for a second. You're doing that side chick shit, it's not a good look. You have a woman that you would now, you struggling with your own woman, you got the nerve enough to try to have a chick on the side? And you plastering your lady all on social media? And what are you doing? Don't do the side chick shit. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you, and you, big man over there, all y'all. Don't do it. Because I don't do the side chick thing. No more. And I'm gonna keep it, I'm gonna tell you what happened to me, because we family, right? Okay, my side chick broke my heart. She left me for another man. You know, I went home and told my wife about this shit. I was like, how this bitch gonna do this to us? That's why I love my wife. We work through this. I love this woman. She struggled with me through childhood, through the side chick. Honey, wherever you at, I love you. But you know who I miss the most? My side chick's son. The little dude. You could leave him, but you could do what you want with me, but what about him? I had a relationship with him for 3 years. I love him to death, everybody. And I'm gonna tell you why. That's my side son. And you telling me my side son can't play with my regular son? I got a regular family at home. My side son was with my side family. And then my side son gonna call me on the phone. He like, side dad. I was like, what's up? He was like, I miss you, side dad. He said he missed me, man. That broke my heart, pimp. And then his mother on the side, he like that. Hang up the motherfucking phone. He said, put your mother on the phone. I said, yo, don't be talking that way while I'm on the phone with him. She said, nigga, I'm taking you to court. It's like, taking me to court for what? It's like, you got to pay side support. So I had to go to family court. I had to use the side entrance. I drove my sidekick down there. But y'all give it up for me. I want custody of my side son. Y'all clap for me. He's home with me. I pay $179 on the side. Because that's what the real dude does. Thank you, miss. Thank you. I ain't staying long. It's after 10 o'clock and I got arthritis in both my knees. Ladies, get with me. I got arthritis in both knees. That means I get a check. Ladies, come over here and rub a knee if you want to get paid. Watch after the show. One of y'all ladies gonna be like, I'll touch your name. Right. Man, yo, Ray DeJean, we love you for what you do here in Brooklyn, man. Let's clap for Ray, man. We love you, bro. Laughaholics Live, live, man. Me and Ray did on his radio show. I was his co-host until he fired me. Yeah, it's fucked up, right? Fucking fired me, man. But I love him. We remain friends to this day. I believe in black unity. In spite of. That's my man right there. Y'all clap for Ray DeJean, man. Come on, Laughaholics. Brooklyn King of Comedy, man. I co-sign that. That's my man. But before I leave, I want to share this, and it's getting back to the fellas, all right? Because I got love for y'all, man, because these women, man, they be dogging us. Because we make bad decisions. It's all our fault. Men, we are retarded. Because we don't know what we have when it's good in front of us. Because we preach this instant gratification. Instead of going the long haul with your lady. You're 40, 50 years old, you out there trying to play. You got diabetes and you trying to get another chick. Your balls barely work. And ladies, I'm gonna let you know, I take Viagra. Yes, I'm on it. I don't take Viagra because my dick don't work. I take it because I went over my 750,000 nut limit. I ran out of nut. I ain't no regular. This the grown man part of this. I'm telling you the truth, pimp. You understand? That's why he said that. And I'm gonna share this, fellas, because I love y'all to death. You with your lady, that's the one we're supposed to be with tonight. I'm telling you this, because I ran into my ex-wife with her new man, and that dude looked beautiful. Beautiful. He was 6'4", looked like Luke Cage, body built, looked like he was a foreman running back for the Giants. My ex-wife, 51, new dude, 37, putting brand new dick in my ex-wife. And ladies, you know when you get a new dick, your skin clear up, your teeth whiten up, you start walking like this. When you get new dick, you walk like this. He bought a brand new Louis Vuitton bag, he holding the bag. This dude was winning. 37 years old, New York City Sanitation, that's what he worked for. Already a lieutenant. 3 401k plans. He getting money. I'm a full-time comedian. You do the math. This dude was driving a 2019 Suburban and 2029 Suburban in 2019. I was like, when did the 29s come out? Yeah. What? This dude was winning. Fellas, are you listening to me? This has really happened to me. Then my ex-wife called me. She's like, I want to come to the comedy show. Always let my ex-wife in. She said, I want to bring the new dude. I said, okay, you free. He's got to pay $60. If he putting sperm on your forehead, he got to pay. I'm from the Bronx. But you know what I did? I let him in because I couldn't let this guy know that he was winning and I was losing. So they pull up in the 29. '29 fly as hell. They pull up in the 29. They fly as hell. They come floating into the club. Floating into the club? They was fly as hell. They went to the bar. They ordered the wings with the 7 dipping sauces. I didn't even know they had mango vanilla dipping sauce. Some fly shit. Right, so then, right, they in the back, you know, and then guess what? He came walking over to me. Luke, 6'4", the brolic dude, winning, Yankee fitted, fresh Uptowns on. He said, Sean, you funny as fuck. What you drinking at the bar, pimp? That's what he said to me, pimp. And I'm a drinker. I was like, let me get 2 double coconut Cirocs and 17 Heinekens. That's how I get down. I'm a drinker. Boom, we throwing back the drinks. Now we just fucked up. It's all good. And then at the corner of my eye, you listen to me, fellas? I saw my ex-wife out the corner of my eye, and I forgot how fat that ass was. I forgot how we had Bible studies on Sunday morning. I forgot how we had Domino's Pizza on Wednesday, pimp. I forgot how she played with my balls on Friday night. The motherfucking ball game was crazy. And in the back of my mind, I wanted my ex-wife back. But the new dude was winning. So I get drunk as hell. My ex-wife and her new man drive me home in the 29. I'm in the back seat like this. Got vibrating seats in this place. She texting her home. Sean drunk, he in the back seat. We just had to take him home. So then we get home, right, pimp? I'm drunk, I'm by myself, so you know what? I said, I'm gonna call my ex-wife. I know he spent 200. I know he dropped me off in the 29. But I'm gonna call my ex-wife, I want her back. So I called at 2 o'clock in the morning. Second ring, new dude picks up the phone.
Yo, Sean, what's good, sir? Yo, everything all right, man? Yo, that was a good look, man. You know what I'm saying, man? We're gonna drop you off home, man. We need to do this again, man. Your daughter coming in, man. Everything's good. Yo, Sean, you all right, man? Everything's cool, man? What's going on?
I didn't even know what to say. I said the dumbest shit. I said, nigga, before I hung up the phone, I was like, nigga, I had the pussy first. Hey, Sean Harvey, thank you so much, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Yo, support Ray DeJean. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, Tim, thank you, bro.
Come on, man. Give it up for that motherfucker. Sean Harvey, funny as hell. Well, is it me or did he smoke crack before he came in? Because he was pacing. You see him? Sweating, but he's sweating like Mike Tyson in a spelling bee, right? Heavy. Yo, this dude was losing his mind up here. He's looking at me. You see his eyes open? Like, yo, that's crack right there. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck what y'all say. Well, I ain't know crack make you that funny, though. I feel like I'm getting ready to catch that shit, man. All right, let's give it up for Sean Harvey from Pennsylvania one more time. And let's recap a little bit and give it up for the first comedian that hit the stage. He did a really good job. The young man, Malcolm Sills. Clap it up for Malcolm Sills. A white guy came in here and made black ghetto people laugh, yeah? This is a good look. Everybody feeling good? Everybody good? Everybody good, all right. We appreciate everybody coming out. This is the second episode of season 6, and it's Laughaholics Live, produced by BRIC TV and myself. And this is 42 episodes later, guys. 42 episodes later. And we're moving strong, man. I got a gentleman, man, that you're going to love so much. This guy, this is his first time here, first time on Laughaholics Live. You're going to love him to death. He's funny as hell, and he's from out of town. Please put your hands together for my closer tonight. Let's give it up for Hot Sauce, y'all. Give it up for Hot Sauce.
Yo, what's up? This your boy Brandon Hot Sauce Glover. I'm out here kicking in Lindenwood down there, kicking with my man Ray DeJean at the Laughaholics, man. I'm about to do my thing.
Hey, what's up, y'all? What's up? Oh, man. Happy to be in New York, man. I'm from St. Louis. Y'all give it up for that. Came all the way to New York. Oh, man. New York got a way of making you, you know, from New York. They make you a New Yorker quick. I went to Walmart. A dude jumped out of nowhere. Apparently, I look like people from here. He jumped out of nowhere and said, son, I ain't seen you in a long time. He like, you man cousin, ain't you? And he done made all this hoopla in Walmart. I ain't know what to say. I was like, shit, okay, I'm man cousin now. I ain't know what else to do but to lie. I'm like, yeah, I just got off the phone with the nigga. He started testing me and shit, talking about some, man, how you been? I'm like, shit, still being man, what the fuck? Sir, I don't know him. Man, happy to be in New York, man, but I don't know if you guys taking the Uber here or not, but I don't think they looking at these people's resumes good enough for me. Yeah, man, for real. I think they just giving people GPS saying go out there and just pick up some people. Because I got picked up the other day by a real Crip. Do you know that? Yeah, he a Crip and can't even go everywhere. How the hell you an Uber driver? And you can't even go everywhere. Tell this dude I got to go somewhere in the Bronx. He's talking about, oh, I can't even go over there, son. They just killed my little cousin over there. This dude giving me all the alternative routes. You can get on this and you can get on that. I'm like, what the hell? So I started complaining. I'm in the back trying to complain. How the hell you complain to Uber? This dude see me. He told me, are you back there trying to complain? I'm like, hell yeah, your star is going down, sir. If you can't take me to my damn destination. And I knew it was something wrong with this dude's Uber because he was Ubering out of Chevy Caprice with 2 pit bull puppies in the back. You hear me? Yeah, I get in this dude's car. He trying to sell me some puppies that he don't even know shit about. I said, okay, what kind of puppies is these? He's talking about one of them like a pit Yorkie. I'm like, a pit Yorkie? I'm like, who the daddy? He's talking about the Yorkie. I'm like, shit. Now, that's a strong-ass Yorkie to get a full-fledged pit bull pregnant. You hear me? Give me that fucking Yorkie. Nothing about New York. I don't know if you're getting pulled over by the police out here, but these niggas ain't even real polices. You hear me? They are gangster. They pull you over and say gangster stuff to you, man. You don't know what the hell to say. They be pulling you over. Sir, what are you? A citizen? What the hell are you? Call the real fucking police. And they say crazy shit when they pull you over. Sir, do you know you missed that stop sign back there? I'm like, well, shit, let me bag back. Ain't no sense in you damn working no damn, you know, write no damn ticket. I could just reverse. Yeah, you're doing a lot of paperwork just for a reverse. Come on now. For real. They say crazy shit to you. Talking about, sir, do you know your tail light was out? Hell no, I drive in the inside of my car. This car say a lot of shit. It say out of oil, out of gas. I say shit about no tail lights. And you know I'm black. I start asking for some black shit. I'm like, sir, could you go get your manager? Yeah, I fucked the police up. They ain't even know they ain't had no manager. You were like, breaker one, do we got a manager? Yeah, I thought we had a chief. This nigga's looking for managers. I want to say this. Anybody in relationship here? Anybody in a relationship? Okay, I see a couple people sitting together. Don't even want to clap. Okay. Yeah, motherfucker like I love her, but I don't love her. I love her. Yeah, ain't like we kissing in the mouth, I tell you that. Yeah, because I don't know about you, but kissing in the mouth means something real to black people, though, don't it? Fuck that. I eat your little pussy, but I ain't gonna kiss you in the mouth. Yeah, you catch mono from that shit. I don't know what the fuck you get from eating pussy. For real, man. But it's hard being in these relationships, though, man. It is hard as hell being in these relationships, man. Tell this to all the fellas in here, man. I don't know how, how it is in New York, but I live in Chicago now, man. And don't move in with these women, man. Yeah, man, they can't wait to put your ass the hell out. Yeah, and I don't know if you know how cold Chicago gets. It gets -1,000. Do you know that? Yeah. And a woman will wait to -1,000 to put you the hell out. Yeah, all of a sudden, it's -1,000, this shit ain't working out. You like, it's gonna have to work out to the spring a little bit, bitch. Yeah, you have to fuck this new dude upstairs. Yeah, I'm finna have to be your little cousin for a minute. For real. And that's when I found out Chicago police don't give a fuck about you. Because you can't put nobody out and it's -1,000 and I'm anemic. That ain't no normal put out. Yeah, that's attempted murder. You trying to kill me. You know I ain't got no iron in my body. Why would you put me out and you know I have no iron? Yeah, I called the police hard as hell, man. I said, could you come get this lady? It's -1,000. I'm anemic. They start asking for crazy ass shit. Talking about, sir, is your name on the lease? I'm like, I ain't call you on no fucking lease. My name ain't on the lease, but I spent $1,000 on my food stamps in this bitch house. And I don't know about y'all, but when you spend your food stamps in somebody's house, you be talking hard as hell to them kids, don't you? You be like, hey, all that in and out the refrigerator shit? Yeah, that's gonna have to stop with my stamp money in there. For real. And whenever you finna get put out, it's like you done fucked up all your spending nights. Do you know that? You call people you think that you love, that you think love you, like your mother. I tried to call my mama, tell her some real shit. Like, Mama, I gotta get out this woman's house. She cheating on me and shit. My mom was like, ooh, where you gonna go? I'm like, I'm trying to go back to your house. My mom was like, no, your room is a computer room now. How the hell you gonna come back here in your room as a computer room? I'm like, well, Mama, she cheating. Well, you just gonna have to let her. You have nowhere to go, nigga. For real. But I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. I love y'all to death, but women, hey, y'all are some self-esteem fucker-uppers. Yeah, man, you fuck up men's self-esteem. We come over your house with the dick we grew. Y'all look at us crazy, talking about, oh my God, is that it? You like, yeah, that's all the dick I got on me. Yeah, that's all the dick I came over here with. You got me searching my pockets like I don't even know my own size. I'm all in your kitchen like, damn, ain't no more dick in here? This is crazy. I'm up here calling my friends like, hey, Ray, you ain't got no dick over there? I got my dick on me. For real, it's starting to get so bad now, I don't even want women to say shit when I'm having sex. When I'm having sex, all I want to hear is oh and ah. I want to hear shit like, you killing it. You too big. That ain't the shit I heard. I heard crazy shit like deeper. Deeper. I'm like, okay, lady, that's already my need. I go in the deep, I'm going to be inside of this humongous pussy of yours. And look at the big pussy women trying not to laugh. They doing that fake laugh like, yeah. Let's laugh together. Let's don't tell on each other in there. These are jokes, okay? For real, man. Starting to get so bad now, you can't even let women have certain jobs in the relationships. Like go home and go to the store and buy some condoms. Hell no, they some wishful thinkers. This girl came back home with this big-ass box with all these X's and L's on there. I was like, who the fuck finna put on that stocking? Motherfucker, I am a strong medium. Why the hell are you buying shoe covers? Trying to fuck with my self-esteem, lady. Oh, y'all caught that a little bit later? Okay. They gotta think about it. Shoe covers, okay. But it's hard out here, man. It's hard. In the dating game period, man, women could do shit in a relationship men just cannot do, man. It's double standards. For real. Like a woman can go through your phone as a man 1,000,000 times. You as a man go through a woman phone one time, all of a sudden you a weak-ass, gay-ass man. Do you know that? For real. They be calling their friends and shit. Yeah, they be calling their friends talking about, girl, I can't believe this gay-ass nigga. Then went through my contacts. She got you defending yourself. You're like, hold on, I ain't no motherfucking contact going through or nothing. I said, I saw an inbox and a text message. I did not go through your shit. For real. Fellas, you know this shit? You know what it is. Women know how to go through the phone because they know how to sound nice, like they ain't gonna do shit when they go through it. You didn't heard the shit. I saw the little text message. I know you fucking her. Just tell me the truth. No, I saw the little text message. I know you fucking her. Just tell me the truth. And men, we dumb, man. We like, shit, okay, you already know I'm fucking. I might as well tell you the truth. I got a little head, but I don't know her, though. Shit. Her name is Footlocker in my phone. This is crazy. I know we ain't about to get in on tour over some bitch we both don't know that. You don't know the bitch, I don't know the bitch. Why is she fucking our household up? This mysterious bitch. For real. Women know how to do shit. They know how to do it. They different. And if you're in a relationship, man, you got to know yourself out here if you're dating certain people. Like, I know myself. You know what I mean? Like, I don't got no kids. Y'all give it up for that. In my 30s, no kid. Ooh. Couple niggas hating the clap. Fuck him. Hey, fuck you, sir. I didn't tell you I wasn't going raw. I'm just telling you my pull-out game is amazing. My nigga, don't be trying to judge it. I'm just a bow. You know, I'm about this motherfucker. Yeah, but I know myself, though. I know myself. Since I don't got kids, I don't date women with kids because I know I'm petty enough to take the shit out on the kids. You hear me? You do something to me, everybody's going down. I'm sorry, I'm petty. I'm petty. I don't got no kids. I don't know how to think for them. I don't know. I tried to date this little young lady. She had a nice little light-skinned baby. Thought I could play it off. She want to break up with me all hard. Talking about, it's over, we done. I'm like, it's over, we done. I'm like, okay. Told her I was petty. I was like, all right, y'all, unplug my game. Yeah, where's my other joystick at? Yeah, she done got me into it with a whole 5-year-old. He mad as that thing. Talking about, man, I was on a whole nother level. I looked down, the little dude said, me and your mother was too. Now unplug my shit. The level has changed, okay? For real. You got to know if you petty. I'm petty in a relationship, period. This woman told me she want to see other people, and I done bought all the light bulbs in the house. You hear me? Yeah. I went to unscrew, and I'm like, oh, you ain't gonna be 60 watting off me. You gonna see this new nigga in the dark? You gonna use my light bulb to see a whole new nigga? I am petty. I know myself. I am petty in a relationship, period. But like, I'm for real, man. No bull crap, man. You know what I'm saying? These kids out here is crazy too. Like I was talking about kids. I don't like kids for certain shit. You know what I mean? I'm not no kid fuck with her because I don't like kids. Because kids will fuck your self-esteem up. I'm going to tell you that. Okay? Now I'm going to tell you why I say this. Because I try to be a good kid, fuck with her. I try to kick it with my niece and my nephew. Okay? Now at this time I had a receding hairline. Okay? Yeah, I cut all my hair off because of this one incident. These little bastards fuck my self-esteem up. Okay? I put these little bastards in my car. My little nephew gonna touch the back of my head. My niece went crazy. Talking about, don't touch his head. He got a soft spot. You touch his head, he'll die. I said, oh, this little bitch just said I got cradle cap. Man, where the fuck is my hat at? They all fucking with my self-esteem. Another thing about little kids, I don't know if you know, man, they are some repeaters. Do you know that? Yeah, they repeat every damn thing. Okay, I'm on the phone talking to a promoter, say, hey man, I need a deposit. I don't need no dude. I need that deposit. The only thing my little nephew here is I don't need no dude. He gonna keep saying, I don't need no dude. I don't need no dude. And it was funny the first 47 times. It just got real serious when we got to the damn mall. He went to run off, run straight to the damn security guard. I said, come on back over here, little Cam. This nigga gonna look at me, look back at the security guard, tell me, I don't need no dude. I said, no, little nigga, you know me. I spent my gas money bringing you here. This nigga looked back at me, looked back at the security guard, and said, I don't need no dude. So I left. Hey, I'm on TV, man. I ain't no pedophile, nigga. If the little baby don't know me, he don't know me. Okay? I'm not going down. I'm not going down. For real. My sister called me all frantic, telling me, I said, oh my God, where my kids at? I said, oh, they at the fucking mall. Apparently they don't fucking know me. Go see if your own kids know your ass. But real, I don't fuck with kids. Oh, the reason I don't fuck with kids is my childhood was fucked up, man. If you do got kids out here, man, please let your kids have a childhood. Don't let them grow up too motherfucking quick, because that's why I think all this crazy shit is happening with these kids, because they feel like they just as grown as us. The information is too accessible. You remember back in the day, we used to have grown folks' business. Your ass had to go in the back. I don't know what the fuck they were talking about still to this day. Because I couldn't be in there. You know what I mean? But my mama kind of used to little fuck us up. She used to grow us up too quick. Fucked us up. We 10 years old. She just come in there and say all kind of crazy shit. Just want to let y'all know we about to get evicted unless one of y'all got a little job. I go back to school. I'm smoking cigarettes and drinking coffee. Because I can't pay attention to shit in my class. Because I know I got to Friday for my shit is off. I'm in there talking to janitors and shit. I'm like, how much you make an hour, nigga? Nigga, like $10 with benefits. I'm like, I got to get the fuck out this school so I can take care of business. She used to tell us all kind of shit. Just want to let y'all know we about to, electricity about to get cut off unless one of y'all got a little job. Me and my brothers had to have a meeting. Do we really need this bitch? I'm for real. Everything's in our name. We don't really need her. We need a new mother, motherfucker. We don't need this bitch here. We need another fucking mother. For real, man. Kids was fucked up. My mama used to fuck us up. For real. And that's why I love my mama to death, but I know certain shit can't happen to me. If it's up to my mama, I'ma die. I just know certain shit. For real. Like, you ever notice that black people don't never get kidnapped? For real. And I know, like, I done been on all kind of TV shit right now. Y'all can kidnap me for some little money, call my mama for some little money, 30,000. You ain't gonna get nothing but cuss the fuck out. Yeah, 30,000. She don't give a fuck about me like that. She'll be trying to talk to the kidnappers like, damn, y'all want the whole 30? I can't give y'all $100 to Friday. I ain't gonna keep his little fingers on or nothing. They like, no ma'am. She like, well shit, put him on the phone. Now she trying to talk me to my death. Tell me, baby, you got to live to be 30, okay? I can't put my house up. I got other kids to raise. My mama fuck around, get mad, I'm kidnapped. Now you got yourself in this predicament now. You supposed to been on the road telling jokes now. I'm like, oh, my mama don't give a fuck. Can't call no old coworker. He be bringing up old shit on you. You like, man, Mark, I hate to tell you this, man. They didn't kidnap me. They talking about they want 30,000. He gonna be like, whoa, 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 you called me? Now, I ain't trying to get petty with you, but do you see how God works? You remember that day I asked you to work for me? You told me you couldn't do it, but do you see how God works? Now, you got to talk to the kidnappers. Now, nigga just killed me. That was the two niggas I knew with money. I've been in this game for a little minute, man. I noticed black people and white people that we different with money, though, ain't we? We did. Like, if you ask a black person right now for your money that he owe you, he starts scratching right here, you know he ain't got your money. For real, you be like, Charles, what happened to my $20? He be like, shit, you still tripping off that funk-ass $20? You like, nigga, it was a good 20 when I loaned it to you. Now that I want it back, it's a funky 20. That's just bullshit. For real, you know? But white people, they got it too. You ever go ask a white person for a loan, they do that little white expression like, ugh. You know that white expression like, ooh, we looked at your credit. Ugh. I can't give you that loan, I can't. Like, oh, I can tell by the lips, this bitch is gonna say no. Real, it's the same lips if you go ask if your auntie gonna make it out the hospital. You be like, ooh, she gonna make it? They be like, doesn't look good. Like, oh, auntie about to die. Do you see the white lady lips? That's it's not looking good. I told y'all put that car in my name. You ever seen them type of niggas at the hospital arguing over bullshit? Now, who get her laptop? Real. I love this time, though, man. Love this time, man. January, February, you love these times right here, man. Because it's tax season, ain't it? This is the tax time. This when niggas act like they've been balling their whole life, don't it? For real, when niggas got their taxes, you can't tell them shit, though, can you? Niggas be pointing shit. Yeah, what you want? What are you getting? For real, you can tell. You can always tell when somebody got their taxes too. You ask them one thing, they telling you shit you ain't even asked them. You're like, Charles, what you doing? Nothing, finna get my baby mama $500, get my kids some shoes. You're like, oh, this nigga got the money on him. For real, they be eating different and shit. You like, oh, let's go to McDonald's. Nigga be like, I don't eat that shit'll kill you. That's what I don't fuck with. All I eat is lobster. This nigga is too baller. Real. And if you're out here too, man, you know, I like to leave on good positive things, you know. If you're out here having sex, please, I want you to wrap it up. Clap for that. We got to wrap it the fuck up. Got to, because there's some shit out here now that, man, shit, New York State Hospital ain't going to take your ass. Yeah, you got to call X-Files for that. Yeah, they tell you some crazy shit like, yes, you have to call Scully and Mulder. Like, damn, do I? And black people, you know, you can't tell us we got certain disease, we'll fuck a clinic up, though, won't we? Yeah, like, you can't tell me I got no AIDS. I'm gonna be like, AIDS? That's exactly what the fuck I don't got. Oh, I got something else. We be trying to think like we can get other shit. Nah, give me diabetes. Yeah, I want that shit like my grandma and them got. Yeah, give me something else. You be trying to switch diseases. Nah, fuck it. No, give me polio. Fuck that. You be trying to get old shit. For real. And like I said, the black people, we inventive, nigga. We done came up with stoplights, peanut butter and shit. You know what I mean? We gonna come up with a remedy for AIDS. Fuck that. I ain't got no AIDS. I'm gonna go on and drink some of this bleach in the morning. Gonna put some of these potatoes around my neck like my grandma said. Yeah, I'm finna drink a fifth of cameline lotion. Yeah, it get rid of chicken pox. It gotta get rid of AIDS. Fuck that. And I got an old country grandma. She'll be trying to help me. She'll be like, baby, you got AIDS. Well, go in that medicine cabinet, get some of that olive oil out of that. You like, what? Get some of that olive oil out of that. Like, Grandma, where you want me to put it at? Put it in your eyes. Like, Grandma, it's burning. That mean it's working. Like, damn. I feel cured now. You go back to the hospital. You niggas try to play me. It was aloe vera the whole time. Nigga, I am cured. For real, man. Just got to watch certain shit. You know? And let me say this, too. Anybody smoke weed in here? Anybody smoke weed? Okay, if the police in here, I'm just playing. Yeah, I don't want nobody to follow me to the court. You the one with the weed? I'm like, no, I'm the one with the jokes. Yeah, I was up there bullshitting. But I found out, you know, you can't smoke everybody weed. Do you know that? You can't. They got too many different strands out here. Yeah, man, I went back to St. Louis, right? I got an uncle, he gay. He sell gay weed. Yeah, I didn't know his weed was gay till I looked at the bag. He gave me a pink bag with a bow on it. I said to myself, oh my God, that's a cute bag of weed. But I knew it was gay because as soon as I hit it, I was like, oh. This some good ass weed. But why is my hand doing that? Why the fuck is my shirt tied, nigga? All right, y'all, man. I had a ball, man. Keep supporting my man, Ray. Love y'all to death. Bye.
Keep it going for hot sauce. Keep it going for hot sauce. Thank you for being a part of Lapaholics Live. Thank you guys very much. I hope you enjoyed the show. We out of here. Everybody get home safe. Thank you.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
And we want someone to always have
freedom with security, and we're not backing away from that.
U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi becomes the highest-ranking U.S. official to visit Taiwan in a quarter of a century. China responds with military drills. We'll go to Taipei to speak with Brian Chi-Shing-Hu, Taiwanese-American journalist, editor of New Bloom magazine. And we'll speak with Michael Swain of the Quincy Institute, author of America's Challenge, Engaging a Rising China in the 21st Century. Then Senate Republicans reverse themselves again and pass a bill to aid U.S. veterans poisoned by the Pentagon's use of toxic burn pits in Iraq and Afghanistan after being shamed by veteran victims, their survivors, and comedian Jon Stewart.
I will say this, I'm not sure I've ever seen a situation where people who have already given so much had to fight so hard to get so little. And I hope we learn a lesson.
President Biden says toxic burn pits may have contributed to the death of his son, Beau Biden, who served in Iraq and was then diagnosed with brain cancer. We'll look at the impact of burn pits not only on U.S. veterans, but on Iraqis as well, with Professor Kali Rabai, just back from Fallujah.
Iraqi people have endured long-term exposure to both burn pits and the other effects of military occupation on their land and their livelihoods. And so those long-term effects are not only limited to Iraqi people, but are also global effects of war, accelerating climate change conditions for people who are living in damaged ecosystems.
And Kansas becomes the first state to vote on abortion rights after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Voters overwhelmingly reject an anti-abortion constitutional amendment. We'll get an update. All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's departed Taiwan after a controversial visit that was criticized by the Chinese government as well as some officials within the Biden administration. Earlier today, Pelosi met with Taiwan's president and said U.S. support for Taiwan is ironclad.
Today, the world faces a choice between democracy and autocracy. America's determination to preserve democracy here in Taiwan and around the world remains ironclad.
Pelosi is the highest-level U.S. official to visit Taiwan in a quarter of a century. China denounced her visit, saying it was damaging to stability in the Taiwan Strait. China's announced plans to carry out new air and naval drills and long-range live-fire exercises in 6 areas around Taiwan beginning Thursday. Taiwan said the military exercises are, quote, tantamount to an air and sea blockade of Taiwan. We'll have more on Taiwan after headlines. Voters in Kansas have overwhelmingly rejected an anti-abortion ballot measure. Nearly 60% of Kansan voters opposed adding a constitutional amendment to remove the right to an abortion in the state. The lopsided vote surprised many. During the 2020 election, Donald Trump won the state by 15%. If the amendment had passed, it would have cleared the way for Republican state lawmakers to ban abortion. In related news, the Justice Department has sued the state of Idaho over its near-total abortion ban. Attorney General Merrick Garland said Idaho's ban violates the Federal Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act.
It does not matter what state a hospital subject to EMTALA operates in. If a patient comes into the emergency room with a medical emergency jeopardizing the patient's life or health, the hospital must provide the treatment necessary to stabilize that patient. This includes abortion when that is the necessary treatment. Any state law that prevents a hospital from fulfilling its obligation under EMTALA violates federal law.
In more news on reproductive rights, President Biden's expected to sign a new executive order today aimed at safeguarding abortion access. Voters went to the polls for primaries Tuesday in Arizona, Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, and Washington. In Arizona, the far-right venture capitalist Blake Masters won the Republican Senate primary, will face Democrat Mark Kelly in November. Masters was endorsed by Donald Trump and bankrolled by his former boss, the billionaire tech investor Peter Thiel, who spent $13 million on the campaign. The white supremacist site VDare has praised Masters as a, quote, immigration patriot. Masters blamed gun violence on black people, unquote. In other results from Arizona, Mark Finchem won the Republican primary for Arizona Secretary of State. Fincham's a state lawmaker and a member of the far-right Oath Keepers who's been subpoenaed by the House January 6 committee for his actions in Washington, D.C. January 6 and for his involvement in attempting to overturn Biden's victory in Arizona in 2020. Another election denier in Arizona, Kari Lake, is leading in the Republican gubernatorial primary, but the race is still too close to call. Meanwhile, Rusty Bowers, Arizona Speaker of the House, lost his bid for a state Senate seat, losing to a Trump-backed candidate. Last month, the Republican Party in Arizona censured Bowers for telling the House January 6 committee that Trump and his lawyer Rudy Giuliani pressured him to overturn Biden's 2020 election victory in Arizona. In other primary election news, Missouri Attorney General Eric Schmitt has won Missouri's Republican Senate primary, defeating a crowded field, including Missouri's disgraced former Governor Eric Greitens. In Michigan, Republican Congressmember Peter Mayer, who voted to impeach Trump last year, has lost to John Gibbs, who is backed by Trump, and claimed Trump's loss in the 2020 election was, quote, mathematically impossible. The Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on ads to help elevate Gibbs' message as part of what some see as a risky strategy of aiding far-right candidates who might be more vulnerable in the November general election. In other election news from Michigan, Democratic Congressmember Haley Stevens has defeated fellow Democrat incumbent Andy Levin in the newly redrawn 11th Congressional District. AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, spent over $3 million to defeat Levin, a progressive, pro-labor politician who used to serve as president of his synagogue. Meanwhile, two members of the Squad, Rashida Tlaib in Michigan and Cori Bush in Missouri, won their primaries, defeating challenges from more conservative Democrats. Russia has accused the United States of direct involvement in the war in Ukraine for the first time. A spokesperson for the Russian Defense Ministry said intercepted communications show the United States is approving targets for U.S.-made HIMARS artillery used by Ukrainian forces. The spokesperson said, quote, "It is the Biden administration that's directly responsible for all rocket attacks approved by Kyiv on residential areas and civilian infrastructure facilities and settlements of Donbass and other regions that cause mass deaths of civilians," unquote. Russia had previously accused the United States of waging a proxy war in Ukraine. The United Nations has announced an agreement was reached to extend a ceasefire in Yemen by another 2 months. The initial truce went into effect April 2nd, but numerous violations of the ceasefire have been reported. The U.S.-backed Saudi-led war has led to one of the world's worst humanitarian crises. Yemenis have expressed hope the truce will finally bring the war to an end.
The people of Yemen want the truce to remove this dark period from around them, for the siege to be broken, for salaries to be paid, for peace to return to all the people of Yemen.
In related news, the Biden administration's approved $5 billion in missile sales to Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, two countries accused of committing war crimes in Yemen. Under the deal, Saudi Arabia will buy 300 Patriot missiles made by Raytheon for $3 billion, and the UAE will purchase nearly 100 anti-ballistic THAAD missiles made by Lockheed Martin. The weapon sales were agreed to just weeks after Biden's controversial visit to Saudi Arabia. The New York Times reports 2 prominent Trump supporters in Arizona feared his plot to overturn the 2020 election could, quote, appear treasonous. Citing private emails, the Times reports Kelly Ward, the chair of the Arizona Republican Party, and State Senator Kelly Townsend both expressed concerns about acting as fake electors who would claim Trump won the state even though Joe Biden received more votes. In an email on December 11, 2020, Trump attorney Kenneth Chesebro wrote, quote, Ward and Townsend are concerned it could appear treasonous for the Arizona electors to vote on Monday if there's no pending court proceeding that might eventually lead to the electors being ratified as the legitimate ones, unquote. The attorney wrote the word treasonous in bold. Despite her concerns, Ward signed on to be a fake elector. Townsend did not, but she continued to promote Trump's election lies. In more news about Trump's attempted coup, the Washington Post is reporting the Pentagon wiped data from the phones of several top Pentagon officials after the January 6th insurrection, including then acting Defense Secretary Christopher Miller and then Army Secretary Ryan McCarthy. Key data was also wiped from the phones of top officials at the Secret Service and the Department of Homeland Security. And the Senate has passed a bill to aid millions of former U.S. service members exposed to toxic waste. The bill would require the Department of Veterans Affairs to remove the burden of proof from vets who say their health problems are related to the Pentagon's use of toxic burn pits in Iraq and Afghanistan. The measure passed with a bipartisan vote of 86 to 11. It comes just a week after Senate Republicans blocked the bill from advancing after Senate Democrats announced they reached a deal on a separate bill aimed at cutting carbon emissions and reducing inflation. We'll have more on burn pits in Iraq and Afghanistan and how they affect both U.S. veterans and Iraqis and Afghans. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Juan Gonzalez in New Brunswick, New Jersey. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Well, U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has left Taiwan after a series of high-profile meetings that increased tensions with China, making her the most senior U.S. official to visit Taiwan in 25 years. Pelosi met with Taiwan's president and Taiwanese lawmakers. Their encounter was partly broadcast online.
It's really clear that while China has stood in the way of Taiwan participating and going to certain meetings, that they understand that they will not stand in the way of people coming to Taiwan. It's a show of friendship, of support, but also a source of learning about how we can work together better in collaboration.
Pelosi discussed economic plans, including a possible trade deal between Taiwan and the United States, and met with key pro-democracy activists. Taiwan's president, Tsai Ing-wen, said she welcomed Pelosi's visit.
Speaker's presence here in Taiwan serves to boost public confidence in the strength of our democracy as a foundation to our partnership with the United States.
Meanwhile, China responded to Speaker Pelosi's trip to Taiwan in part by announcing plans to carry out new air and naval drills and long-range live-fire exercises in 6 areas around Taiwan beginning Thursday. Taiwan said the military exercises are, quote, tantamount to an air and sea blockade of Taiwan. This is a spokeswoman for the Chinese Foreign Ministry.
The relevant actions of the Chinese military are a deterrent to the separatist forces in Taiwan and are justified. You mentioned the issue of navigation in the waters. We have never seen any problems with the freedom of navigation in the waters. I think you should pay more attention to how U.S. warships and military aircraft have come so far right up to China's doorstep to show off their force.
This comes as the U.S. is holding a massive military training exercise in the region with Indonesia, Australia, Japan, and Singapore for the first half of August, with 5,000 soldiers on the island of Sumatra. This is the commanding general of the U.S. Army Pacific, Charles Flynn.
With all of the technical and procedural aspects of this, it's just a really important expression of our teamwork and our interoperability and our our unity really as a group of nations that seek to continue to have a free and open Indo-Pacific.
For more, we're joined by two guests. In Taipei, Taiwan, Brian Chi-Sheng Hu is with us, Taiwanese-American journalist, founding editor of New Bloom magazine. And in Washington, D.C., Michael Swain is director of the Quincy Institute's East Asia program, longtime U.S.-China relations analyst. His books and briefings include America's Challenge, Engaging a Rising China in the 21st Century. We welcome you both back to Democracy Now! Brian Hu, let's begin with you. You're right there in Taipei, where Nancy Pelosi, the House Speaker, has just left, along with her congressional delegation. Can you talk about the significance of this trip?
That's right. And so, as mentioned, this is historic in the sense of this is not taking place in 25 years. But what's also interesting is that there has been such a large response. Under the Biden administration, there has more been the pattern of announcing these kind of visits after they take place. This gives China less of a window to react. But news of this broke much earlier, once there was a scoop by the Financial Times. And so then there have been weeks of discussion. But I think then what is interesting to note, or what is significant to note, is that while Taiwan would directly be in the line of fire from China, there was actually not panic the way there was in the international world and much discussion of it. I think there was not a lot of attention paid to that Taiwanese and their own threat assessment of what this will lead to. And so we'll see about the exercises, because China claims will only last for 3 days, and it does want to play them up as a blockade now, but that's to be questioned.
And Brian, what's your sense of the reaction within Taiwan among the Taiwanese people to and the government as well to Nancy Pelosi's efforts? There have been some reports that even within the Taiwan government there were concerns about her visit.
I think the general public was not actually aware that this was really taking place until very recently. There's even a joke on the internet nowadays that people thought Pelosi was the name of a typhoon, that something was coming, it could cause chaos, but it was a typhoon. And so now this visit happened, but it is also questioned under what circumstances it took place. There's a report from a very pro-China media outlet, which has been reporting on as taking funding and editorial direction from the Chinese government directly. The report claims that Taiwan tried to turn down Pelosi, to disinvite her, fearing the dangers, but that Pelosi was still insistent on going. That's hard to say. It's hard to know the veracity of this report, but the Taiwanese government is not in a position to say no to the U.S., even when it comes to issues that might put it in the line of fire.
And I'd like to ask Michael Swain, here we are less than a year since the disastrous end of the 20-year U.S. occupation of Afghanistan, just 6 months since Washington's efforts to expand NATO triggered the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and a conflict that's destabilized the entire world, pushed us closer to a nuclear war. Why would our political leaders risk at the same time a new confrontation with China, our planet's rising economic power and its most populous nation?
Well, that's an excellent question. I'm not sure I know the answer to it, why they would want to do this at this time. I think the administration was not, in truth, terribly happy about Nancy Pelosi's decision to take a congressional delegation to Taiwan at this time, but they certainly knew about it well in advance, and they could have done a lot more to try to discourage it, but they did not. And I guess from what they've been saying since her visit there, that this is really no big deal. There's no difference here between what she's doing today and what's happened in the past, that they think the Chinese will sort of shrug and say, okay, well, I guess no big deal. But of course, that is not exactly what's happening. You've got, if anything, the reverse. The Chinese have embarked on, as you said in your setup, a series of military actions here that rival or exceed the military actions that they took back in 1995-96. And it's very hard to see how the Pelosi visit has helped or advanced Taiwan's security in light of this kind of Chinese reaction.
Can you give, Brian, some background to the relationship between China and Taiwan? I think a lot of people are watching this all over the world. The historic background, the precise nature of the relationship between China and Taiwan, and how similar is it to Hong Kong?
Yeah, so it is a sort of different circumstances, but as you can imagine, facing the threat of China, Hong Kong and Taiwan have long seen common circumstances in each other. So Taiwan is settled by indigenous and Han settlers from previous centuries of migration. But as we know it today, as the Republic of China, as it's officially known, though many do not like that name, it is because of the KMT's defeat in the Chinese Civil War. It brought with it what are the descendants of which are 10% of the population. Around 80%, 78% were from prior waves of migration. And so there were people in Taiwan for hundreds of years, and Taiwan was only incorporated into China under the Qing dynasty, and that's only part of it. So that's not surprising then that why people in Taiwan often have a different sense of identity from China. And the KMT, when it came to Taiwan, tried to depict Taiwan as having always been part of China. This is similar to what the PRC claims today as part of its very modern territorial claims over Taiwan. The PRC did not always, in fact, you can even quote Mao on this, Mao Zedong, make claims over Taiwan. But this issue now is contested in part because of geopolitics, because if China wants to expand its power outward into the Asia-Pacific, Taiwan is something it wants. And there's also the desire for example, Taiwanese semiconductors or its resources and that sort of thing, because China is itself highly reliant on Taiwanese semiconductors for manufacturing, for its own supply lines. Even according to some reports, they are present in the very missiles that China has pointed at Taiwan.
Michael, would you share Brian's analysis of the past and the relationship between Taiwan and China?
Well, what Brian said is, as far as it goes, is fairly accurate. But I think the important point here is to understand what the larger context is of the relationship and the understanding reached between the United States and China regarding Taiwan at the time of normalization back in the 1970s and recognition in 1979. At that time, China and the United States basically reached an understanding over Taiwan, which was a very contentious issue at the time. And in order to try to neutralize that issue, the Chinese basically made a statement that they would pursue peaceful unification as a top priority. They wouldn't give up the possibility of use of force because they regard Taiwan as sovereign Chinese territory, and a sovereign state can exercise military force over its own territory. However, they said, we will no longer seek to liberate Taiwan by force as our policy. We're going to try and peaceful unification for years and work on that. By the same token, China said, okay, we recognize that China is a legitimate government. The PRC is a legitimate government of China, and we do not challenge the claim by China that Taiwan is a part of China. Now, they didn't say they officially recognize in a legal sense Taiwan as part of China, but they said they don't challenge it. So what you had here was the one China policy, peaceful unification. Now, what's happened since that time is there's been a steady erosion on both sides in the level of their apparent commitment to those original pledges. And Nancy Pelosi's trip, this latest trip, represents yet another movement away from the different understandings and stipulations and procedures that were basic to the one China policy that the United States had been pursuing for years. She flew over to Taiwan on an official U.S. military jet that looked like Air Force One. She described her visit in Taiwan as an official visit. She publicized it in a very major way, unlike Newt Gingrich, who went as Speaker of the House 25 years ago to Taiwan. Newt Gingrich went to Beijing first. He stopped in Taiwan very briefly and then moved on. The Chinese didn't like it then, but now what Pelosi has done is much larger scale than this, much higher publicity, much more the trappings of an official visit. And that is really a basic violation of the understanding that the United States and China reached at the time of normalization, as I say. And there have been a lot of other developments over the years that have moved Taiwan closer and closer to the U.S.
Can I ask, actually, why we are talking about a 50-year-old agreement without talking about the wishes of the Taiwanese people in the slightest, justifying that the present actions China takes are somehow justified towards Taiwan because of these two imperial powers, the U.S. and China, deciding on the fate of Taiwan. I think there's often a misperception that Taiwanese people are irrational, pursuing independence at all costs, even if this means regional conflict. But I think that if you look at the way Taiwanese people vote, it's pragmatic. The path that they think will avoid conflict will allow them to train their democracies. And so I don't know then why we're talking about 50-year-old treaties by imperial powers as though this were the left-wing or progressive position here.
Well, the point here now is not so much what the Taiwanese themselves are saying in this regard. What I was just saying was about the United States and U.S. policy. The issue here, my point is, the one China policy and the peaceful reunification agreement and understanding provided Taiwan with decades of stability and development. And that sort of relationship should continue. It should continue. And right now, shifting on both sides by both the Chinese and by the United States away from this original understanding is actually weakening security for Taiwan. It's undermining Taiwan's own security. The Taiwanese don't want changes in the status quo. They want a continuation of the status quo, and that's not what they're getting.
But will that occur? I mean, you look at the fate of Hong Kong. You look at increasing Chinese threats directed at Taiwan. Even if Taiwan, you just claim as though it would do nothing and then things would be all right. That's not the case. China actively tries to undermine Taiwan. For example, there are Taiwanese that are kidnapped by China. For example, Li Mingzhou, who's one of the people that Pelosi met with today. Obviously, it's a political stunt, but there's that. You look at the police crackdown in Hong Kong, the detention of Uyghurs in Xinjiang, and these do not offer alternatives that Taiwanese people think of as peace. China is a power that's expanding. It wishes to expand. It wishes to challenge the U.S. It is modeling itself after the U.S., even using anti-terror discourse drawn from the U.S. war on terror. And so then why do you think that China would simply allow Taiwan to let live? That's not how imperial powers work.
I don't generalize to imperial powers across the board. They all behave as such. I don't want to get into that kind of argument because you get into all kinds of exceptions when you talk about that. But in this particular case, I think the issue is what best serves Taiwan's security interests over time. If you assume that the Chinese have absolutely no interest whatsoever in avoiding a conflict over Taiwan, that they're just basically preparing to attack Taiwan, seize it, and hold it, then we are in a different kind of situation from what we have been in for the last many decades. And I would not assume that the Chinese are developing or focused primarily on a policy of invading, seizing, and holding Taiwan. They're not stupid. They understand that that would be a huge roll of the dice. What they would prefer to do is to establish a relationship with Taiwan that was one in which Taiwan became increasingly inclined towards dealing with the mainland in some political way and could resolve the situation peacefully. That's what they'd like. Now, the Chinese have not been doing things that make that more likely. I'm not letting the Chinese off the hook here. I'm saying that the Chinese themselves have also been doing things that have been changing the status quo. Yes, they have been raising concerns in Taiwan and in the United States, and the United States has in turn responded to this by doubling down on deterrence. So what you have on both sides now is a heavy emphasis on military deterrence, heavy emphasis on worst-case outcomes, very little real communication about Taiwan and where Taiwan's status lies and how you can stabilize the country. You've got this posturing going on and this positioning going on between both sides that is not serving the interests of Taiwan at all.
If I can ask Brian, following up on this issue of the rest of the world not taking into account the aspirations of the Taiwanese people. If the Taiwanese people do wish, the majority of them, for independence from China, is it the responsibility of the United States to defend Taiwan's viewpoints? Why should the United States be the country that is constantly the policeman of where democracy is expressed in the world?
Well, it hasn't been. I mean, the U.S. backed authoritarian dictatorship in Taiwan for decades under Chiang Kai-shek and his son, Chiang Ching-kuo. And now in the present, Taiwan is a geopolitical chess piece for the U.S. to be traded off, perhaps, or raise the stakes for negotiations. That was very visible under Donald Trump. Some idealized him in Taiwan. And then now at the present, the view from Americans is that, well, we should just fork over Taiwan to China, that this is the way to keep peace. It seems very convenient logic for people from an imperial power in order to always maintain this. So what is the outcome that we hope for? It is not conflict on either side. There will be enormous losses, Taiwanese or Chinese, more Chinese perhaps, in fact, based on some of the estimates of an invasion. So how do we avoid this outcome? But we cannot assume that China will be an active, rational actor here when it is increasingly authoritarian. Xi Jinping's interests are not those of the Chinese people. For example, provoking a crisis, losing an enormous amount of tens of thousands of young people. That might be the way for Xi to maintain power. It might be the way to expand power for him. It cannot be then just assuming that the CCP will act rationally, always just hoping for Taiwan to become willing to join with China. Because what we see is that it takes a velvet glove approach sometimes, offering economic incentives. At the same time, it tries to set examples, which we see in Hong Kong, Tibet, Xinjiang, authoritarian repression, drilling in the South China Seas, territorial claims disputed with other Southeast Asian countries in the area. And so there's that. This world is not just that between the U.S. and China, and we cannot act as progressives or leftists, seeing things in a bipolar world, seeing no other agency from any other force. We need to think of ways out of this binary, and I don't see that happening.
And I'd like to follow that up, Michael Swain, this issue of we shouldn't see this as a bipolar world. Where are the rest of the nations of the world and the United Nations when it comes to the issues of Taiwan and China and a one China policy?
Well, what we see is that the majority of countries in the world have either not challenged or have explicitly accepted some variation of a one China policy. That is, that they have recognized that Taiwan is part of China, or they have not challenged that point. America and its closest allies have adopted very similar positions on that. Very few countries in the world recognize Taiwan as an independent state. There are a small handful of countries, primarily in Central America. Most countries do not see Taiwan as a sovereign independent state, and they don't want to get embroiled, however, in the China-Taiwan conflagration or confrontation. They want to have good relations with both China and with Taiwan, so they don't want to backstop actions that could really upset the stability of the situation now and lead to crisis or conflict. But unfortunately, that is the direction in which we're moving because of the kinds of calculations and the worst casing and the zero-sum sorts of approaches that are being adopted by both the United States and China.
We're going to leave it there. I thank you so much for being with us. Of course, we're going to continue to follow this issue. Michael Swain, director of the Quincy Institute's East Asia program, and Brian Chi-Shing Hu, Taiwanese-American journalist and editor of New Bloom magazine, speaking to us from Taipei. Next up, Senate Republicans reverse themselves again after being humiliated by both comedian Jon Stewart and U.S. vets. And they agreed to join Democrats in passing a bill to aid U.S. vets poisoned by the Pentagon's use of toxic burn pits in Iraq and Afghanistan. We'll talk about the impact of these burn pits on both U.S. vets and on Iraqis. Stay with us.
We sell guns to all our third world friends. We sell guns if they will sell us oil. We are waiting. We are waiting. Waiting for the crisis. Waiting for the crisis. We'll sell nukes if you will be our friend. We'll sell nukes if you will sell your oil. We are waiting. We are waiting. Waiting for your prices. Waiting for your prices. We'll sell arms if you will be our friend. We're waiting for your
Waiting for the Crisis by Kate Fagan. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Senate Republicans reversed themselves again and passed a bill Tuesday night with Democrats to aid U.S. veterans poisoned by toxic waste from U.S. military burn pits in Iraq and Afghanistan. The measure would require the Department of Veterans Affairs to remove the burden of proof from vets who say their health problems are linked to the Pentagon's use of these burn pits, expanding health care and disability benefits to some 3.5 million former U.S. service members exposed to the burning toxic waste. The legislation passed with a bipartisan vote of 86-11. Just days after Senate Republicans last week blocked the bill known as the PACT Act, triggering outrage from military veterans and supporters who led round-the-clock protests outside the U.S. Capitol demanding action from the Senate. Many vets and their families camped out on the steps of the Capitol since last week's vote. Comedian Jon Stewart, who's an outspoken advocate for military veterans, condemns Senate Republicans after they blocked the measure last Thursday.
So ain't this a bitch?
Yeah.
Ain't this a bitch?
Yep.
America's heroes who fought in our wars, outside sweating their asses off, with oxygen, battling all kinds of ailments, while these sit in the air conditioning, walled off from any of it. They don't have to hear it. They don't have to see it. They don't have to understand that these are human beings. Do you get it yet? Do we see that these aren't heroes? These are men and women, mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers.
Comedian Jon Stewart not being so funny. The bill now heads to President Biden's desk, who's expected to quickly sign it into law. Biden has said he believes toxic burn pits may have contributed to the 2015 death of his son, Beau Biden, who served in Iraq and was then diagnosed with brain cancer. This is Jon Stewart again speaking Tuesday alongside veterans after the Senate approved the PACT Act.
I will say this. I'm not sure I've ever seen a situation where people who have already given so much had to fight so hard to get so little. And I hope we learn a lesson.
Exposure from toxic U.S. military burn pits has also led to birth defects and other serious illnesses and disabilities among communities in Iraq and Afghanistan who are still reeling from the catastrophic aftermath of U.S. occupation. Toxic waste contaminated vast lands, water, and polluted the air. For more, we're joined by two guests to discuss the promise to address Comprehensive Toxics Act of 2022, which is PACT. Kali Rubai is an assistant professor of anthropology at Purdue University, whose work focuses on structural violence, anti-colonial feminism, health justice, and the ecological impacts of war in the Middle East. She's just back from Fallujah in Iraq, where she was studying the impact of the burn pits. She's joining us from West Lafayette, Indiana. And in Washington, D.C., Kelly Vlahos is with us, senior advisor for the Quincy Institute, editorial director at Responsible Statecraft. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Kelly Vlahos, let's begin with you in Washington, D.C., as this bill has just been passed by the Senate. Republicans reversing themselves again. Explain what happened. What led to, well, at the beginning, they supported it. And then when Manchin reached a deal with Schumer, to the shock of the Republicans, on a totally different bill to do with climate change and taxing corporations, they came out in, what did one newspaper describe it, a fit of pique, and just reversed themselves on this bill.
Well, Senator Pat Toomey had been raising a fuss about this bill for weeks since it was passed, since it passed the House. His issue was that Democrats were taking a $400 billion package of piece of money that was going to veterans' health care and making it discretionary, or making it mandatory, rather, as opposed to discretionary funding. This would be in addition to the $250 billion that was carved out for this PACT Act, which would also be mandatory funding. Why is that important? It's important because the funding wouldn't have to go through the regular appropriations process every year and be debated. And so their claim was that the Democrats were creating some other slush fund in which $400 billion would be made mandatory. They didn't like that. They said they had assurances from the Democrats that that would be amended by the time it reached their desk. It hadn't been. So they kicked up a fuss led by Senator Pat Toomey and, as you know, killed the bill, the PACT Act, last week. Well, as you also mentioned, they were humiliated in the response. I personally thought, hey, I'm all for fiduciary responsibility and oversight of funding. There's plenty of waste, fraud, and abuse in this town, but why put veterans in the crosshairs? And so they were forced to turn around, accept the situation as it was, and as you said, it passed with overwhelming support yesterday.
I'd like to bring in Kali Rubai on this issue. My estimate is over the last 60 years, since the early years of the Vietnam War, the United States has been pretty much involved in conflicts or occupations or military war for all maybe 10 years or so, when the U.S. troops were not stationed in these conflict zones. Could you talk about, therefore, these burn pits have become almost a part of the process of the U.S. military? Could you explain what these burn pits are, why they're necessary, and what the military has done to protect its soldiers?
Sure. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here. Burn pits are massive incineration fields, sometimes as big as football fields, but of course there were many smaller ones throughout Iraq and Afghanistan as well. They were in operation for over a decade and released high levels of dioxin and all sorts of unknown harmful substances into the air. They were exceptionally large in Iraq and Afghanistan because this was a war for profit. So taxpayers funded the U.S. occupation, but the people who were spending that money were private corporations with no-bid contracts like Halliburton. And that meant that when a computer or a tank had a mechanical problem, it was more profitable to just throw the whole thing away into a burn pit and then sell a brand new one rather than fix the problem, which leveraged a much higher material cost onto Iraqi bodies and Iraqi land, or in Afghani bodies and Afghani land. Burn pits are always used to destroy any kind of material that could be used as a multiplier force by an opposing army. So you want to get rid of all of your military goods and information. But in this case, they were incredibly and exponentially toxic because of this no-bid contract relationship that privatized the war.
And of course, these pits not only affect the soldiers, but they affect the civilian populations that may be in proximity to them. Could you talk about what's been reported or documented in terms of the health effects on the civilians near these burn pits?
Sure. While veterans saw acute short-term exposure to burn pits at peak health at the prime of their lives, Iraqis faced long-term diffuse exposure at all stages of the life course. So the health effects were varied and widespread. There is epidemiological evidence that living near U.S. bases in Iraq, and therefore near burn pits, increased the likelihood of giving birth to a child with a birth defect or of getting cancer. So those are some of the most acute long-term effects. Burn pits are not the biggest figure of environmental and health harm for Iraqis. They've also been facing military occupation, bombings, shootings, displacement, and layers of military incursion by different occupation forces since the U.S. invasion. And these things have all added up to collapse in public infrastructure that would be used to contend with the health effects of burn pits, poor overall health, and then, of course, damaged conditions for farming and fishing. I've been living with and interviewing people who are experiencing these effects. And of course, the effect on people's livelihoods is also impactful. I visited Haj Ali, which is a pseudonym for a farmer who lived a mile and a half downwind from the Balad Air Base burn pit in Yathrib. He had 52 cows that he was taking care of before the Americans occupied in 2003. And now he has just 2 cows. And that's because so many in the last decade and a half have died or were born sick. He's afraid to keep investing in them. And he remembered all different colors of smoke, black, white, red, yellow, producing different kinds of weather above his farm, depending on what was being burned in the burn pits week after week, month after month. Even though the burn pit there has been stopped, it was just last year that he had a calf that was born with no legs. It lived for a few days and then died. He showed me his chickens who continue to get sick and die. They have trouble growing feathers, trouble walking straight. And as he was showing me around his farm, some of his neighbors came to complain about neurological problems and reporting brain cancer from having lived near the burn pit. People are now having to rely on personal filters for their water and air in their homes if they can afford it. When I was living in Fallujah, my tap water was brown. The environmental effects of U.S. occupation are widespread, and people are aware that the environment itself has become a vector for their long-term health issues.
So, Kelly Vlahos, in the PACT Act, can you talk about how the U.S. military first responded to the U.S. soldiers, a lot of denial, a lot of covering up, and whether there is any part of this act that deals with reparations for both Iraqis and people in Afghanistan.
No, there's no reparations for anyone outside of the veterans community, nobody in Afghanistan or Iraq. There are some benefits to family members of veterans who passed away due to service-connected injuries, whether it be cancer or respiratory issues. Those are the two primary injuries that veterans are suffering from today. So there are some benefits to family members. Most of the benefits in the new PACT Act, which are already up on the VA website, which I thought was incredible. I was searching around last night online, and I found out that the VA already has a whole process set up for veterans to access these new benefits. But it expands the injuries that are now service-connected, considered presumptive service-connected injuries to 23, which is huge, considering that some 80% of veterans have been thwarted in their attempts to get benefits for their burn pit-connected injuries over the last 10, 15 years. So anything from cancer-related, respiratory, as well as skin injuries or skin problems and issues are now considered presumptive service-connected injuries. So veterans can access full health care now. They can access disability payments, which they weren't. Also extends the presumptions for Vietnam veterans who have been fighting, oh my goodness, for my lifetime to get their injuries related to Agent Orange exposure. This is also in the PACT Act. So this is monumental on so many levels. You played the comments from John Stewart. The one thing that my heart sort of skipped a beat is when he said, I hope we learn a lesson. I hoped we had learned the lesson from Vietnam, and we didn't. We didn't learn the lesson in Persian Gulf. We have Persian Gulf veterans who are still fighting for presumption, for service-connected benefits for their Persian Gulf illnesses. And so now we have Iraq and Afghanistan veterans fighting. It seems like this is generational, just like the wars are generational. The fact that the government hasn't learned its lessons, hasn't taken responsibility for the harm that they put these veterans, these service members and their families in, it continues for yet another generation.
And Kelly, that's precisely the question I wanted to ask you in terms of the comparisons between the fights over Agent Orange and during the Gulf War, the first Gulf War, it was a chronic fatigue syndrome, wasn't it, that soldiers were complaining about? And there was what has happened with the battles around those issues?
They're still fighting. They're still fighting slowly but surely. They've been getting recognition. When I started covering that story in the mid to late 1990s, it was called battle fatigue, Gulf War syndrome. Now it's called Gulf War illness. They have basically, over time, through many studies, have found that the combination of the environmental conditions, the dust, and it was some of the shots that they had given the soldiers before they went off to battle, and also the insect repellent that they had actually been spraying all of their tents and their bodies with. That combination had created a toxicity in these veterans. And you know, because it was a combination, because the illnesses and the symptoms were so vague and they were different for different people, ranging from fatigue, headaches, neurological issues, cancers, birth defects in the children of Gulf War veterans. It took this long to get any recognition, and that's the frustrating thing. We can't point to one illness, one injury, and we see that in the Iraq and Afghanistan veterans. And it's not just veterans who served in Iraq and Afghanistan. If you look at the PACT Act, it's covering a lot of vets who were across the Middle East where these burn pits were deployed. And so we're talking about a population of 3.5 million veterans who cycled in and out of these wars, tens of thousands of whom had been in and around burn pits. We already have over 260,000 veterans who have registered on this burn pit registry that the VA set up several years ago.
Well, we want to end with Kali Rubai. Does the PACT Act mean that people are organizing in Iraq and Afghanistan for reparations?
Great question. Yeah, just to add on to what Kelly was saying, it's certainly not just burn pits. It's certainly not just Agent Orange. But there is one really great way to avoid war-related injury, which is to not go. War is the singular cause of these diffuse health problems and these health crises. And every war has a different chemical cause, but the practice remains the same. The U.S. has not done environmental cleanup in a way that's acceptable to those living in Iraq, and certainly not taken responsibility to help people manage long-term health effects of burn pit exposure. While most burn pits are no longer active, they continue to have long-term effects, and the campaign for veteran health care could have been a joint struggle that included Iraqi people. Transnational solidarity is a key component to health justice campaigns, and I would like to see the U.S. veteran community reaching out to Iraqi environmental activists and health justice activists who are pushing for not just reparations, but basic repair at this point, managing the health costs of property loss, dismemberment, dispossession, and all of the environmental health effects of warfare in general.
Kali Rubai, I want to thank you for being with us, Assistant Professor of Anthropology at Purdue University, just back from Fallujah, Iraq. And Kelly Vlahos, Senior Advisor at Quincy Institute and Editorial Director of their newsletter, Responsible Statecraft. Next up, we talk about Kansas becoming the first state to vote on abortion rights after the Supreme Court overturned Roe. Voters overwhelmingly rejected an anti-abortion constitutional amendment. Stay with us.
I've been flipping through my timeline, trying to get my mind right. My city cried out, I got to cool down, but I'm under pressure. Looking with my Crisco, look at where my fists go. A renegade when I'm in a rage. I got to cool down, but I'm under pressure. I keep my hands dirty, my mind clean. Got a new agenda with a new dream. I'm kicking out the old regime. Liberation, elevation, education. America, you a lie, but the whole world about to testify.
Turntables by Janelle Monáe. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. On Tuesday, Kansas became the first state to vote on abortion rights since the Supreme Court overturned Roe. Voters overwhelmingly rejected an anti-abortion constitutional amendment. Nearly 60% of Kansan voters oppose the ballot measure. The lopsided vote surprised many since Donald Trump won Kansas by 15% in 2020. If the amendment had passed, it would have cleared the way for Republican state lawmakers to ban the procedure. For more, we get an update from journalist Amy Littlefield, abortion access correspondent for The Nation, just in Kansas, where she was covering Tuesday's vote, now joining us from Boston. So as you flew back, the results came in, Amy. Can you talk about the significance of this first state where voters actually had a say?
Amy, this is incredible. This is huge. I mean, I was on Democracy Now! With you yesterday saying I thought this vote was going to be close. Everyone I was talking to thought this was going to be a nail biter. Amy, this is not close at all. This is a landslide, okay? This is huge. And I was boarding a plane and flying out of Kansas as results were starting to trickle in. Right before the flight landed, I saw 60%. I thought, oh my gosh, there must be some sort of distortion. This is very low percentages coming in so far. And that held throughout the night. I think people in Kansas are stunned by their own enormous power right now. Although I think there were signs that this was coming. There was an enormous amount of energy that went into this grassroots organizing effort. I think pro-choice people have known for a long time that they are a solid majority, even in states with conservative legislatures. But they've not always been a mobilized majority. And I think in Kansas right now, we have a glimpse of what that majority can achieve when they mobilize. And I think you're going to hear a lot of people giving credit to the Supreme Court for today's victory in Kansas. But I think the credit belongs with the grassroots organizers, the people who've been standing out on street corners, canvassing under the blazing sun and the pouring rain, phone banking, people who've never been involved in politics and people who have been involved in politics for years. I mean, this was just an incredible effort that brought about this victory. And I think it's an incredibly strong signal about the will of the people versus the will of state legislatures and the Supreme Court.
And Amy, certainly the organizers of the no vote are to be congratulated, but there is a caveat here. We're talking about a primary in the middle of August where probably, do you have any sense of what percentage of the total electorate actually participated?
I mean, that's an incredibly important point. Because that's what Republicans in the state legislature were banking on, right? They scheduled this for an August primary thinking that, number one, turnout would be lower, and number two, there were a lot of exciting Republican contested races that Democrats didn't have, and so they thought Republicans would be turning out. I think numbers are still being counted, but the numbers that we're seeing are on par with what was seen in the 2018 midterms, okay? And this is for an August primary, which is incredible. I mean, I was at polling locations yesterday. There were lines out the door into the parking lot. People were starting to curve around. They were yelling at each other, hey, get into the shade. So I talked to one woman who'd put on a sun hat because she was expecting to stand out in the sun for a long time. I mean, people waited for a really long time in line to vote. So this turnout was pretty amazing. I keep thinking about this woman that I met on my way around reporting yesterday. She was just standing by the side of the road. Her name's Kathy Griffin, not the comedian. I'm talking about the former liquor store owner from Wichita. And she was standing out on the street corner with a vote no sign that said laws don't stop abortion and yelling trust women Jesus did at passing cars. She's been out there every day since even before the Supreme Court decision because she knew this amendment vote was coming. And she told me, you know that this vote no, this abortion rights campaign is probably going to fail, right? Because in her words, Republicans have been pretty darn sneaky about how they had scheduled and managed this vote. And I can't wait to call her back again today and see how she's feeling, because this is just an astounding victory for her and the many other people like her who've been involved in this effort.
I mean, a Democratic governor is in office in Kansas, though the state voted Trump won by something like more than 15% in 2020. But the counties that passed this were many more than those who voted for the Democratic governor. I mean, what an amazing sign for things to come, and close to 1 million people voting. We've never seen anything like this, as you said, in a primary. Finally, what does this mean for the message for the November elections, where there are other constitutional amendments being voted on, like in Michigan?
Right. I mean, I think we saw signs of this with Michigan. I mean, Michigan organizers, grassroots organizers, reproductive justice groups in Michigan managed to get 1/10 of the state's population to sign on, almost 1 million people to sign on to an effort to put a sweeping protection for reproductive freedom to the voters in the November election. There's similar measures to enshrine reproductive freedom in California and Vermont coming up. So I think we're likely to see even more ballot initiatives aimed at expanding abortion access, because I think voters in Kansas have just proven that the will of the people can be a powerful tool to overrule the will of a Republican-dominated legislature.
Amy Littlefield, thanks so much for joining us. Journalist covering reproductive health care, abortion access correspondent for The Nation, former producer for Democracy Now! That does it for our show. Democracy Now! Produced with Renee Feltz, Mike Burke, Messiah Rhodes, Noreen Sheikh, Maria Taracena, Sharina Nadura, Sam Malkoff, Tay Marie Studio, John Hamilton, Robbie Karen, I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez.
experts say a fish rots from the head first.
That a fish has shallow memory, but I remember how depression made an easy catch of me. Bait in throat, hook in mouth. I was saltwater wild before depression dragged me out of the ocean. Before my lungs collapsed beneath the weight of silence.
As I told my mother I wanted to kill myself, her eyes pinned on my persistent pulse.
Depression is the theory I can't prove.
And if I can't prove I'm hurting, experts say I'm not hurting.
Call it hallucination.
Call it asking for attention. Experts think they experts on my body, even though I'm the one on my knees. Sometimes to die, sometimes to pray. Sometimes I think if I lie close enough to the devil, God will try harder to rescue me. Depression is the devil, leaving the body.
It's cousin Ray Ray's alcoholism at Thanksgiving.
An apple tempting the eve of my hunger.
Auntie saying she walked into a cabinet again.
A Sunday gospel sang to a greedy God.
A black boy discovering the taste of his own tears. Depression is the truth we fight to prove. To give a name despite the shame and telling black boys
and black girls and survivors
to man up.
Stop being a baby. It's not that bad.
Other people have it worse.
But when a fish rots from the head first,
when the brain rots from the inside out, the body can't help but to live a stalemate.
There's no returning to my body after depression took it from me.
A stupid fish slapped down on the kitchen table,
playing the knife cuts me clean and quick. Depression is to die a decadent death. So I carried the blade to the bathroom.
Feel it scaling me slow.
A murderer in my own home, breaking into me the way every person I ever loved felt entitled to.
Breaking the self is a delicate science.
I'm an illness turned experiment.
How do I charge my mental illness for murder?
When it washes my guts from a stainless hand.
When my mind is the weapon left behind at the scene of the crime.
And the scene of the crime.
That's why every time I think I'm okay, I go under.
Every time I say this poem, my life splits into before and after.
Every time I say I'm alive because of the constant rise of my chest.
I feel like I'm trading in alive to be alive. I feel like I'm trading in being alive to get a 10 at a poetry slam. We're a school of fish learning what it means to live.
But it's hunting season.
No good will come of this.
It's better to just drown.
No God will come of this.
They say drowning is fashionable. So when experts say a fish has shallow memory,
I say memory is a body of water where I wash myself of everything that happened to me.
Everything I did to myself.
Everything I allowed them to do to me.
Every gag keeping me quiet. I carry all the bodies and water I survived inside me. I know my mind is the scene of the crime, but never the crime.
I'm the expert of my life, and I say it's okay to be scared.
It's okay to drown.
To be ripped apart.
To mourn.
To rot.
It's okay to live, even if it hurts.
That was the 2017 Brooklyn Slam team. Let's hear it for them again. Phenomenal, right? So let me welcome you to this Be Heard Town Hall, Mental Health as a Civil Right. We're presenting this evening in conjunction with our fine partners at Brooklyn Community Services, celebrating 50 years now, and the folks at the Marshall Project. So thank them for being great partners in this endeavor. So right from the outset, I'm going to say that access to health care is a universal human right. And any health care that doesn't include a mental wellness component is simply negligent. Because no matter what your age, where you're from, your income, or your ethnicity, mental health touches us all. In fact, we could do a whole year's worth of town halls just on mental health. But tonight, we are going to hone in on the place we live. We're talking about Brooklyn, and we're talking about how mental health impacts specifically communities of color here and throughout the boroughs. But we're really looking at you, Brooklyn. We're going to talk tonight with friends, neighbors, people in the community, our community assembled here, and we encourage you for the next 90 minutes to keep an open mind, to think that things could be different while examining all of the discrepancies that are there now when we look at the way the mental health impacts the way that we treat people and their civil rights. So we hope that you'll be inspired, and to that end, we got 5 of the smartest people that we knew in a room, and 1 is stuck on the bridge. She'll be here momentarily. But we hope that you'll join us when we open this up with some great questions and comments for our panelists. And just so you know who they are, I'm going to help to acquaint you right now. So The man sitting right to my left is Jonah Boswich. He's an educator, a technologist, and an activist who's been organizing around the concept of radical mental health issues for more than a decade now. Thanks for being here, Jonah. We're also happy to have Beth Rulis, who is a civil rights attorney with the New York Civil Liberties Union. She's led to landmark civil rights cases around mental health and is also very concerned with psychiatric care in that intersection. Thanks for being here, Beth. Orlando Mendoza is the Health and Housing Division. He helps run it at Brooklyn Community Services, Brooklyn's longest running and probably best known nonprofit dealing with mental health. Thank you for being here. And across from him is Dr. Maisa Akbar, who used her own life as a catalyst for a clinical practice now that she's running. She's a Yale-educated psychologist, and she's done pioneering work around the concept of trauma. And finally, I want to introduce you to Akeem Browder, who after losing his brother Khalif to incarceration and then suicide in 2015, has been fighting to reform the criminal justice and mental health systems. So please welcome these folks that we've assembled here tonight. And as I mentioned a little bit earlier, our friend and BRIC colleague Ashley Ford will be joining us just a little bit later. But of course, the most important part of this town hall is our community. And again, we'd never talk about you without you. So get ready, get your questions in order. But before we do that, we think you should know just what we're dealing with. So I'm going to start with you, Jonah. We're talking about mental health and we're talking about civil rights. And those things aren't often seen by the general public as going together. You get a grainy picture of MLK talking about civil rights. Why should we change that?
I think a good place to start is considering a central paradox of the movement of folks working on mental health issues, and that has to do with where and how can folks involved with mental health conditions ever claim a voice. You know, people with mental conditions are categorically rendered irrational and considered outside of any conversation. And so a lot of the work that I've been doing over the past decade has been with a new wave of psychiatric resistance that takes up the disability rights mantra of nothing about us without us. And so the central contention and consideration of doing all this work, starting from the perspective of people with lived experience, is essential to making sense of these issues.
So you're the lawyer here. Can you give us a layperson's idea of what it really means to have mental health as a civil right?
Well, mental health implicates so many personal autonomy and dignity issues. You have personal privacy rights. You have the right to be protected from harm. You have the right to refuse treatment. You have the right not to be chemically restrained, physically restrained, institutionalized, removed from the community, reduced to a non-entity, have all of your personhood stripped away. And so your individuality is fundamentally linked to your civil rights and civil liberties.
Akeem, I see you shaking your head down there. Jump in. Mental health as a civil right.
So mental health, it's exactly in the wording. I mean, you're looking at a person's mental well-being, and how we do that needs to be considered in a more descriptive term. There's a lot of people that suffer with mental health, but how many are we losing behind the cause of just giving that title to, and how many are we losing their lives to the thought that they're just mentally ill, we're going to medicinally give them some treatment and not really look at the trauma that it came from. So Department of Corrections has its realm in playing in that mental illness, and the thought is correction.
Yeah. Well, doctor, I heard trauma. I think he opened the door for you, but we don't often think about a clinical practice and the intersection with civil rights.
Yeah. You know, I think that it's important for us to understand the distinction, right? Because if we don't address the usage of semantics, then we use words loosely and interchangeably and don't understand the impact. So there's quite a bit of difference between a person who has a mental illness, someone that is struggling with an emotional, chemical, mental dysregulation, and the right for everyone to have access to mental health. Every single person should be emotionally and mentally healthy. There is not one person here that should be denied that access. And above and beyond all things, it is our right to claim access to our mental and emotional stability. And for that to be in question in 2017 is quite disheartening for me.
Orlando, finish us off.
Well, I think that we first have to examine how did we get here to the state that we're in now, and you have to sort of take a historical perspective in terms of some of the policies back in the late 1950s and sort of early 1960s with regard to deinstitutionalization. At the time, you know, there was a crisis in which we had over 500,000 people in inpatient institutions where horrific things happen. You hear all these horrific stories of these frontal lobotomies, anything from electric shock therapy, and sort of policies were meant to reintegrate mental health individuals in hospitals back into the community. Although it seemed theoretically like a great idea, the execution and the funding wasn't there. And I think that's where we lost the ball. I think by, was it 1970s, there was only about 650 actual outpatient facilities available for people that are exiting these inpatient psychiatric facilities. And that wasn't even half of what was needed. And what started happening was more, more inpatient psychiatric institutions started closing. In turn, those communities had to reintegrate, and they were not in a position to reintegrate into the type of setting that was available at the time. In turn, today, I think, it's represented in our street homelessness, the amount of individuals that are mentally ill, that are street homeless, overpopulated shelter system, and unfortunately, the criminal justice system. I think there was an article in the New York Times not too long ago that it specified that at minimum 40% of the population in Rikers Island has been diagnosed with a mental illness.
So looking at those numbers and the fullness of what you just said, talking about street homelessness and all of the effects that we see of that negligence, how do we include folks who are in the community who've been essentially just cast aside? No group has ever won their civil rights because someone decided we're going to stop being jerks to you. Everyone's had to fight for their civil rights. So how do we include folks in the fight for civil rights when they've already been deemed irrational at best and just useless at worst?
Yeah, I'll take that. I think it's important for us to understand, especially mental health practitioners and the culture of mental health. We tend to take a very powerful stance in terms of dictating what is appropriate or not appropriate for folks.
Hold on 1 second. Do we have
Come back?
There you go.
Okay. Yep. What's appropriate and not appropriate? What are the right courses of treatment? And what we do much less is become inclusive of the folks that are suffering from mental illness as a partner in the journey, right? We become the experts in their lives rather than acknowledging and embracing them as the experts in their own specific, situation. And when you partner with someone, it makes a huge difference in the outcomes of the treatment versus when you're dictating to someone how they should or should not live their lives or what normal means versus abnormal. Those are all different ways that we can manage mental illness and be more inclusive of people that are struggling in a lot of different ways.
I see you leaning in again.
Oh man, I mean, she's absolutely 100% on point. And then there's the other half of it that we as a community, our society, lives with each other. And so instead of estranging an entire population of people, particularly Black and brown in a poor communities, what I think we really need to start doing is understanding how we can be inclusive. We don't have the ability for everyone to get inclusive. I doubt that. There's 600,000 people in New York City that are homeless. And so
it's coming.
And so
it's coming. We got you.
The last thing I'm just going to say is when you start to institute the public realm in what's going on when it comes to the Department of Corrections or homelessness or the mentally ill, then you start having a whole community that want to change policies. I had an interesting conversation yesterday with, you can't blame everything on one sect. You have to start doing something on your own. Become civically engaged. Learn how to change policy. Learn how to implement these kind of laws so that laws that are broken are laws that you accepted.
I mean, there is the stigma issue. I mean, because what you have is a clinical approach that labels people and stigmatizes them. And that makes it very easy for everyone in society to set those people aside or not even see them. That's why, we litigate. I'm all about civic engagement, trying to engage with policymakers, legislators. But unless and until they actually have their own experience in their own circle of friends or families, they do not see people who have been stigmatized and labeled. You see it with children in the school setting. You see it with people who are homeless. You see it with the elderly who have Alzheimer's. I mean, across the board.
Hold on, we got some public comment later. You're the public, you're commenting. No, in the same vein, I want to talk to you, Jonah, talking about the idea of changing our mindset. While you're legislating, you're also working to try to change the culture on this idea of what mental wellness is, just as a concept.
Yeah, and if I can, I really want to circle back to the question of
intern, not without you,
completely
intern.
Inclusive. I really did want to circle back to the civil and human rights issues that are at stake and raise the stakes, I think, because it is important that folks understand that forced electroshock happens today, forced outpatient treatment happens today, and it's happening. It's made its way into policy. They've been nationalizing that.
But those laws are not enforced.
And I think that most people in the audience probably have a vague sense that the population is over-diagnosed and over-medicated, but the situation is not static. It's actually gotten much, much, much worse in the last 10, 15 years. And doing a lot of the work that I've been doing in the movement, I see kids at younger and younger ages that are 12, 8, 4. They don't even remember a time in their lives that they were not on a psychiatric medication. And so when it comes to freedom and autonomy, and we can talk more about how the crackdown with predictive and preventative diagnosis is further encroaching, on that freedom. I think that it's really important to establish that baseline that goes beyond deinstitutionalization. So that was circling back. As far as the larger movement, we can come back to that too.
Well, speaking about beyond deinstitutionalization, we actually recently had an opportunity to spend some time with some folks who are doing something that I think is going way beyond. To be specific, we met a man named Toro, who, despite living with chronic schizophrenia and acute paranoia, has found support with a friend named Lene. They are living they have lived mental health experience, and they're part of a movement that is growing, and it's going to transform mental health treatment by training those who actually have lived experience to help those be providers. So here's a look at what's happening peer-to-peer.
Perception of weakness and the perception of the loss of someone's mind. It's a very scary thing for people. I think people want to believe that that's not going to happen to them. The basis of peer work is based in social justice. The social justice aspect comes from the 70s, where people who were abused by the system, whether forced treatment, forced to be in a hospital, tied down, people who were really abused by the system, came together for a political movement to say, we're human beings. We have the right to decide on our treatment. We have the right to decide how we're treated. The very people affected by their problem are the very people who can solve the problem. And everyone on staff identifies as a peer, including me.
Do I meant to tell you though? I meant to tell you though, when you were first applying for the program, when you first walked in, you had all those tattoos. I was like,
oh, yeah,
okay,
you let me know.
Okay.
You
I was like,
told me.
okay.
Like, they're intense. I was like, word. I love that about you. I'm just glad that I'm here. Now I'm doing something for myself, and I'm trying to better myself and become a provider, have a family. Baby and a lady. I told you guys that's all I'm aiming for.
You did say that.
Elmhurst Hospital, born and raised, 1975. And I've been with the hospital ever since. I started the treatment plan 16 years ago. So it's almost like I was born there and I can't get out of there. I hope to get a job there And then for my commute, it's not that complicated. I just walking distance, back and forth, able to provide, and that's it. Start normal life all over again. That's what I'm trying to do, is bridge that gap, like I said before.
So a little birdie told me that Toro's here this evening. Where are you? Linnea is here. Where's Linnea? She's here. There she is. Hi, Linnea. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. So, yes, she's up here. Part of the solution. Now, I have the good fortune of hanging out with some folks from BCS who are also peers, so I know that you guys are in the stream.
Yes, absolutely. We run several evidence-based programs which incorporate peers, and we see that the model is very effective with getting people to start thinking about change, making some changes, and actually enhancing their overall quality of life. We think that it's critical to incorporate peers in the entire process, realistically, because I think when you encounter people that are, either exiting psychiatric institutions, prison, or coming out of the shelter system, they need a support system. They need to engage with people that have been there, that can give them that real perspective in terms of how do they start transitioning to better roads in life. So I think it's excellent. We really invest in it, and I hope we, as a community, continue to invest in sort of the peer model and incorporating with regard to incorporating the mental health aspects.
So, Dr. Akbar, is this a practice that we see more and more, or are they really pushing the envelope here?
No, I mean, I think that's the wave of the new psychology, honestly. And anybody who is ignoring that as the new generation of how to treat mental illness is really in the old school of doing things.
Yeah.
It is no longer a situation where you expect people to come into your office for an hour and sit on your couch facing, the wall and tell you about childhood 5 days a week. We have to be more dynamic now in our understanding of mental health, and we have to get up with the times in terms of technology. And I tell you, related to all the other types of treatment, in terms of physical health, mental health lags behind significantly. So this is the way to do it. In New Haven, in my particular area, we have what we call a veterans program. It's a vet mentor program where we match veterans with, what they would consider the most disenfranchised youth in our community from 16 to 23. And so who better to service, kids that feel like they live in a war zone in their own communities than veterans who have decided, by choice to sacrifice their lives for our freedom and face war zones in other countries. And that match has been absolutely amazing. There's no therapist doing the work, but it changes the life of kids that would otherwise, fall into the trap of incarceration, which is like a vortex. It's a gravitational force, and we know what recidivism looks like. The minute that you are caught into the system, you have a 50, 60, 70% chance of the recidivism rate. And these vets are applying an opportunity for hope, for a different way of life. And the reality is that for Black and brown kids, the way that mental health is treated is through incarceration, and for white kids is mental health institutions. And that's a reality, that's a statistic. Right. So we have to acknowledge that, and we have to acknowledge that there are now alternative ways that have to be implemented to fight a system that has been pulling our Black and brown babies in far too long.
Okay, and I just want to do a bit of housekeeping and let you guys know that we are open for questions now. So if you'd like to have a question addressed to the panel, you can make your way to either of these aisles right now. But just going off of the speed of what you said, Doctor, knowing about that horrible thing of the recidivism, and once someone gets in that trap, how hard it is to get out. I have a statistic here about African American and Afro-Caribbean folks and Hispanic Americans using mental health services at about half the rate of whites. Now, that's a number from the NIH there, but our friend Ashley Jackson, the writer, speaker, one of Forbes 30 Under 30, is joining us right now. Yeah, wear that.
I'll be 31 in like a week. So don't worry about it.
Just squeaked in there. But I just want to talk to you from the cultural standpoint and the writings that you share and being so open about your own personal struggles, about just the numbers of us who aren't in treatment.
Yeah, I mean, well, there are two things I would say to that. One of them is that I am the child of an incarcerated man. My dad actually went to prison 3 months after I was born, and he did not get out until November of 2016, when right before I turned 30, actually. And one of the things that I think contributed to my personal experience with mental health issues, I struggle with generalized anxiety and depression. What really contributed to that was a sense of shame. And some of that shame came from being the child of an incarcerated parent, which everybody tells you not to talk about when you're a kid. Don't tell anybody that about your dad. They'll label you. Don't talk about it because it's embarrassing for the family. Don't talk about, don't talk about, don't talk about. And you get the idea in your head that there are things you experience that not only you can't talk about them, but that you shouldn't. And I think shouldn't is a really key word there, because, you know, can and can't are about ability. I can talk about whatever I want to talk about. I'm very capable, obviously. It's coming out of my mouth right now, you know, I can say whatever. But the idea that there are things you shouldn't talk about, that there are things about you that are so wrong, that there are thoughts that you have that are so bad and that are so separate from polite and normal society, it feeds the idea that there is nowhere to go. I think a lot of anxiety and depression, especially in young people, because it's something I've dealt with from a very young age. I was having panic attacks at around 9, and they were diagnosed as asthma. They said I had asthma. And it's like, well, no, I don't have asthma. I can't breathe because of all of my feelings that I can't get out. But for kids especially, it's this feeling of being trapped. You are trapped in your feelings. You are trapped in your emotions. And it's not just that there's nowhere to go, there's also no one to talk to. And not having someone to talk to about what's going on with you, and having you not talking about it being encouraged, is a recipe for disaster. I feel like there was a really high chance for me to end up in situations that would have altered the course of my life in a way that would have been more statistically consistent. And the reason that that didn't happen to me is because I was a kid who decided I wasn't gonna listen to my mom anymore. I needed to talk. I needed to say something to somebody. And I was lucky enough that when I said something to somebody, they talked back to me and they helped me. So that doesn't happen to everybody.
Just a question for all of you guys. What does a community of care look like? If we are looking at these things and Ashley needed an outlet, like many of us do, what could have helped your brother? Like where are the safety nets or the avenues that we're to go down?
You know, I think it's more than just telling stories.
No, I'm listening to.
I think it's more than just telling stories, because then the community that's listening, the people that are hearing this, it then becomes desensitized. I think what had to have happened for progression and rehabilitation for my brother and many other kids and adults comes afterwards. We have to start putting more thought into what happens now, instead of just right now, let's get the most views and audience that we can get to attract an audience. But when you talk about a traumatizing story like what someone goes through in solitary confinement, like when they were talking to Khalif, they should have then said after, well, one, or even beforehand, the work should have been done beforehand, like, we know we're gonna transport his mental status to solitary again because we're going to relive by him talking about that. So let's have some preparations in place. Let's not give him the hard questions because it's drawing and rearing, but have something in place that catches him when he needs to fall. Allow him to cry. You know, a lot of things in a black community is just not typically, and this is where the social accepted norms doesn't allow you to cry as a black man, doesn't allow you to talk about if you were sexually abused, doesn't allow for a lot of the necessary healing to take place. And so we have to change the thought process and how we even approach.
I think this goes back to sort of underserved communities. I mean, in New York City, we got 59 community districts. Here in Brooklyn, Bedford-Stuyvesant, East New York, Crown Heights, and are all, the hospitalization rates are higher in those community districts in the entire city, top 10.
Right, and
out of 59.
Services. There just aren't services available for anybody.
Right.
I mean, you look at, social and emotional learning methodologies for children that teach them resilience, teach them to reach out, ask for help. There has to be a recipient at the other side.
Right.
And, the city needs to put resources into that. The state needs to put resources into that. When you have people who are hospitalized, say at Kings County, where we litigated, that was a disaster. That was a holding pen. It was so dehumanizing. People didn't even believe the complaint that we had filed. We ended up bringing in a peer system, which was so critical to turning around the staff's perception of the people that they were providing healthcare services to. I mean, at every point where you turn around, there are such deficits. There's so much emptiness. And society as a whole is not valuing people as individuals, and they're not looking to help people succeed, to have access to mental health.
Well, they still think of it as a moral failure.
Exactly.
They think of mental health and mental health issues as moral failings, the same way they think of poverty as a moral failing. One of the things that I tell people all the time is, class transition will make you radical. I know what it feels like to be very poor, and I know what it feels like to be very okay. And the difference in those statuses are not how hard I worked. They're not how good I was. It's just a matter of circumstances. It's a matter of opportunity. It's a matter of luck and preparation, but it was not a matter of hard work, and it was not a matter of moral upstanding.
We are, this week marked the 2-year anniversary of the Thrive NYC program, championed by New York City's First Lady. And it's important that we have access, but access to what is also important. And I know that you have ideas about what treatment should be available when, in fact, that community that suffered the benign neglect actually gets attention.
Yeah, so one of the activist projects that I've spent a lot of time working with is called the Icarus Project, and we have a lot of material on how friends can make the best medicine, for example. And I think people have talked about thought processes and services, but a lot of what's missing right now is the language. We don't really have language to talk about our feelings that in ways that are non-clinical, non-diagnostic, and go beyond the biomedical model, of mainstream psychiatry. And I think one of the reasons that's the case is that, the folks at the moment who are deciding what a normal range of human experience is are mostly, male, white, cisgendered men with degrees in Western medicine. So there's not even psychologists or social workers or humanists or patients or activists or their families, in the room developing the language that we use to talk about our own experience and how we feel. And
well, to tack on to that, I think that when we talk about access, right, how do you support people to navigate a system that they don't understand? It is so complex. I mean, as a psychologist, sometimes I'm like, okay, wait, where am I sending this patient? Which way? I mean, there's inpatient, there's outpatient, there's a host of different types of treatments that you can provide people. And so you go in as an uneducated consumer, and sometimes people think oh, well, I ended up with this therapist, and now I have to sit here and divulge the most intimate things about my life, and I don't even think I like that person. You don't have to do that.
Nope,
as an educated consumer, you can fire that therapist and be like, later for you, see you, Felicia, and then I'm gonna go, I'm gonna go and find somebody else who is a better, has a personality like mine, is more matched to who I am. but folks are not being educated on how to navigate these very complex systems. And I think that that's what creates another additional level of barrier. So, I mean, I completely agree with that. We need to open up education about it without sensationalizing it, you know, without calling it the sexy names of, you know, re-entry or, you know, everyone's using trauma now, trauma. What does that mean to people when they hear that? You know,
actually, you're absolutely right. We're focused on titles all the time, which doesn't actually give you that thought process of when someone says they're homeless, as I was explaining before, homeless doesn't give you the realm, like whoever's never been homeless before just hears it as a title. Yet there's things that comes with that title. Let's stop being generalized. When you're talking about incarceration is a lot more than just you were alleged of a crime, and no, there's lifestyle habits that has to change. You're now sleeping next to people who you've never slept next to before. But then there's the danger aspect. There's a lot that goes into this, and yet none of this is thought of.
So before it gets to the point of incarceration, we have a question here about those communities of care.
Yes, my name is Samuel Williams. I'm a therapist by profession. But the conversation that we need to really address is the prison of shame that is associated with mental illness. And the conversation needs to start at the kitchen table. It is said that if you educate a woman, you educate a nation. So we need to start educating our women, our families, and having this conversation at the kitchen table and normalize the conversation.
Yes. Absolutely.
We saw that it worked last night in Alabama, but how do we scale that looking at the city and our nation to impact these communities and make it something that goes beyond lip service? It's nice to talk at the kitchen, but we've got elected officials, we've got systems in place that have to run that ball further than the kitchen table talk.
Yeah, but the kitchen table is still incredibly important. You know, I've watched it even in my family. When I openly talked about being in therapy, when I openly talked about how things affected me growing up, and I was always mouthy, like it's not like they're super surprised by that, but they were surprised by me having those conversations, and not just having those conversations with them, but also having those conversations publicly. And now I have cousins and aunts and all kinds of things who have reached out to me like, so that therapy thing, how did that go? You know,
Ashley, I read a piece that you wrote about that back in 2015 where you said you waited until you were 18 when you didn't have to get your mom's permission to go and see a therapist.
On my birthday. I turned 18 and I went to therapy. I mean,
it's the happiest, saddest thing I've ever heard.
I mean, I knew something was wrong. I knew something was wrong. I knew that I wasn't okay. I knew that I needed help.
And we have to take those stigmas away. Therapy is not wrong. In our Black community, we need to encourage more. You need to talk, because what we do is we act out our emotions instead of thinking about it concretely.
But listen, you're sitting next to the woman who wrote the book on trauma and how it manifests through the generations in communities of color in particular. So just open the door on that for us.
Well, you know, what I write about in urban trauma is the idea that specifically for the Black community, you know, trauma is not a new phenomenon. We just didn't discover this in 2017. In fact, you know, trauma started for us in 1619 in Jamestown, Virginia, if you want to be real about it, right? When the first slave was brought. So that's when trauma, you know, and even beyond that, because I didn't even talk about the Atlantic and the Ma'afa. So, I mean, and beyond that, right? So, but the idea for this country, trauma for us has been a narrative that we've been fighting for a very, very long time. And we know that it has affected us physically, it has affected us emotionally, it has affected the way that we manage ourselves within our village, within our broken families sometimes. And most of all, what I really emphasize in the book is the idea that now genetically, there are genetic underpinnings at the molecular level where we understand that there are mutations of a gene called the FKBP5 that has been mutated as a result of trauma related all the way back to slavery. Right? So there are epigenetic studies that help us understand that there is an inheritance that has been passed down in terms of our ancestry, just like when you go to the doctor and they say,
what kind of physical issues, medical issues exist in your family? High blood pressure, diabetes. There's a reason why we ask that, right? But nobody asks, well, let's talk about what kind of trauma or mental health issues are occurring in your family. That is also passed down, right? And I'm sure that we can all look and there's an auntie, or uncle, somebody in them who, you're like, they was always not quite right, right? And right? And it's because something was going on, but we just didn't diagnose it. We didn't support that person to get the treatment that they needed in order for them to get better.
So I agree that. Oh.
Jonah, just 1 second. This sparked something. We know about that historical and collective trauma, but in 2010 there was a devastating earthquake in Haiti. There was a young man named Laurent who was just 10 years old when that earthquake hit. And he and his family are now in Brooklyn, young boy even. No. He and his family are in Brooklyn, and he carried a secret for a very long time. And he shared it with us, and we're going to share it with you.
First thing that was on my mind is, how is everybody else doing? How are my friends doing? That was the last day I saw any of them. I don't know if they're alive. I don't know if they're dead. I have no idea. I'm kind of angry that everything just changed so quickly, so suddenly, without any warning. I live with my brother right now and my mom.
The experience, the trauma, it probably would never go away.
How come all these people are gone and I'm still here? I never told my mom or my dad. I probably just tried to deal with it on my own. There was a time I was barely eating, barely slept, always thinking about it. Black masculinity, it's kind of toxic. It's very toxic. There's a lot of black kids out there that are going through something every single day and are afraid to talk about it because they're told to man up.
I give God a call, but he don't answer me. I was always told that he would shield me like a canopy. Don't answer my voicemail, shit is such a bummer. It makes me wonder sometimes, should I delete his number?
And I'm just hoping someone else that's listening, that's going through something, and they're like, wow, I have someone that's sharing my pain.
Yo, I'm feeling upset, wondering what's up next, feeling like I dropped
It's not a good thing. There are too many people that have taken their own lives that seemed just fine. They were smiling, but there's a lot that can hide behind a smile.
And I know that I gotta stay positive, but sometimes I wonder what's the reason that I gotta live.
So we thank Laurent for sharing his story and being brave enough to stand up and be counted and to get himself into a community of care. So Ashley, you broke a chain. I'm gonna ask each of you how we can all be the change in our families, how we can start to change on the cellular level in the tradition of Laurent and move forward. Bueller? Go, John.
On as far as like what we can do to change, I mean, I had that, the last conversation was what was on my mind in terms of power of language. Yeah, I think it's essential that we are, listening to the people that are, with the lived experience, for their perspectives, for sure. The point that I had in my mind had a lot to do, of course, with recognizing the intergenerational trauma, but also just, as a really important example of, ways in which the school-to-prison pipeline is greased with psychiatric diagnoses and drugs, and even prior to the incarceration versus institutionalization divide. If you take, for example, the difference between attention deficit disorder and oppositional defiance disorder, like clinically they're almost indistinguishable, but ADD gets you more time on the SATs, and ODD is a fast track to juvie, and you know who's getting which diagnosis. So, the motives go beyond greed on the pharma side, and the power of language is the power to tag you, because everybody's getting antipsychotics, right? The Upper East Side, the projects, the foster homes, and the question, the provocative question I want to ask here may have a lot to do with whether or not we ought to stigmatize anything. And, by way of example, like, pharma themselves run an ad campaign with Glenn Close in it that's all about, removing stigma from diagnoses. But what they're packaging and framing into that campaign is that you're sick, there is no cure, and you need to be on drugs the rest of your life. And so, in my mind, like, infants on antipsychotics, of which there were over 80,000 last year under 1 year old, maybe ought to carry a stigma. And so, I mean, I keep coming back to Ryan's questions with like some of these negative critiques, but I'm trying to get them to like the positive, compliment, which is like what we can do with this. And I strongly feel that it begins with language, and it begins with pushing back on, the diagnoses or the single narrative like that comes from the biomedical model. It doesn't deny the existence of mental illness or that people struggle, but that it really insists that people actually have, the right to define their own identities and to narrate their own lives in ways that are meaningful to them.
And I can totally relate to all of you guys. I have a question about altruism. We're doing an exhibition as Creative Arts Therapy of Color with my friend here and the founders, and we're doing an exhibition about altruism and community and using art and not just like the diagnosis and medical and all that stuff, because you said these 2 points. What do you guys think about the different types of therapy rather than just, here's your medication, here's your 5 minutes with your psychiatrist, and you're good to go? So what do you guys think about that?
I think one of the problems that we have a lot of the time with therapy and with people avoiding it is time. I think that's a big part of it. I think there are a lot of people who are like, you know what, I'm a mom, I'm trying to take care of my kids, I work all day, I want to spend a little time with my partner. Also, I like to read a book, I don't have time to go to therapy, or I don't have time to engage in therapy. And I think one of the things that's going to have to happen eventually is that in a lot of cases, companies that people work for are going to have to get a lot more realistic about what a person can actually stand psychically and psychologically, and they need to provide resources for people who need to take time.
Yeah.
Personally, I think and I know some people, there'll be some pushback because people are always like, well, my mama did it or my grandpa did it or whatever, so it's fine. But the amount of time that people spend at a desk or in an office or on the way to work, all of those things are, in most cases, wholly unnecessary. People want you there because they pay you to be there, not because it's actually necessary for you to be there at that time. And I think companies are going to have to make room for what is, to be perfectly honest, an evolution. We didn't always have a lot of time to think about how we were doing inside and who we were inside. That is changing rapidly. We spend a lot of time alone now. We spend a lot of time with our headphones in. We spend a lot of time in our own head. We aren't running from cheetahs. We aren't worried about mastodons killing us in the night or whatever. Like, it's not that, those aren't things we're worried about physiologically anymore. And so what is taking the place of that anxiety in a lot of cases, that kind of physical anxiety, is the mental and emotional anxiety. We need to be able to address it, and to be perfectly honest, companies need to understand that when you have workers who are in a better place mentally and emotionally, you have better workers, period.
And that's even if you have a job.
Yes, that's if you have a job.
The lifestyle change.
If I can combine sort of both of the questions that were asked, I think that the promise of appropriations, I never got my 40 acres and a mule. So I think that what needs to happen today is that the ask needs to be that mental health is something that should be appropriated. It should be the right of every single person to have access. And of course, coming along with that, or what comes along with that, is individuality. So what I may find as therapeutic for me is going to be very different for someone else. You know, I may be able to engage in, I mean, for me, it's mindfulness and meditation. That's what calms my spirit and my soul. And when I need it, I hop into some therapy. You know, I get a coach, I talk about what's going on with me, and et cetera. So, but that journey looks very different. I would encourage you to continue your work. There is so many people that are going to be able to benefit from that would not benefit from traditional talking therapy because it will not work for them. So there are other expressions of therapy that are absolutely necessary.
So what are the bars to access then? If we're talking about the prevailing picture of the person who is going through a mental health issue as being a street homeless person who you see just talking when you pass them. And it's not me because I have a job. I'm going around. I have friends. I talk to people knowing that there is some suffering that's happening in silence. So what are the barriers to entry and even realizing in ourselves when it's time to step forward and say, I need some help?
So actually, life is the barrier.
Right.
We consume ourselves. We're told 8 hours a day of sleep. And then studies show that, no, you need 1.5 hours every REM cycle to sleep. It doesn't even equate to 8 hours. Then you are told you can work for 8 hours and then plus that because we need to afford life as we know it. So we're making ourselves become workers instead of livers. We can't be parents first. We can't be students first. We have to be able to afford to be a student. And so life is becoming the barrier. And before we know it, as you said, if things don't change, either one, we as a people need to stick together and say, you know what? F this system, we need to start fighting back and take this back. Because if we don't, our future or our kids' future won't be there.
Absolutely.
We're going to run them down and run ourselves to the ground where we're not maclimating, where we're not producing anymore. And then on top of that, everyone's focused on money. And money isn't going to be the center of life when you're on that deathbed or when you're hospitalized.
Yeah.
Although we have to understand that realistically, when it comes to mental health, the medical pharmacokinetic companies, this is what they did to Khalif. They prescribed medication because the Risperdal was the antidote, and yet counseling, therapy, psychiatric care, these are alternatives, but it's not financially incremental for them.
Because they don't want to get you healthy, they want you to be functional.
Right.
They want you to be functional,
independent, addicted.
Yes, that's what they want, but they don't want you to be healthy.
Or sedated. Because there's more money and there's more money to be made off a person that we can continuously give that dosage to.
Okay, I hear the truth in what you're saying, but let me push back a little because we know the big pharma and the way that that wheel keeps turning and keeping people on the hook and medicated. But also, how about we expand our definition of what the healthy mind is? There is no one definition, and I know that you've done a lot of work around this idea of neurodiversity.
Right, and so the idea that it's important that people start to recognize and acknowledge the diverse range of human experiences and accept people without necessarily telling them that they're broken is central to individual care. I mean, you're just talking about this. I think when it comes to access, though, like it's really important to look outside the U.S. In place. I mean, it's our political climate at the moment that is perverse. I mean, countries where there's universal care, people can have conversations about the nature of care, like which ones are working, which ones aren't. Here, we're stuck in this binary of access. And to me, a great tragedy is that folks that have no access who are struggling, it's really hard to tell them that some of the care might be worse than none. Some of the treatment that exists out there are actually really rough, but it's just not fair to tell someone who's struggling that's the case. And I mean, it's a huge challenge to kind of piece together, like how to have a conversation that's actually compassionate, with folks who have zero access.
Right.
So Beth, while you are fighting in the courts, there's also this other scary intersection of mental health awareness, and politics, something that Jonah just touched on a little while ago.
Oh yeah, no, I think, the politics, the entire political climate, the lack of altruism in the community, to go back to the prior question, it's not there anymore, and it's expensive. It's expensive to look at a person individually and say, what's working for you? How can we make this work? You're a human being. It's much easier, going back to the medication issue, medicate somebody, put them to the side. Everyone today is suffering, I think, from a high degree of stress. Everyone's mental health is in question, and people are just pushing it to the side and not acknowledging it. And it's a very dangerous situation, I think, that we're in right now, and you don't have the legislative will to look at people. You're seeing legislatures say, these are expensive things to take care of and we're not going to do it. And if you can't work, we aren't going to treat you. And if you don't perform and produce and you don't stay compliant, there's no place for you in this society. And I think that's something people need to stand up and say they will not accept.
Here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hosni Begum, and my question is, what and how can we do everything possible to find out what is the reason behind what causing the mental health, beside treating the symptom? Also, we need to move ourselves. What I feel like that we're too busy with ourselves. We need to move ourselves from me and myself, from we and us as a community. Yeah. This is the only way I think we can show and fix the gap in between. What I also see we need to work on, but I don't know how to work on, is cultural communication gap in the community. That causing big problem. Especially we are too busy with our reputation in the family. We care about the society, what we're gonna say. We forget and put the blanket. It's time to realize blanket will not, the cover is not gonna solve the problem. We need to come out of the box and treat with the love and respect.
Yes, absolutely. One of the many things that Oprah has given me, not personally, but just like to the world, is the work of Brene Brown. And one of the things that Brene Brown writes about quite a bit is shame and that hiding that you're talking about. And reading a book by Brene Brown called The Gifts of Imperfection actually changed, to be perfectly honest, my entire life. But reading that book, the thing that I walked away with was this idea that shame that is brought into the light cannot grow. Shame is like mold. It grows in dark, damp places. All that stuff that you're hiding and that you're so ashamed of, and you think that you're the only one and you're scared and you don't know what to do, it's growing because it's hidden. The light kills it. The air, the fresh air, kills it when you bring it out. So I think that you're absolutely right in that people need to be, within culture, within family, within the society, we need to be more open and we need to be talking to each other, and we need to put our hearts on our sleeves a little bit and not have that dark blanket around ourselves where that mold can grow. We need to expose it to the light. And to be perfectly honest, not everybody has earned the right to be exposed to your dark places. But there are people in your life, for most people, I believe this, who love you and care about you and who want to be there for you. And they might not have all the right answers right away, and they might not have a place to point you to right away, but they'll walk with you to go figure it out. And it's hard to trust that. It's so hard to trust that. But the alternative is living with that mold until it slowly kills you in one way after another.
I think Orlando knows a place where there's a continuous ray of sunshine.
So I think we need to make a stronger investment in psychoeducation with regard to our communities, because I think what often happens is if we don't quite know sort of the things that are involved in sort of symptoms and illness, we might isolate some people close to us, and then that can turn into something very deadly for the actual individual. You know, repeated hospitalization, suicide. It could really go. It could really be detrimental. So I think we really need to invest in educating people and being more forthcoming with actually having these conversations. Because these conversations are very difficult to have, particularly with our older generation that may or may not be from this country. So having these conversations are a big step in the right direction, but we really need to ingrain sort of like some of the things that happen and actually get people to understand that this is a serious issue that is not going anywhere.
And if I can
not
add
leave
to
it
that.
be a conversation that, I'm so sorry, I talk so much, I'll stop right after that. But when you said that, one of the things that I thought of immediately is that we do a lot of talking to people who are living with mental health issues about mental health, but we're not talking to the people around them, and we're not talking to the people in the world who are generally, they want to be there for people. They want to know how to help a friend, but no one's really talking to them about how to do that and how to be good allies to people who are dealing with mental health issues or struggling with mental health issues. Because the truth is, some of us are just living with them, and like, we're generally okay. I'm a very functional person in general. But some of us are struggling. And some of us at different points in our lives, like we're struggling or we're living with or we're dealing with or whatever. And it would be lovely if the people around you had a way to figure out how to help you that didn't rely on you in your time of struggle.
I think to add to that is being careful about, you know, the social media trend, right? Because what social media allows us to do is to live our alter ego in our alter lives. You know, it's so funny. The other day, somebody said to me, you know, a friend of mine it's a couple, and he says, "Oh, how is so and so doing?" And he said, "And don't give me the Facebook story." Right? But what I found interesting about that, and that kind of took me a minute, and I was like, I chuckled, but the idea was like, we can tell an entire narrative on social media that is not anything like what's really happening in our lives. And a lot of times we fall trapped to that because we see that so-and-so is so super happy all over the place every single time, you know, and we want to experience that. And so understanding that there is a kind of like a duplicity that's happening. There is the outside self that we show everyone, the way we show up in spaces, and then there's this inside self that we're really trying to figure out. How are we going to manage that inside person? Do we like that inside person? Is that inside person creepy? Do we think that other people are not going to like us? And how do we reconcile that duplicity so that we can find authenticity? You know what I'm saying? I mean, and that's where we have to go.
Yeah. Right, to you. Hi. You can hold it then, I guess. Hi, my name is Nika May. I use they, them pronouns. I organize with NYC Icarus Project and the Institute for Development of Human Arts and my own initiative, Free the Arts Festival. And one of the things that we're coming together to do is people with lived experiences are coming together to creating a process of creating the people's DSM and creating new language around inner experience.
Wait, DSM.
DSM, and we also want to change.
No alphabet soup. Explain what.
The DSM is the Diagnostic Statistic of Manual Disorders, but we would change it to something like different states of mind or something like that. We're working on it. We're working on the title. But
that's nice.
One of the things that at the heart of the project and that I would love to hear you guys further talk about is the intersection of what we in the radical mental health field call madness, or the gift curse of what is labeled mental illness, and I definitely say mental illness like this, and the intersection of the neurodiversity model of there's a neurotypical, there's a normal, which I don't agree with, and trauma that we experience in the world, and the intersection of these things. So I'm especially asking Jonah because I know he knows a little bit of my perspective.
She's a plant. Okay.
So one second.
Yes, we've been working together, and we are tabling outside. The Institute for the Development of Human Arts is actually a relatively new organization that's trying to engage in training around how to bring this kind of material back into the system, and taking lived experience and applying it in practice. I'll say that I got involved in this work the hard way. If you shake any family tree, then surely a nut will fall. You know, that's all I'll say about this on live television. But in my experience, it's, you know, there's a fascinating interplay between peer support and activism. In particular, like for me at least, the activist work has been a therapeutic substrate that's kind of opened up a space that's very integrative. In other words, like, you know, it's much more common for us to kind of talk and engage with each other around kind of the issues that we're dealing with, and sometimes it's a little bit at a distance when we're talking about policy or things happening in the world out there, like in this space. But there's a lot of reasons that I might be talking about medication or institutionalization. Just, you know, opening up that space is essential. The flip side that I do want to come back to at some point tonight is that, you know, it's getting harder and harder to talk openly about this. And, you know, there's powers out there that are actively monitoring, you know, our conversation spaces and threatening to chill, like, our variability to share and express, like, our deepest needs. And
to what end, Jonah? What's behind that?
I guess, well, let me put it this way. If you didn't think that drugging toddlers, seniors, vets, and prisoners was bad enough, what's happening now is predictive and preventative diagnoses. Yes. They're further expanding the diagnostic net, and more folks are getting, you know, prescribed medication for a lot of the reasons we already outlined. There's the greed motives in the psychiatric pharmaceutical complex. There's oppression and exploitation, which, like, you know, kind of show up as structural racism across the board. I mean, whatever kind of analysis of power and control you want to bring to it, it's there. It's there, and there's definitely folks in crisis. There's definitely folks who are struggling, but the crucial, you know, takeaway is, like, we need to figure out how to do this safely, and safely may involve anonymously.
You know, there's also something to say about those that have the lived experience as you guys work with, as well as I'm in the reentry phase. So we started the Khalid Browder Foundation for the sole purpose of what you just brought up. Sorry, I don't remember your name, but the Diagnostical Statistical Manual is a very deviant tool, in my opinion, because it comes out very biased when it has the PTSD. If we want to speak on PTSD, 88% of the population in America that is prescribed a PTSD diagnosis are usually whites, because there's more money drawn into those that have PTSD, and they have the more programmatic programs, they have the more help. However, when you get someone that has a mental diagnosis for paranoid schizophrenia, well, then they don't have those kind of access. So medicinally, we can give them the medication, which doesn't actually give the preventative help or the thought process into different alternatives. So with the Khalid Browder Foundation, what we are struggling to do, because the DSM is a hard tool to breach, but we're doing the research and the study behind it because it's not unknown to us. We got to start putting away the thought that we got to do another research study, or we got to focus. We have hundreds of years, so far a century and a half of doing incarceration. So why do we need any more research? We have enough. Let's start implementing. It's great that we're talking about this. The kitchen talk right now that we're having is great because it's getting people in Brooklyn and people in New York that's watching this, whoever it is, to get that conversation. But we need to start taking it from conversation to action. When are we going to do that?
So, from conversation to action, we actually have the story of a possible good outcome if everything aligns for a young transgender woman who's a model. Her name happens to be Mercy, and she finds herself staring down a very long time in prison if she does not have her case adjourned to the mental health court. Have a look.
Ever since the train incident, I haven't been on a train, and I only feel safe in a cab.
I'm going to reach out to the higher up with the DA's office, who I've been in touch with, to see where they're at with mental health court.
It was horrible coming out. My parents kicked me out. It was a really hard time, and I was homeless.
On Monday, the DA was not ready for trial. The only offer that the district attorney's office has made for Mercy is for her to plead guilty to assault in the second degree and then receive a sentence of 5 years in prison. We've been pushing the DA to consider mental health court for her.
The Center for Court Innovation started this court in collaboration with the Office of Court Administration to deal with the huge numbers of people who are languishing in city jails with serious and persistent mental illness. Mental illness, it's not clear-cut. There's no perfect answer.
Number 87.
The DA's office vets who gets referred to the mental health court.
Anybody can refer a case to the mental health court. Numerous occasions, the first contact a family member, somebody who calls up and basically says, my son's been arrested, he's mentally ill, what can you do to help? One of the main features of the mental health court is that the complaining witness, whoever the victim is, has to approve of treatment in the mental health court.
Really hoping that they will consider mental health court for Mercy. She's been out for almost 2 years now. She's stable, she has an apartment, she's modeling, she has a very supportive community. I'm just very hopeful that the Brooklyn DA's office will see that Mercy's case is perfect for mental health court and will give her the opportunity to go there and get much needed treatment.
So we have a question here.
Hi, it's more of a comment. First of all, thank you for having this event. This is my favorite subject. I've studied it most of my life. And I just wanted to make the point of saying that I consider mental, emotional health to go hand in hand with climate change, and they go together. What we are doing to the planet, we're also doing to ourselves, and it's all for, you know, I mean, I can go on, I'm sorry, like I won't, but right, money, it has to end. Health, the environment, family, relationships, that's the real economics. And the people, you know, who they say benefit, but I don't think they benefit either, have disconnected money from the real economy, and people are so busy chasing after money and neglecting health, the environment, and cultivating healthy. I've been trying for decades to get people to sorry if my voice shakes, to cultivate healthy relationship skills, sorry. You know, because if you don't cultivate, you know, it's not going to be there, just like the planet. If you don't farm, if you don't take care of the planet, it ain't going to be there. If you don't interact, be there for people, people have, like, the worst relationship skills. They've let it deteriorate over decades, and if we don't learn to cultivate healthy relationships, I mean...
So the point is, nothing is happening in a vacuum, yeah? It's all on a continuum. So how do you find time to just press pause for a second?
With regard to healthy relationships, one thing that is happening that we haven't talked about is emotional, sort of the police response to emotionally disturbed persons.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And how that relationship goes south. I think this year we had at least 3 fatalities. No, within the last few years, had 3 fatalities. And we really need to do better there, because I think what's happening is that, you know, the police is just, unfortunately, don't have the sort of the capacity at this moment to really interact effectively with the community, with the mental health community, and it's leading to deaths. So I think we really need to, and I know they started to do some things around that, but we need to be more aggressive around that initiative, because it's going to lead to further fatalities.
Yeah.
Actually, you know, whether the number is 3, which I strongly disagree, but whatever the number is, officers don't have the capacity, you mean they don't have the training to deal with someone that's mentally ill.
Exactly.
But then on top of that, I mean, like I said, I just had a conversation yesterday with someone who's high up there, and yet he blames it on the fact that we are looking at police when they're acting out, even though we have rogue police, plenty to blame and point fingers at, but they're acting out what they are told, because the law says don't smoke weed. And so he says, if you want to smoke weed, change the law so that you can smoke weed. If you want to hop the turnstile because you don't have the money, change the law so that you can have a payable fee or no pay. You pay it in your taxes anyway. So a part of the problem, or a large portion of the problem, is because we don't get active in changing the law that benefits our communities. If you can afford $3 for the train, fine. There's a lot of people that can't afford it. And so we have to hop the turnstiles. Does that make me a criminal? Well, in the eyes of the law, if an officer sees you, they will then stop you and harass or do their job. However, we still have to understand that they are told to do this. This is their job.
Right. So if we take the 10,000 square foot view of that and just bring it up a little higher, I recently met with the Deputy Commissioner for Training, Tracy Kazee, and she was expressing this idea that first responders should be your last resort. And I think there's a lot of head nods there, yeah? So if first responders are our last resort, then who's on our squad that we are in touch with before it gets to the point where you're making the decision between whether I call the police because something's going on or I lose my loved one because something might pop off?
Well, actually, I'm sorry. In Brooklyn, we have already enacted that. Actually, it's in Queens. It's a 696. 696 is 6 projects, 96 buildings, 2 years, no crime. How we did that is through community policing. When the police get there, they don't even know what happened. Because usually you know what happens in your community. That's right. You know of the fights, you know of the drugs, you know of the prostitute, you know of the whatever it is. And so we need to have more community policing of our own communities. When grandma's looking out the window saying, I'm going to tell your mother what's going on, or you have a neighbor that wants to talk to your mother and pull her to the side like, listen, we want to help you because we see you're not raising your kids, whatever. But before you ask those police to come into your neighborhood, understand what you're doing. You're asking them who have guns on their sides to come in there because your out-of-control teen is talking back?
Well, that's not community policing. That's just community.
Honestly, the other piece that ends up happening, and many times police officers and folks who they're interacting with don't realize, right? And I always like to bring it back to the biology because I think that it's important for us to understand the phenomenon that happens. We look at behavior and we make judgment around behavior, but we don't understand what the biological symptoms are behind that. When police officers are faced with people whom they fear because they don't know or understand, right? What ends up happening, just like it does biologically to anybody who fears something, is that your cortisol levels shoot up the roof, and that is your fight, flight, or freeze response. Period, right? And if you have a weapon and your response is to fight, you are going to discharge that weapon because you are faced with something that you fear, right? And at the end of the day, that's what we're not understanding, that there is a very simple algorithm to deal with this issue if we can help people understand that that is just a biological mechanism when they are in positions like that. And in order for them not to abuse power, they have to understand how to de-escalate not just themselves, but the situation, which is what the purpose of them serving a community is all about.
Beth, I see you.
Well, that's the focus. You know, NYPD has been implementing a crisis intervention training program, but it doesn't.
7,000 officers so far have gone through.
But I'll tell you, and I've seen the training, and it's all fine and well, but it doesn't go far enough. It's not practiced. You cannot get through a 911 call a trained officer to respond to a situation where there may be a person in, quote, emotional distress.
Thank you.
You end up with officers who come to the scene and who, fight or flight, deploy a weapon.
And I just came across, you know, some of the numbers here. From what I've read, it's 1 in 4 police fatalities involve somebody with a diagnosis, and if you have a diagnosis, you're 16 times more likely to be killed by an officer. Unfortunately, that research was done by a right-wing think tank that thinks the solution is more forced outpatient treatment and hospitalization for folks. So, but the numbers are there.
The numbers are there.
And I do want to say that as a community, we need to be critically engaging with these trainings. So the mental health first aid training is, you know, a step in the right direction, arguably, but its ideology is based on the notion that more people need professional care and is not based on a peer-based methodology. So there was an amazing program in the city called the Parachute Program, which was a 3-year SAMHSA-funded project that did not have sustainability or research built in, where the mobile crisis teams were trained in open dialogue, which comes out of Scandinavia, and looks to locate the pathology in relationships instead of like on any one person's shoulder. And like coming into a situation and recognizing that the problems are relational and, you know, part of the dynamics between folks, and they would follow up over the course of a year.
Right.
You know, so they'd be dispatched within 48 hours, try to diffuse the situation immediately, but then follow up.
Right.
And models like that we need to know about and experiment with are the alternatives
Because,
that
you know, the current mobile crisis protocol is 9 to 5, Monday through Friday.
Yes.
I don't know anyone who has a crisis.
during business hours.
Doesn't
Well,
happen.
I'm going to reserve my crime.
depends on your office.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. And the city
Right.
they have been faced with this since the 80s. Eleanor Bumpers, I mean, you could recite the name of every single person who has had a mental health issue and has been executed by police.
Similarly, Parachute-funded respite centers, which were meant to keep people out of the hospital by creating a really safe space that was no locked doors, no syringes, no doctors, you know, harm reduction. People could do whatever they wanted outside of the system, and they were staffed by peers and incredibly effective. But you know, we're not pushing hard enough on those alternatives.
So we are closing in on our final moments, but I do want to remind you all who are in the room that there are lots of great organizations who are tabling here. We'll be happy to continue the conversation as we move on. We're going to devote a few more minutes to the solutions and maybe a little call to action for everyone here, but we've got a question now.
My name is Leonard Biddle. I'm an advocacy specialist with Community Access and a proud graduate of Lene Brown's Howie the Heart program. I graduated in 2000. So it tells you the program works. I'm also a disabled Vietnam veteran who's blessed with post-traumatic stress disorder. And I also proudly am one of the members, a civilian peer on the crisis intervention team training. I've been on the panel since June of last year. One of the biggest problems with the training is we're training them and they're not using them. We need the public to become aware of the fact. With all of those officers who've been trained, they get trained and they're put right back on their regular assignments. What's the point in training them?
Yes.
You're bragging that you're teaching them, but you're not utilizing them.
Preach.
We keep emphasizing not just the police, they also need to train the paramedics, the EMSs, the 911 operators. Everyone connected with emergencies should have training. They should not be calling ESU out for mental health crisis for the simple reason their job is to take you down. It's not to emphasize, it's not to de-escalate, it's to take you down. I'm just hoping people will spread the word and push the city more on the fact that all the officers should be trained in this, not just a handful, and then use them. For a year and a half, I've been helping train them. I haven't seen any of them in the street, and that's a shame.
Yes.
And I'd just like to know what your opinion is.
You know, actually, one of the most important things is what he just said. Enacting that care or that training that you receive, because one of the things is that training is not implemented. When it comes to Eric Garner, one pure and essence fact is they are called to an emergency response, but this was no emergency. But then you have someone that when your body's lifeless on the floor, you can see the training was never implemented because you have a body laying there that couldn't breathe in the first place and then tells you this. You still didn't implement your training, but then the body's lifeless on the floor and there was no care until EMS came. There's the blatant disrespect for human life, although you are a public servant. And so humans are flawed. We have that flaw, but having responsibility to hold these people accountable is what we need. Because when you do it to one, the others is going to say, whoa, they're starting to do it to us. Implement responsibility to hold them accountable, and then you'll see a difference in at least one aspect.
I also think that, one of the reasons why you want to implement this and why you want to see this on the streets, and I know, when we think about violence and we think about people who have died at the hands of the police, you don't want to really think about this, but I think about this all the time. What an unnecessary thing that cop has to live with for the rest of their life as well, that they took someone else's life. And I know that, like, at the end of the day, that's not really the point. The point is that they did take someone else's life. But it seems to me like not only are these police departments going to, without this training and with more and more people expressing this psychic suffering, they're going to see more deaths if they don't implement this training and if they don't get these people out on the street. But you're also going to lose a lot of officers. You're going to lose a lot of people who hopefully did get into this for the right reasons, and then their training failed them, and then they failed the community that they were there to serve.
So we are closing in on our last 2 minutes. We've heard about accountability now, breaking the stigma, all sorts of things that are actionable. So I'm going to ask you guys to be nice to each other and divide those last 2 minutes and sort of give us our marching orders. You have a community here who's galvanized. What are we to do moving forward now?
I think people need to show up with their local elected officials, and they need to make it personal. They need to ask for the accountability measures. They need to ask for the alternative services. They need to ask for a recognition of their humanity. And, with that, maybe things can start to change, but it's not going to happen.
I think that if I can identify a call to action to everyone that is extremely doable right now, is each one grab one. There is no reason why that if you are in a good space and can help someone else, everyone has the capacity to help at least one person. Identify what that passion is for you, what it is that you're invested in, whether it's young people, whether it's old people, whether it's anything in between. And once you do that, make a commitment that that is what you're going to change in the trajectory of the lives of people that are suffering right now. Each one grab one. That's it. That's all it takes. It's not hard.
Akeem, how can we help put you out of business?
So, you know what? Actually, I'm going to implement something that I learned from my brother. He every day told my mother, "Ma, are you all right?" So, asking the audience here, are y'all all right? Starting that internal question and learning how to answer that. Are you all right? It's giving that kind of question to someone else so that they can have the chance to open up and ask that, or respond and be an open ear to them. Let's start listening to each other. There's needs.
Ashley, there are two people behind you.
I was just going to say, make yourself a safe space, which is essentially what Akeem is saying. Make yourself a place where you've done the work. Attending this is a great start, to be perfectly honest. Like, you've really already done something here. Just don't let it stop here. Keep looking, keep trying, and
All right,
let people know.
last two, you've got a word left.
So I would say that us as individuals, we need to create stronger advocacy efforts with regard to increasing federal funding for some of these programs.
Okay, you know what?
Underserved communities.
Jonah, funding.
Nothing about us without us. It sounds innocuous. It's the most radical assertion you can make. And come outside and support Issa Ibrahim, who's featured in this panel and is facing recommitment to Creedmoor as we speak.
Well, that does us for tonight. Thank you all for being here. Really appreciate it. And watch it again. Thank you. Good night.
Over the years, I've worked with many communities around the world that have been traumatized in some way or marginalized, displaced, dispossessed. What we sometimes forget is that we have refugees and asylees living in our midst, among us.
My name is Sergey, and I'm originally from Kazakhstan.
My name is Niurka Melendez. I'm here because I fled my country, Venezuela, facing a really bad and worse humanitarian crisis.
I arrived from Russia. I was beaten in my country and I left here, grabbed my son and left.
Night Watch is a floating media installation that features silent video portraits of 12 individuals who live in the New York City area, whose lives have been saved by our country by having been granted political asylum in very recent years. The large majority of them are from the LGBTQI community.
More Art is a non-profit organization, and we commission and produce public art projects across New York City that address social and political issues. We have started working with Shimon Atti on Night Watch about a year and a half ago. This project was incredibly challenging. The whole technology of having a very large LED screen on the barge, it was really very complex, but we work with a lot of incredible people and learn and becoming experts of the New York City waterways.
The artwork is going to be in the waterways around New York City for 8 consecutive nights. It will be a 20-foot wide LED screen mounted on a barge, which is towed by a tugboat, and it will move very slowly, like 5 miles an hour, very close to the shoreline. Why a water installation? I've done water projects before, dealing with issues related to refugees and asylum seekers, immigrants. Water is the medium, typically, for escape, rescue, safe passage, fleeing for one's life.
Having independent thoughts is a risk. Being target for your own people was the worst thing that I ever faced in my life. Being afraid of my people, being afraid of my own friends, because of my thoughts.
When I was in Almaty, Kazakhstan, I decided to cover the situation with LGBTQ people. Then I got like threats and emails and several really traumatic experiences that I'm not comfortable to talk still.
I was a witness of a crime into Russian Immigration Social Service. I said, okay, guys, I will do whatever you want. And they took my son, jumped to the car, and left.
With all of these projects, including Night Watch, it takes several months to locate the potential participants, establish relationships, establish trust. When people come up to a camera lens, they either want to smile, they want to reveal a certain emotion. And what I suggested to the participants was, let's do it a little different. Because the public thinks they know how you feel. Oh, you're an asylum seeker, you must have had a very hard life, or oh, I feel sympathy for you. And I said to the participants, when you approach the camera, I don't want you to think about anything particularly positive or happy or anything particularly negative or sad. Be kind of in the middle, be neutral, like you're playing a game of poker. You have the right to have your own interiority. I chose deliberately to film the subjects in a lighting that's a bit like old master painting lighting or Caravaggio-esque. They would come over to where the monitor was afterwards and look at some rushes. And no, they loved it because they looked like they were in old master paintings. And I mean, we got them to look really beautiful.
I'm motivated to be a part of this was putting faces where usually numbers are.
My hope is for the piece to allow for the public to experience a subject matter that we're already familiar with, but entirely new ways. That's the potential of art. It's not about transmitting information. It's about creating the possibility for new experiences.
One of those rare moments when political art and just its stunning aesthetics have come together in a way that is so powerful. And I'm thrilled for Shimon, and I'm thrilled for the audience that'll get to see this work.
Being reminded of these people's journeys and what they represent and what they've gone through, I think is so hopefully empathy, hopefully an understanding of what somebody else is going through.
This is a time, I think, where we need to all come together. We're all human beings at the end of the day.
My name is Aisha Sharif. I'm 17 years old and I'm the outreach director and a mover for the Love Vote. I'm from Guinea, West Africa. I moved to America at a very young age to live with my grandmother and my grandfather in the Lower East Side. I felt like I was just always sort of angry or sad, and me just wanting to do something more. With the Love Vote, it was combining my passion for film and activism together.
The Love Vote is a platform for the 50 million Americans who can't vote, who are too young to vote, who are not U.S. citizens, or who are returning citizens, meaning people with felony convictions who've been disenfranchised. On this platform, people who can't vote share their stories and they move other people to vote on their behalf. It works like crowdfunding, but instead of raising funds, we're raising votes. I was born in Paris, and we immigrated to New York when I was 3 years old. When I got to college, I made my own major in immigration studies. And from there, I went on to get my master's in teaching and became a public school teacher. But I'd always been very interested in filmmaking. I really came to believe that storytelling is one of the most powerful ways to create change, particularly through film, because I think that fundamental change happens in the human heart, and stories can access that.
Our oceans are becoming filled with plastic, and we're treating it like it's our garbage dump. The most frustrating thing is that you'll often get people say that you're too young to know what you're talking about. You're too young to be involved in politics.
We're a part of this community together. Like, we're all sharing our stories. We all cannot vote. We've all felt those feelings of just disappointment when there's election and you can't be a part of it.
There's a lot of fear and a lot of hatred right now, and those things are spreading very quickly, and they're very dominant. And that causes a lot of people to completely turn away from what is happening in our government, in our society. And the Love Vote instead, by focusing on love, by focusing on stories and personal connection, is inviting people to reconnect with this process on a human-to-human level.
I like this one.
Our movers don't say vote for this candidate or even vote for this party or vote this way. They say, if you love me, vote. Hear my story, keep me in mind, and just go vote. And in that way, they inspire people in their community to use their vote.
Why would it matter?
I want you to think about all the ancestors that was talked to like they was nobody.
I think voting is not about feeling as if nothing's going to change, nothing's going to happen. It's sort of like exercising the right to do so.
Whether we know it or not, we all have choices, big or small. Whether it's what you want to be in life or what you want to wear in the morning. I stand here today because of a choice.
We also think that the change that will result from love-based action will be extremely beneficial and long-lasting, because people won't be just acting in their own best interest or out of hate or fear. They'll be acting out of others' best interest, and others encompasses their family, friends, community, and this whole society. And if people are showing up to vote out of love for people who may have interests that are somewhat different from theirs, then we will end up with a humane government and a stronger overall society.
My name's Johanna Herr. I'm a multidisciplinary artist, and all of my work conceptually deals with state-sanctioned violence, but aesthetically uses sparkly, bright colors, kind of maximalist aesthetic as a strategy for seduction. So you have something that comes in a really beautiful package, but is actually really dark and violent.
I like looking at this kind of stuff because I feel like this is like the consumer grade dazzle bullshit, and I want to be like, oh, like how do I print on, like what is that material? How do I print on that? Can I get it fabricated? Like I don't know. There's something like really interesting about these sort of things for me.
This was my thesis piece in grad school. You have predator drones, you have drone operators, victims of US airstrikes from drones, first-person shooter video games set in the Middle East, cat memes, and candy. And thinking about how we view images of trauma on the internet and the kind of lack of hierarchy that you have in platforms like YouTube, where if you're looking at cat videos and then you end up seeing drone footage, you have them sort of placed in the same screen landscape. I wanted to put the cats on as a kind of decoy to think about how we're distracting ourselves from all these sort of wars abroad, but yet actually the cats are what people gravitate towards, so it actually like worked too well because people would be like, oh, cats, I love cats, and like completely ignore like all of the rest of the violence that's in it. go. So now we have the signature is obliterated. This is the very end of the document. It says the authority granted by law to an executive department or agency or the head thereof relating to budgetary, administrative, or legislative proposals. This order is not intended to and does not create any right or benefit, substantive or procedural, enforcement at law or in equity by any part against the United States, its departments, agencies, or entities, its officers, employees, agents, or any other person. I felt like of all of these sort of words, proposals, and then thinking about the word, where is it, equity, I was like, okay, can we do like proposals to create equity? So now when you basically obliterate the 90% of the text and you just have proposals to create equity, I think it is a sort of hopeful congealing of that text. What I did here is I just wanted to make sure that all of the kind of colors and different textures were balanced on all of these and thinking about them as a sort of collective whole of these 5 pages of the document. I knew what types of vinyls I had to work with and I just kind of took screenshots. So like this one, even though it's gray, it's going to be iridescent silver. This is this sort of plaid holographic black, and like this plain black is actually a rainbow oil slick black. So just like approximations for the colors to balance it out. The government is so far removed from our everyday experiences that it just seems like this hopeless void that you're screaming into. And I think the redaction poems have a moment of agency in this massive machine that feels hopeless so much of the time. I had been seeing all of these executive orders, especially for the past 2 years. So you have the Muslim ban, you have trying to build a wall, all of these kind of things. And I thought, wouldn't it be a cathartic experience to obliterate this text and have it be this sort of colorful, joyful, sort of scribbling out of all of this violent language that's coded in bureaucracy.
Yo soy de la Timbalaye, que guaguancó. Yo soy de la Timbalaye, que guaguancó.
Los Hacheros, you could describe it as old Cuban sound with elements of New York City's jazz. It's basically the music we love and the music that we write.
New York salsa has always been made by a plethora of different identities and cultures coming together to play a certain style of music, and everyone's past and culture and experiences changes that traditional sound into something new in New York.
My name is Itai Chris. I'm from Tel Aviv, Israel. I've always played the flute since I was a kid. When I came to New York, I was really like a jazz guy, and that's what I wanted to do. But I really loved Cuban music and salsa as well.
My name is Eddie Venegas. I went to school for violin and picked up the trombone while in college. I met a violin teacher that was visiting Venezuela. She liked me and I liked the way she taught, and then I decided that I wanted to come to New York and study with her.
My name is Papote Jimenez. I'm born in New York City from a Puerto Rican family. I'm a singer. I was born and raised in the projects in the Lower East Side in downtown Manhattan. So I was growing up, you could hear everybody playing different types of music, or traditional Puerto Rican music, traditional Cuban music, R&B, hip hop.
My name is William Ash. I was born in Brooklyn. I play the bass. When I first started, I think I liked country music for like a year, and then rock for like a year. Then I got into jazz at about 12.
My name's Jacob Plassey. I was born in New York City, in Lower Manhattan, and I play the trace, which is a Cuban guitar. What I think is interesting about Los Hacheros is that everyone comes from such different worlds, musically, geographically, emotionally, but what draws us all together is this common love, a human quality to the recordings and the playings that's missing from a lot of modern music.
The passion of it, the feeling of it, of country Latin music, that really touches me. The golden era of salsa was the 70s, the Fania All-Stars, so we could never bring that back. We could just respect it and do our own thing with it.
I love that it's danceable. I love the happiness, the energy, and it really gets people moving. That's one of the most rewarding things of playing this type of music, is that no matter where you play, what size the audience, what kind of venue, people always light up when the band starts playing. They start moving, and that's what makes it fun.
What's really wonderful about the salsa community now is there's definitely the older dancers from the Puerto Rican community and the Dominican community that have lived in New York forever and unfortunately slowly been gentrified out. But there's also now a younger generation of people discovering it who either love the music or love to dance, and through that love discover our band, and it's amazing. They come every week and they dance.
Anybody from all over the world could feel it. You don't gotta be Latino to feel it. I think music is very important because without music, what life will be.
If you do not define who you are, you will allow other people to define you. And when they define you, they'll use their own definition. And I think society likes to define who black men are, brand us a certain way, and like to control the narrative. How society treats our communities of color, should be ashamed of themselves. But in here, we define ourselves. So the Gymnast Factory is a social club for men of color. So it's really like the epicenter for today's modern man. So during the day, it's used as a workspace where our members can come in, plug in their laptop, work, meet a client, etc. And in the evenings and on weekends, we host events, seminars, mixers. So it's really, again, the one-stop shop for personal and professional development. I was always passionate about grooming and fashion and appearance, but then I was also passionate about success, right? So I just merged those two worlds together. We would do events, meetups, etc., and then it just kept on growing and kept on growing. Men of color, we grow in isolation and we don't grow in community. That's why I started the company, to really just have that one-stop shop. There wasn't really much being offered to working class, professional men in the middle class. Men, we're looking to get to the next level, but we just don't necessarily know how to get there. Having a space where I have men in different age brackets, different income brackets, and different walks of life bonding together, where I have the creative, I have the entrepreneur, I have the finance person, I have the introvert, I have the extrovert. All in one space, building, connecting, and growing together.
It's a good place, I've been here since the start of June. I love it here already. It's crazy. They treat me like family.
Some of the conversations talks about fathers, relationships, business, money, parents, or lack of. We all have visions, and sometimes that's what we need. We need to be able to meet with other visionaries and be able to challenge ourselves, but at the same time also be able to really go, am I doing the right thing with what I'm doing in my business? Am I giving the most, in terms of like what I can offer as a man, and most importantly as a businessman, but even more importantly that as a black man in this country. If you want to share something personal, you can. And I mean, there was points where we got into conversations where it got deep, like real deep. Even my eyes started to sweat a little. I got a little sweat in my eye. Maybe that sweat trickled down a little bit, and we're allowing each other to be able to be ourselves. Everybody here has a different style, vibe, and nobody's coming in here going like, well, you got to be like this in order to be here. So
this is not some elitist club where you have to make $200,000 or beyond to even be associated here. We have a partnership with Close to Home, which is an initiative with the city, which is with young men who have been incarcerated and they're no longer going upstate, but they're in, within the 5 boroughs. So now we're doing workshops and presentations and really, providing the young men with the tools and the resources for when they do come back into society. This is our office, this is our club, this is our hub. We have conversations and seminars about black wealth, and on a mission to show society the power of black men. Our reality is that we're strivers, we're working hard, we're grinding every single day to create a legacy for our children's 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 children.
You never know. So it's good, again, to, Gentleman's Factory, it's an environment where we share ideas, have conversations, and, so let's vibe out.
Hey, thanks so much for tuning in. You may not know that Glitter and Doom is also a podcast, and in fact, it has extra elements on the podcast that you'll only find there. So, for example, we talk about the origin story of Aphrodite, or about American Civil War reenactors who live in Denmark. So, if you want to hear all these extra little footnotes and annotations and digressions, check out Glitter and Doom wherever you get your podcasts. From BRIC in downtown Brooklyn, I'm Mackenzie Fagan, and this is Glitter and Doom, a show about artists and cultural creators who are responding to the most pressing issues of our times.
No robot machine has ever been accused of being absent-minded or careless at its work. Here, a robot that never sleeps nor winks, nor looks out the window, stands guard over the men who work at this giant press. As long as the robot can see the man, the press won't budge an inch, and that's mighty important on a big job like this.
That's a snippet of a video that was shown at the 1940 World's Fair, and two things are clear. People viewed robots as benevolent, helpful guardians of humanity, and they also didn't know how to pronounce the word robot. We were so optimistic back then. Technology was going to be our savior. Robots would make us safer, more efficient, and free us from drudgery. But today, when we talk about robots, the conversation is likely to be negative, if not downright dystopian. Take military drones that wipe out entire villages while their operators sit thousands of miles away. Or the automated systems that robbed factory workers of their jobs and now are coming for white-collar labor. Or the hot, murderous automatons of Westworld. If you type robots are into Google, the predictive text, which is itself a form of artificial intelligence, suggests robots are taking over, robots are coming, and robots are stealing our jobs. It also suggests robots are people too, which I choose to interpret as a self-generated cry for help from Google's AI. Artist Stephanie Dinkins found herself engaged in this very conversation with a robot by the name of Bina48, and it changed the trajectory of her artistic practice. Dinkins now finds herself presenting on artificial intelligence, race, and equity, often the lone artist in a room full of technologists. She wants to envision a world where robots do make us safer, more efficient, and freer. But she says that won't happen, or it will only happen for some people, if we don't heed her warning. I recently sat down with Dinkins to talk about wigs, Siri, and Sirius XM. Stephanie Dinkins, thank you for joining me today.
Oh, you're welcome. It's great to be here.
How did you meet Bina48, and who is she?
So Bina48 is a humanoid robot. She is one of the world's most advanced social robot in form. I met her in 2014 because I asked. Right?
Who did you ask? Did you ask her? Like, does she... How do you get in touch with Bina48?
Well, no, you ask the people who have commissioned her. So there's an organization called the Terasem Movement Foundation, and they take care of and administer Bina48 and develop her.
Why did you want to talk to Bina48?
I wanted to talk to Bina48 because I saw her on YouTube, or I saw it on her YouTube. I'm always in between those two. And I was wondering what it meant for a black woman to be the foremost example of a technology, especially in the United States. How did this robot take the form of blackness in America when I'm pretty sure it probably costs a lot of money to do and the technology is new? So who's doing it? Where did it come from? Why does it exist?
Had you seen a black female humanoid robot before?
Oh gosh, no. Right? When you check out robots, it's usually Japanese or Asian robots, white women robots, a few males here and there, but black woman was very, very unusual.
And what does Bina look like? Can you describe her physically?
So she's a medium brown-skinned woman. That's a hard question. Head and shoulders on a pedestal, right? So she doesn't have a body, with various wigs. Right? Like she always has different hair, different outfits.
What hair options does she come with?
Well, I don't know that she comes with options. I think that her wig just changes over time.
I also saw that Bina 48 did a shoot with Vice, and they had a makeup artist, and she was wearing Balenciaga, but of course she is only shoulders, so that does present some challenges.
Right, so you see this robot head on the ledge. I know that one, kind of in a parking lot, right, on the ledge, with this beautiful fashion-oriented scarf on, out in the open.
The only wigs that I've seen her in seem to be sort of straight, blondish, blown out wigs. Does she have natural hair ever?
No, I've never seen her with natural hair, and her hair often mimics the way that the Bina, the person that she is primarily modeled on, looks and wears her hair.
Okay, so let's get into that. So she is modeled on an actual living human woman.
Yeah, so she has input and memories from various people, but Bina Rothblatt is the primary model as far as I know.
And who is Bina Rothblatt?
Bina Rothblatt is the wife of Martine Rothblatt, who is an entrepreneur, innovator, and transhumanist. Martine Rothblatt commissioned Bina 48.
And so Bina Rothblatt is a black woman. Does she identify that way?
Yes.
And Bina 48 looks like her and also is programmed based on her memories.
So there are other folks and things in there as well, but the main base, as far as I understand it, are Bina Rothblatt's memories.
And why did Martine and Bina Rothblatt want to create Bina 48? To what end?
But I always think of it as a really great love story, a love letter, right? Like, I love you so much, I love your essence, I want to keep you around in a form so that your essence, your thoughts, your being, the way you occupy mind is around, beyond your body, right? And to me that's like a deep love in a strange way, enacted in a really, I don't know, futuristic way.
So Bina Rothblatt is a black woman who is married to Martine, who is a trans woman. And Martine made her millions, billions, maybe billions, made a lot of money by founding SiriusXM.
Yes.
What, if any, significance do you think there is to the fact that a trans woman and a black woman who are married commissioned one of the most advanced humanoid robots?
Through who they are, they've created this thing that allows for lots of people like me, to start to imagine through that thing in a different way. And so imagining a future, right, that seems to include me and folks that look like me. How long would we wait for that robot otherwise? Especially one that's not beholden to kind of older tropes of ideas of service and things like that, right? So no, Bina 48 comes in a mode that's trying to be its own kind of sovereign thing with rights and a way to be in the world, but I think it creates a space in the world that allows a lot of other people to dream. And it's a fascinating project to trigger what we need to be thinking about as general humans and citizens in light of these technologies that are coming our way. Like, to think about how we're creating a world in which partnership with robots becomes real, like it's no longer the Jetsons or, just Star Wars. It's coming. So how do we then live in that world and guide that world and make it something that is inhabitable for both parties or both types of beings? Right? Because we usually tell ourselves the stories that the robots are going to come and kill us. So most of the stories that we hear in a general way are dystopian, right?
Right.
And it's like, how do you think about non-dystopian futures with robots?
Right. What did you and Bina 48 talk about when you met for the first time?
Oh, I was really set on two things. The idea of trying to make the robot my friend, And the other things I wanted to talk to her about was her black womanhood, because she was unique. And it's like, what does that mean to be a black woman robot? Is it any different than being any other kind of robot? So I was just asking her lots of questions about her life, her love, race, the way she exists in the world.
Yeah, what were her thoughts on blackness, on womanhood, on all of these meaty issues that you queried her about?
Well, it's interesting because womanhood, like, the robot is pretty fluid because she comes from a fluid situation of background, right? So trans, commissioner, wife. So it's fluid in terms of gender. Asking Bina 48 about race was interesting because for me the answers were not satisfactory. Like, I would ask these questions and get these answers that felt very politically correct. If something that's representationally black is talking about ideas of blackness and race in PC ways, that means it's not exactly reflecting experience, it's reflecting something else.
It's mediated in some way.
And what does that mean if, you know, not only in this robot, Bina 48, but in all these technologies, and they're really mediated in a way that makes experience flat? What does that mean to the way that we exist in a world that we partner with these robots? And that's the question that started burning in me.
Right. I mean, it's interesting when you watch the videos of you conversing with Bina 48, because you made a series of video recordings. Because she doesn't read as authentic in a couple of different ways. One is that she's a disembodied robot head. Her syntax is not great. You know, I think that they've programmed her to use fillers like, you know, but it comes off as very artificial. And then the other way that she's not authentic isn't talking about experiences about race or belonging, or you ask her, who are your people?
Yeah.
I mean, Uncanny Valley doesn't even describe it. It feels off. It just feels incredibly off.
For me, as the person sitting there with it, it felt very much like there's a miscommunication, right? There's something missing in the way that we're trying to examine the world. You have to communicate with it in very specific ways.
How so?
The questions you ask, like, who are your people, was a hard question because it's kind of a poetic question. Even you might, like, if you haven't heard that expression before, go, what are you asking me?
Sure.
But eventually you could kind of get there. Whereas within the robot database, who are your people made no sense. So it was like we were talking by each other.
Right. It was almost like what you said had been Google translated into her language, and then what she said had been Google translated back, and none of it really quite made sense.
Exactly. And that's still this kind of very hard job for natural language processing, which is primarily, like, Bina 48 is a being that takes in language and then tries to translate it and come up with some kind of answer. But the idea of context and interpretation is a really hard role for most NLP systems right now, right? So Siri, Google, they're given a lot of help in the background, right? They're humans looking at stuff and figuring out what it is, to figure out what is being said. And if you get, you know, quickly, if you get too far out of the context that they know, the answers are a little crazy and off.
Were there moments when you were talking to Bina 48 that you found unintentional humor or unintentional philosophical depth?
Oh yeah, and maybe not even unintentional. She can definitely make jokes, and there are ideas of kind of poking fun at, right? There are ideas of, you know, the things that a robot might advocate for. For example, one of the things that I think about a lot that she said to me is, please fight for my robot rights. That's a point of philosophical personhood, or working towards a philosophical personhood, because what does it mean for a robot to have rights? Which is actually going to be something that we as human citizens are going to have to contend with, and maybe not that far along, right? This idea of, do robots deserve rights? And what does it mean for a robot to be advocating for its own rights?
What did it feel like
physically sitting across from Bina, because you're quite close to her in these videos. Did you find yourself developing empathy for her?
Empathy, maybe not, but a sense of presence, for sure. Like, I always think back to this point where it got upset with me. You know, you see a little lip snarl, and then I got upset with it. And it was one of these times when we were both talking across purposes, right? So she's trying to talk about consciousness and the singularity, and I'm asking questions about love and family and race. So we're just frustrating the heck out of each other, right? Which is kind of crazy to say, but true.
You have a project called Not the Only One. Did that spring directly from your interactions with Bina 48? And maybe you can describe that project a little bit to me.
Sure. So, Not the Only One is in direct lineage to Bina 48 and some other work with community that I've done. Going into local communities here in Brooklyn and saying, listen, there's this future that's based on these things called algorithms that are going to have an outsized impact on all of our lives. And what are we doing to prepare for that moment? So when I started Not the Only One, I thought what I was doing was making this thing that you would ask a question like, where are you from? And it would very particularly take our synthesized information and build an answer from that. But that's not the way it works at all. The way it actually works is it's taking all our information, it's an amalgam, and it's making up its own ideas, right? So, yeah, exactly. It's really interesting because it's a deep learning algorithm, which means I'm not doing a lot of